Okie dokie. Well, I was inspired to do this because I was watching a video where some folks were just talking about some Christmas stuff. And these are people who I think usually have a very rational opinion about things. And they usually say some very smart things that I typically agree with, especially when it comes to media. But they're under this very bizarre perception that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. And they did a poll. They did a poll on their video, and they, granted, they have a much bigger audience than myself. And 87% of the people were equally as delusional. And so I thought to myself, it's important to set the record straight here. Because, and to be fair, they weren't trying to rehash their discussion. Apparently they had a discussion in other videos or in other streams or something. And so they weren't trying to revisit that whole thing in its entirety. But one guy was saying that, it's a Christmas movie. He's like, it's got all the iconography, it's got the Christmas tree and the decorations, and there's, the theme about the family and bringing the family together. And he's like, and that's what Christmas is to me. And I'm thinking, well, in that case, sir, you are a sprig of mistletoe away from having the Fast and Furious series being the longest running Christmas series ever, because they're all about family. What? Not a Christmas movie? What will I watch now during Christmas? I don't know Home Alone. Well, to be fair, Baldrick, Home Alone I don't think is a Christmas movie either. Your choices are limited, Baldrick. I hate to tell you. You cannot watch these movies during Christmas time. But here's a fun place to start. One of the many reasons why this right here is not a Christmas movie. It didn't come out around Christmas. It didn't come out November, December. It came out as a blockbuster in the summer of '88, I think it was. It came out in July. There was no intent, desire, or Now, Gremlins might be a Christmas movie, Baldrick. If only because they look like the Grinch. They kind of look like the Grinch with bigger ears. That's I know. See, I haven't seen Gremlins, but I'm willing to let that one slide. I feel like that's less egregious than saying Die Hard is, and it happens during Christmas. Well, and see, there you go. And is there family involved, Baldrick? Is there some family? Is there some good feeling? Is the protagonist trying to accomplish something in the movie Gremlins? Because if so, then it would meet the criteria that many people seem to have for what constitutes a Christmas movie. Did it come out in November or December release? Let me take a quick gander here at Google. Gremlins release date. June 1984. June. Hard to sell it. Let's see. Home Alone release date. Now, I'm not basing it on this. We haven't even got to the... Okay, Home Alone at least came out in mid-November. So it would not be... It would be understandable to think that the people who made it had intended for it to be considered a Christmas movie, but it isn't. There's two criteria that we're going to go over. Two criteria that one or ideally both need to be met in order for it to be considered there's feel family thingies. There you go, Baldrick. Yes, there you go. That's that. Well, put it this way. To be fair, Gremlins is as much of a Christmas movie as Die Hard is. It is as much of a movie. I would have to. It's been a while since I've seen Home Alone, but I'm fairly certain it does not meet the criteria, the necessary required criteria. And it's nothing spectacular, but before we get into that, I mean, think about this. Typically, like classic Christmas movies fall into one of two categories. Either it is heavily Christmas-centric, i.e. Miracle on 34th Street, The Santa Claus, where it's the entire plot revolves around fantastical elements like Santa, or the reindeer, or the North Pole, or... some actual, like, just honest to goodness miraculous event and transpiring during Christmas. There's something involving it where it is revolving around featuring what classic Christmas type stuff. The other one is the redemption story. The redemption / forgiveness story, usually facilitated by some kind of supernatural phenomenon. That's where we have Scrooge, to a degree, the Grinch, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Family Man, and things of that nature. They happen around Christmas, and the story of the theme is not family. It's not coming together. We get that at Thanksgiving. Like the idea of family and coming together and the warm fuzzies being a Christmas thing. Maybe now, to be fair, these gentlemen live in other parts of the world. They're in Wales, they're in Ireland, they're in Scotland, they're over there. So maybe if you don't have like a proper Thanksgiving, Christmas seems to be the only holiday that is all about family. I don't know what other holidays they may have. But that's not what defines it as Christmas. Kebby, Die Hard is the best Christmas movie. It's hard to be the best Christmas movie, Kebby, when it's not a Christmas movie at all. I appreciate you admitting that you're grappling with this issue, but it simply just doesn't pass. Put it this way. If Die Hard passes, then almost any movie passes. That's where we're at. Or we are one Christmas tree away from every movie passing the test. So here's the two criteria that a movie needs to have to be actually. Now, let me make it very clear. I'm not saying because something is a Christmas movie that it's a good movie. In fact, by my own definitions, I think that would include some movies that I don't think are great movies, that I wouldn't bother watching. Just because something is a Christmas movie doesn't mean it's a good movie or worth watching. And just because something is not a Christmas movie doesn't mean it's bad or not worth watching. Die Hard is not a bad movie. It's a great movie. I enjoy the movie. But to say that it's a Christmas movie, the argumentation for it, like I said, as I heard, was, it's about a guy trying to get back. It's about a guy trying to do something, trying to get back to something. That is almost every movie. Every movie, the protagonist is trying to do something. He's trying to accomplish something. Sometimes it's get back to where he needs to be. Sometimes it's reuniting with his family or her family. Sometimes it's, getting home for a birthday. Like there's any number of movie things where somebody is facing an obstacle and that they have to overcome in order to get back to their friends, their family, their life, or what have you. So that can't possibly be a qualifier. Iconography means jack diddly squat. Just because you have the trappings, I mean, that's a skin suit. Just because you have Christmas elements there, you have a Christmas tree, doesn't mean it is about Christmas or it has to do with Christmas. Okay, so there's no good Christmas movie. I would say, things like Family Man. I like Family Man as Trapped in Paradise. Great Christmas movie. Let's see. What else? I mean, the Scrooge, the different iterations of that, very good movies. What else? I mean, the Santa Claus, depending on what age you saw it at, you may think of it as good or bad, but it is definitely a Christmas movie. Honestly, I haven't seen the one movie I have not seen yet, so I can't really say one way or the other, but I'm thinking it wouldn't be, is A Christmas Story. But it's called A Christmas Story, so I'm going to take it on faith that they actually have something in there. Hey, Macro, what's going on? Well, now, see, that's the thing, Baldrick. That's the thing. Star Wars. We would always have the Star Wars trilogy on, like during Christmas, the week, 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, you would have the Star Wars trilogy on loop. And hey, look, guys, Hoth, it's the North Pole. For all intents and purposes, it's the North Pole. And you've got this great heartwarming story of father and son coming together as a family, No, it doesn't go off as well. It kind of turns out the way some people's family Christmases and Thanksgiving do turn out when people aren't meshing all that well. But hey, the elements are there. Snow and father-son reconciliation to a degree. I am your father. You don't get much more warm feelies than that. No, Kevin, Home Alone is not a Christmas movie. All right, so here we go. Here's the two criteria. It's not very difficult. A Christmas movie has to have one, preferably both of the following things. One, it has to have a supernatural or understandable miracle, or I should say acknowledged miracle or miraculous circumstance involved. And that could be something as high key as, again, the ghosts appearing to Scrooge, to change him up, to help change his mind, some kind of supernatural intervention, or it could be something as minor as, hey, during the year, usually, if somebody is caught stealing, they go to jail, they go to prison. But because it's the spirit of the season, it's this unique time where we just expect that people are going to be more charitable and forgiving, that an entire town not only forgives the person, but pretty much pretends it never happened, to the point where the person that comes to investigate says, look, I don't know what's going on here. Clearly something happened, but nobody here in this entire town, in this entire place, is willing to testify, is willing to say anything. So he says, I think there was a miracle here. I think you guys got away with something really big, and you better, you're getting a second chance, and you better not forsake it, or better take advantage of it. So even though it's not like a miracle, like some razzle dazzle thing happened, it's acknowledged that something special happened because of the fact that it is Christmas time. If it would have happened in the summertime, which is, by the way, when Die Hard came out, again, just want to remind you, came out as a summer blockbuster, that just because, in an action movie, 80s action movies, folks, miracles happen. Like the guy is able to do all kinds of crazy things, but by that metric, Die Hard is probably the least miraculous of all the superhero, or all the 80s gun run and gun type movies. But it's not acknowledged. Nothing that he does is acknowledged as miraculous. We can look at it and go, wow, he's able to do some crazy things that he probably wouldn't have survived if it wasn't a stunt, if it wasn't, something done on a stunt, a sound stage with a stunt guy. But we don't think of it. It's the movie doesn't look at itself and go, this was a miracle. This was amazing. This was something above and beyond. It was like, no, you're a tough dude and you got the job done, kind of thing. Klaus, yes. Wait. Yes, Baldrick, 100%. Klaus, very, very, very good movie. Very good Christmas movie. One of the best that I've seen recently. Even got the little bit of the feels going here. Yes, John McClane was magical like Santa. But the movie, that's the thing, Kevin. We can look at that way. We look at it as him being some mystical being, or something like that, and his shenanigans being magical and whatever. But the movie doesn't, there's not a point where he's like, you know what? I must have had an angel. I'm not talking about religious context. I'm just saying something where the movie itself acknowledges and is like, yeah, what was done here was nothing short of a Christmas miracle. The fact that he was able to do all this, it was just a guy who was ridiculous. The works you criticize feel kind of niche to me. Well, I'm not criticizing. I'm offering no criticism of Die Hard as a film. And also, Macro, they probably will be. These are, I would say, largely Western fare. And yes, but we're talking about Christmas movies. It's a very niche genre. There's not a lot of them. And so I have no criticism for Die Hard whatsoever. I like it as a movie. I think it's a fine movie. But the fact that it is considered to be a Christmas movie on par with, because that's the thing. Once you say that's a Christmas movie, then you go, well, what are these movies that are about Santa Claus, that are about the gift of giving, that are about redemption and forgiveness? What do you call those? Oh, they're all Christmas movies? Where are the common elements? So here we go. So that first thing is something supernatural or some kind of miraculous thing, even if it's low key, like just defying human nature in a way. Like if Hans Gruber had been on the roof, and he's got John dead to rights, and he goes, you know what? All this time I've been doing these. I don't know his accent. I haven't seen the movie all that much, but he's like, I just have come to realize that this is just the wrong time of the year to be doing this. It really just doesn't feel right. Come on up here. And he escapes on the helicopter. He's like, I'll get you one day, John McClane, but not on Christmas. That would just be wrong. That would make it a Christmas movie. It would be horrible. It would be odorous. It would be nasty. And I'm not saying that's the only way they could have made it a Christmas movie, but that would have made it a Christmas movie, because then it's like, there's no way in heck we would ever expect a mastermind guy who was bent on killing and stealing and all this kind of stuff to have a change of heart during the course of the movie and have the hero dead to rights and back off of it because the Christmas spirit prevailed. That would make it a Christmas movie. It would make it a bad Christmas movie, but it would be a Christmas movie. But the other thing is this, and you don't have to have that. The other thing though is you need to have Christmas be reasonably interwoven into the story in which it cannot be extricated, it cannot be removed without the story breaking down or having some serious difficulties in terms of suspension of disbelief. So, for example, Die Hard. If it did not happen at Christmas time, nothing of value, nothing of any merit would change at all. You could have any number of reasons why a company would throw a party. It could be celebrating his wife's promotion. It could be celebrating the company going public. Any number of reasons you could have a company-wide celebration that would set things up in that way. You could have any number of reasons for John McClane to decide now is the time for me to go try to reconcile with my wife and make that trip. Any number of reasons. There is nothing functional about it happening during Christmas. In fact, a slightly more cynical version of myself, and I do not mean this in any way against the filmmakers, but here's the deal. Again, summer blockbuster. Their mind is not on let's make a Christmas movie. Their mind is on making a Christmas movie, making a blockbuster, making an action-packed thing that people are going to love. What if I was cynical? I would say the reason Christmas was chosen, the only reason, because what is the best way to juxtapose a situation like that? What better time, like what time of the year would you think of as the least likely or the most diametrically distant or different from murder and death and killing and greed and all those kinds of things? What is the antithesis of that? Why, it's the season of comfort and joy, good tidings. What was it? Yeah, bring you good tidings, comfort and joy. The season of giving, like all of those things are completely opposed to each other. So if I was being cynical, I would say, or brilliant, would say they chose Christmas as a backdrop just for there to be that juxtaposition. Just to be like this season of happiness and joy and contentment and peace and tranquility, and we're just gonna go guns blazing all over it. Like, it's kind of an interesting concept, right? There's no other time of the year that this would be more out of place to have that. Who would have the audacity to be doing dastardly things on Christmas, for crying out? It's one thing to be a bit of a crotchety old man, bah humbug or whatever. It's taken it to a whole other level to decide Christmas is when you're going to murder people and rob a company. Like, so that would be the most logical reason. But there's nothing in the plot, nothing interwoven, nothing integral to the plot that is tied to the fact that it's Christmas time. It could have happened any time of the year for any number of reasons, and nothing would have changed. Absolutely nothing. Christmas does not contribute to the story in any significant way. It's a tertiary thing. It happens to have iconography. That's it. There's no Christmas spirit. There's no, warm fuzzies, Yuletide. There's nothing. It's an action movie that takes place in December when lots of decorations are out there. So yeah, Baldrick, I totally understand. Like, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been watching TV for years. But like I said, Star Wars, the trilogy for a long time was kind of considered, or people thought of it as a Star Wars or as a Christmas movie because it was always on during Christmas on repeat for 2 or 3 weeks. I remember watching it. But it's not a Christmas series just because it comes out before Christmas. But, it's the same thing. Lord of the Rings, a Christmas movie saga. It has nothing to do with Christmas whatsoever. But if they start playing it around Christmas time, people start associating and go, oh, I got warm fuzzies watching Lord of the Rings during Christmas time. And so I just associate with that. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think if you're going to have a category of Christmas movies that are about Christmas or that are featured, where Christmas is heavily featured, we can't lump in movies that have a tertiary or very vague tendrils connecting it to there. And if we're literally going to say it's iconography and what is it that makes Die Hard a Christmas movie? What is uniquely Christmas about that? If you take away the visuals, what is it in and of itself, not when it's been released, not anything else? What is it about Die Hard that makes it was 8 Crazy Nights? I haven't seen 8 Crazy Nights, Kevy. So I will be charitable and I will say that as a default, yes, but I know nothing about it. I've never seen it. It's more a movie set at Christmas. A lot of non-Christmas theme movies always get repeated on TV. Where a work is made doesn't matter to me. No, I'm just saying, Macro. So here it's not Christmas. The Christmas movie is niche, or the Christmas movies are niche, but the holiday is not. So understanding the part of the world where you're from, I wouldn't necessarily expect Christmas or Christmas films necessarily to be, they would be even more niche than they are here, because it's not even as my understanding of it, or my assumption, I guess. And, as we say, an ass makes an ass, assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it is celebrated in the Middle East, but my understanding is, especially in the classical sense of the celebration, it would not be celebrated there. So it becomes exponentially more niche. It is only a Christmas movie to men because we don't like the cheesy romantic Christmas movies. Right. No, I understand. Well, I kind of do. Like, I'm not a big fan of all Christmas movies, but I do like a lot of them. As we said, Klaus is to me a nice mix between the two. It has a lot of, it is very saturated in Christmasness, but not the saccharine sentimental. I mean, there's sentiment in there, but it doesn't focus on that. It's not trying to conjure that. Hallmark movies, like I said, reminder, just because I'm saying it's not a Christmas movie doesn't mean it's not a good movie. And just because I say it is a Christmas movie doesn't mean it's good or worth watching. So there's a lot of Hallmark movies that would probably pass as Christmas movies, but I'm not advocating and saying they're awesome. The whole deal may just be that the Christmas genre is a mixed bag, and some may like it, some not. But like, that's why I go with Home Alone. I'd have to watch it again, but as I recall, there is nothing. His family could have gone off on vacation for any number, just gone on vacation, and everything would have happened the same way. Now, you wouldn't have had ice on the steps. Well, maybe no, in fact, they would have. They would have gone to warmer climes in the wintertime. So January 5th, the holidays are over, nothing to do with Christmas. Christmas is long gone. Everything in that movie could have happened exactly the way it did without Christmas. Other than literally Macaulay Culkin saying Merry Christmas to a guy or something like that, or him going, when he goes shopping, there's all the lights and the whatever. It's all trappings. There's nothing that happens in Home Alone that makes you think of Christmas. He's a jerk kid. His family's crap. And they happily freak out when they realize they left him behind. But the reconciliation is superficial. It's like, oh, we did a really stupid thing. Oh, well, now we feel bad we did a stupid thing. And now he feels bad because he knows what it's like to live without parents. That's a lesson you can learn in life without Christmas. There's nothing Christmassy about it aside from the fact that it actually came out in mid-November. It was released as a Christmas movie. It was released for people to watch at Christmas. It's a fine movie. It's a fun film for what it is, but like Wizard of Oz in UK was an annual movie at Christmas. Oh, really? I would not have thought of the Wizard of Oz. Also, the best quote from Hogfather by Death. Susan, you're saying that humans need fantasies to make life bearable? Death, no, humans need fantasy to be human, to be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. Wow, what a quote. I'd have to unpack that a little bit more. That Baldrick, you kind of hit me with something pretty heavy there. I'm a go not watch a movie. Well done, Macro. Well done. That was the point. That is the point. It's a good line. It's a good line, Baldrick. I like I said, I would need to think about that some more, because that's But yeah, I've never seen Hogfather by Death. In the UK, I always seem to run James Bond movies on TV as well, and Bond at Easter. All right, so there you go. There's some other viable Christmas movies, right? James Bond. I'd like to have Bond here for a change. It's Home Alone time during the day and Lord of the Rings during evenings. Though I love Lord of the Rings, but I watched a gazillion times. Exactly. I mean, isn't that crazy? It's a 9-hour, depending what version you watch, anywhere from like a 6-hour, 6.5, 7-hour to 9, almost 10-hour trilogy. And yet, you can get tired of it. You just see it too many times. And it's not wrong to say so. Star Wars Trilogy was rare on TV, probably because they don't have the rights to show it. That would make sense. You guys did get the Christmas special, though, right? The Star Wars Christmas special? That has nothing to do with Christmas. what was it, Earth Day or Globe Day or World Day or some nonsense. Peace Day. Oh my gosh. It was meant to be, but there was nothing about it. In fact, it was the like if there was an anti-Christmas movie, it was that. Christmas also serves as a plot point as family generally comes together, and isn't he estranged from his wife? So Christmas is a plot point for him to protect his family. Wait, which movie are we talking about? Plot point as family generally comes together, and isn't he estranged from his wife? Right, but it's not unique, Denise. There could have been any number of reasons why he did it. It was not like Christmas is not the only time where people and especially like I said, in the States where we have Thanksgiving that comes right before Christmas, which is also a family get together time. So yes, there is impetus, but it's not unique. Unlike, let's say, the kid wanted, what was it? The Christmas Story, where he wants a BB gun for Christmas. Like, okay, you might get some stuff for your birthday, but for a lot of people, Christmas is the time of year that you get stuff. Like it's not 100% unique, but for a kid, the only two times, for most of us anyway, that you're really going to get gifts, you're going to get stuff, is Christmas and birthday. And at least for me and most of the folks that I hung around with, Christmas was a much bigger deal than even a birthday. I mean, the birthday usually got one, maybe two gifts. Christmas was when the tree was filled. So I would say between those two, I'd say that, something, where you're wanting something for Christmas is more directly tied, where you could go, okay, technically he could want it for his birthday, but there's a lot more weight going into Christmas, where the same thing, it's like he was estranged from his wife by his choice. And so you could say, okay, I mean, I'll put it this way. It's not a logical fallacy. It's not wrong, or it's not that it doesn't make sense that would be a reason for him to do it. But I don't think it would be far-fetched in any way, shape, or form to have him just decide, like, say he found out she got a promotion, and he's beginning to realize she's in this, like, she's not coming home. Like she said, I got this promotion, I'm doing my thing, I'll see you when I see you, kind of thing. All he has to do is get some kind of correspondence, a phone call or something that makes it clear that if I don't do something, our marriage is not coming back together. She is not coming back. This is not a temporary thing. I think you could easily put that impetus in the movie without Christmas, and it still plays. It's not unique to Christmas. It does function as that, so it does work, but it is not what I would consider to be reasonably intertwined with Christmas, where with movies that, like I said, that have that miraculous feel or that supernatural element, or where Christmas is integral, like a Santa Claus movie or something where it's woven into the fabric. If you take Christmas out of it, it doesn't make any sense. If you take Christmas out of it, the miraculous circumstance is like, wait, what? Like it's like people aren't charitable all year round. It's the belief or the stereotype or the rule of thumb is this is the time when there's charity and goodwill towards all, and so there are things that you let go. There are certain things that you let slide because, well, gosh darn, it's the holidays, right? Versus, 3 months from then or 2 months or even 2 weeks after that, where it's like, why were you late? I was stuck in the snow. Well, screw you, get in here and get back to work. Whereas if it's Christmas, you go, well, Merry Christmas or whatever, Happy Holidays, whatever is politically correct for work to say now. I never watch Home Alone, but Bond is probably better by default. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, it was, if you watch, I just watched it recently, Ryan George, but I don't think that's his channel. His channel is called Pitch Meeting. If you go to Pitch Meeting, he has a great bit where he talks to himself, but it's what it sounds like, a pitch meeting where it's a producer and a writer discussing. The producer's like, so I hear you have a new story for me or a new script for me. And he's like, yes, sir, I do. And they have this conversation, and through this conversation of the writer telling the producer what this movie is going to be about and all the plot points, is able to point out the ridiculousness of a lot of movies or the plot holes or just where things don't make sense or are kind of funny. And it's like, I never thought about it, but like Home Alone, like it's really messed up. It's not like watching it as a kid. I remember watching that as a kid. I mean, was it 1990? I was 10 years old. I was probably 2 years older than Macaulay Culkin. I was a few years older, if that. I don't know how old he was at the time. When was Macaulay Culkin? Macaulay Culkin? Macaulay Culkin, date of birth. Oh, we're the same age. And I'm 2 months older than him. So yeah. So I was his age. So at that point, Home Alone was awesome. Because, yes, he's doing all the cool things and he's got the lines and the idea of being alone in the house and him having to machine up. And I'm not a bad movie, but it's not the warm, fuzzy, like you watch it and go, an adult thought of this, not a child. If a child thought of it, it's like, okay, there's an innocence and a naivete to it. Adults thought of this, of guys breaking in and ultimately trying to kill this kid. I don't know. It's weird. Like I said, not dissing on Home Alone. Christmas movie doesn't need to take place at Christmas. There's no miracle. There's nothing. There is, again, kind of to your point, Denise, there is the element of the old man coming, I guess, kind of to his rescue after Macaulay Culkin talks to him, or what's his name? Kevin talks to him. This stinks you only gives twice a year. Yeah, Kebby. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't think much of it as a kid. I mean, there were times, like, when did you get them? What did you get gifts for? Like, I would get them sometimes if my parents were doing, if we had, like, we were a single income 4-person family. So there wasn't a ton of money to throw around. My dad loved Christmas. He was very much into it. And so he always made sure, with the exception, I think, of 2 times in 21 years, aside from 2 years, we had a good Christmas, or a full Christmas. We had at least some kind of decorations, and we had enough presents to fill the week or two before school started, at least. New football, different things. But unless it was a very rare circumstance when hey, if you get all A's or you get all A's and a B or something like that for honor roll this time, we'll buy you a Nintendo game or something like that. Aside from those few and far between times, and there was a brief time where I got an allowance, I wasn't getting gifts. So I would just ask, what was your all experience? Did you get gifts for just randomly? I mean, it's great. I love that, but for me, it was either Christmas or birthday, and sometimes you had to negotiate against Christmas. So, it was September. And you really, really wanted this thing, whatever it is. And you would say, okay, that's one less present at Christmas. Or I don't want anything else for Christmas. If it was really big, it was a really big deal. You go, there's nothing else I want. Don't give me anything for Christmas. Just give me this. Which, fortunately, parents wisely understand that the kid at that age, 12 and under probably, is not going to care in 3 months that they made this deal, this negotiation, to get their present early. When it comes to Christmas time, they're going to want something at Christmas. And you can make it small, but they're going to want something. They're not going to be like, nope, totally. Nope. I made the deal. I'm watching my sister open stuff. I'm watching my friends open the stuff. It doesn't matter to me. Not interested. Don't care. Like I got my thing that's now 3 months old back in September. I remember watching as a kid every Christmas plethora of biblical movies. Quo Vadis was one of the most common ones from fantasy shows. Old, the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Oh, the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Right. Now see that, well, I mean, it does have fantastical elements. It does have supernatural elements. But of course, I mean, as we know, Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe is a very, unlike Tolkien, who, did not want allegory, did not say, hey, I want you to read some kind of religion into Lord of the Rings. C.S. Lewis wrote them to be allegorical. Like, they are very much telling the story of Jesus and different, from a very Christian perspective on life through these books. I think they're great books, personally, but I understand why a lot of people necessarily wouldn't. But I think Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe is a standalone. It's fine. And it does have the fantastical elements. It has a Christmassy vibe, and everything's always winter and never Christmas. So it's actually a thing. And then Aslan comes and whatever. So I'm not sure that might qualify as a Christmas movie. I haven't really thought about that one too much. But Thanksgiving would not appeal to non-American audiences. Right. No, Denise, that's what I'm saying though. But you got to remember, this is where the movie was filmed. So And the people, and like I did say at the beginning that most of the people that have that perspective are from Wales or, the UK, essentially that area. So they don't have that here. But like I said, it doesn't, Christmas is the one event that in nominally Christian countries all over the world, people tend to be sentimental due to season of goodwill. So Die Hard, we're just adding to the sentimental. Right. No, I'm not arguing with that, Denise. I'm just saying that is not uniquely, like, it's not that put it this way, it's not even a rarity for people to reconcile outside of Christmas. It's not a rarity for people to decide I'm going to go visit. It's a good reason to. It's a fantastic reason to. But Die Hard does not become a strain on credulity. It does not lose a significant or require more suspension of disbelief if John McClane decides I'm going to go visit my wife because she just got a promotion and it doesn't sound like she wants to come home. I want to go and tell her that I care about her. Or he finds out that the company is throwing her a party, like to celebrate her and 5 other people being promoted and coming into these new positions. And she sends out an invite or something, but it's like, you don't have to come. Don't worry about it. I know you're busy with, whatever. And he's like, no, I'm going to come. You could easily swap that element out it's not Christmas dependent. But I mean, to your point, it does make a lot of sense for it to happen at Christmas, but I don't think people only reconcile at Christmas. I don't even think that's a thing where people like hold on or hold out just for that. I think people reconcile naturally. And then yes, there are times where we're more charitably disposed, but again, is that integral to the movie in a way? Like, I mean, it would almost be like you'd be more apt to find a movie that there's something to do with the end of the year that is unique to happen at the end. Like, I actually had to look at it and go, okay, wait a minute. Were the bonds only available because it was Christmas? Like, reasonably? Like, what was the defenses would be down in general. If you're having a party, a company party, you're not going to have extra, you're not going to have, a whole lot of stuff going on. People aren't going to be, coming out there expecting much. But it was like, but if there was a time sensitive thing, it wouldn't make it a Christmas thing, but at least a year's end. Like, there's some kind of thing that happens at the end of the year for this company when all their books are reconciled or their whatever is done or all this stuff is brought in. And then you go, okay. But even then, it's not Christmas so much as it is, this is the end of the year, or this is when the accounting ends. So that's my only point. I think for me, a Christmas movie needs to be that the Christmas elements need to play a unique role in the happenings of the movie in a way that you would be out of place otherwise. In other words, you watch it and go, this could really only happen at Christmas time. If it happens at any other time, it doesn't work. Like, it can't happen. It really, in order for things to make sense, it had to happen at Christmas time. Not winter, not snowy conditions, not end of the year, but uniquely Christmas, because this is really the only time where this kind of thing happens, or this is where, whatever. So, I mean, I'll be fair. It's very difficult to find movies where that is inextricably linked, which is why I added in, or why the other qualification is that supernatural element, or that miraculous element. It doesn't have to be a God of heaven thing. It's literally just, this circumstance only passes, like you were saying. I mean, I guess to my point, you said, what is it? One event over the world where people tend to be sentimental due to the season of goodwill idea. So there are things like the forgiveness of criminal, like Trapped in Paradise. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the film. I'm like, well, yeah, it's amazing, but it's this cool. For those who don't know, Dana Carvey, John Lovitz, Nicolas Cage, and I might be missing somebody. I recognize the mom as well, but I can't remember her name. Anyway, they're misfit thieves, and they end up in paradise. They believe it's Pennsylvania at Christmas time to rob it because all the money is in the vaults, because it's like, because again, uniquely at Christmas time, when the holiday spending is at its peak or whatever else, the people pull all the money together for charity or whatever. I'm not remembering exactly, but there's a reason why it's at Christmas time. And when they go through this whole thing where Nicolas Cage never really wanted to do it. He kind of got manipulated, lied to by his brothers, which Dana Carvey and John Lovitz, which right off the jump, the fact that those three could be brothers, that's straining credulity right there. But there's a reason why it's happening at Christmas time. It has all the trappings and all the things. But at the end, what the miracle that happens is they have a change of heart. Everything kind of just miraculously works out where they're able to get the money back and return it. They confess. The townspeople forgive them, and a time again, you in a time with season of goodwill and charitable thing for an entire town of people to go, you know what? It's okay. Now, if they hadn't returned the stuff, that would be even more of a what, but then it wouldn't be a Christmas miracle because there's not the redemption element, like with the Grinch, like with Scrooge. You have an element where it's your bad guy has a change of heart and the good guys are very, very forgiving and go, okay. And you go, okay, but it's Christmas. If that exact same thing happens in real life in July or in February or whenever, March, you go, really? Like not a single person felt that way, but you go, but it's Christmas. It's Christmas. And right or wrong, cheesy or not, that is a time where we go, forgiveness, redemption. These are things that we embrace as part of the Christmas spirit. And so it falls in with that. And if it was happening at a different time, it would be very difficult. But so there are elements you may be able to pull away, the Christmas elements you can, but it really is Christmas centric. It's happening around the holiday of Christmas. People are celebrating Christmas. It's very much woven into the dialogue, into everything. Everything that's happening is based around Christmas. Christmas is the centerpiece and the story is happening in context of Christmas. Die Hard, it's just that time of the year. It just happens to be happening at that time of the year, but sorry. Anyway, let me just catch up here. Our kids get them 3 times. St. Nicholas also brings gifts here on the 6th of December. What? 6th of December? So you've already had your Christmas, St. Nicholas? Because here St. Nicholas is considered to be, that's Santa Claus. Like that's at least the myth of Santa Claus or the persona of Santa Claus was derived from St. Nicholas, who I believe was a gift giver, gave gifts. I don't know if it's to kids per se, but he was considered to be a gift giver. Is there a separation for St. Nicholas doing his thing on the 6th of December versus Santa doing it on the 25th of December? Or do you not have the 25th of December? Christmas is the only event that but on St. Nicholas Day, there's also a creature. Right. Krampus. Now I'm familiar with Krampus, not 100%, but Ben-Hur and all the Charlton Heston biblical movies run repeat. That's true. Yeah. 10 Commandments. Again, nothing Christmas about 10 Commandments. But I do remember that being on there as well. But yeah, I remember about Krampus. And we didn't have Krampus here, at least growing up, that I knew about. But it has very much become... Pity they edited out the sports car from the chariot scene. Did they really? There was a sports car in the chariot scene? Jeez. My kids will be getting gifts 12 plus times a year. Nice, Kebby. Well done. That is awesome. That is awesome. Underhill, my Christmas tradition is to practice nunchaku for 2 hours while I watch Die Hard. A noble and impressive thing as somebody who's used nunchaku for, I've trained with them very, very little, very, very little, just enough to go, yeah, doing it for 10, 15 seconds sustained is exhausting. Cause I didn't train too heavy in it. I got it to where I could do I'm trying to remember you could go around the side, flip up, flip down, armpit. Like I was getting it, but man, I was sweating. So to be able to do nunchuck for 2 hours, that is impressive. That is quite impressive. I had to earn my gifts. Christmas and my birthday was the only times I got. Exactly, Quee. Yeah, that was my experience as well. Like I could do things that would merit an extra thing if my parents could afford it. I remember one year I felt so bad. It's what, you have those memories where they just hurt no matter what point in your life you're in. This is such a small thing, but there was one year my mom said, if you make the honor roll this year or this semester, it's not semester, but this grading period, if you make all A's and B's, I will get you present. I had just gotten a Nintendo. So in my mind, I'm thinking Nintendo game. Like, I'm going to get a Nintendo game. So and I didn't go above and beyond. I just, tried maybe a little bit harder and got A's and B's. And so the day came when I was going to get my gift, and she gives me this box. It's a very small little box. Immediately noticing it's not Nintendo size, not Nintendo game size, not Game Boy size. And I open it up, and it's these two pencils. One of them has like a beanstalk pattern on it, and the other one is like in the shape of a flagpole. It's got like a little the white flag, the flag that Mario jumps on. And holding on to them are these little pencil toppers, little plastic Mario guys at the very top, that you could slide off and have them, but it's just, it's Mario going like this, and it's just got a hole through where the pencil goes. That's what I got. And I was very young at the time, maybe 9-10 years old. I mean, not so young, but still kind of young. And so maybe it was before I got my Nintendo, because I wasn't that old. But anyway, I just remember being disappointed, because in my mind, she didn't say that it was going to be a Nintendo game or something big, but in my mind, hey, honor roll, that this has got to be something. Shoot, man, there were people that were getting freaking cars. Now, not when they were in elementary school, but one girl, for getting all A's one semester, she got her dad gave her a Mustang, or that was her birthday. I don't know. Anyway, that's kind of stuff that people around me were getting. But anyway, I wasn't expecting anything like that. I was thinking, though, like a Nintendo, something a little bit bigger, not just two pencils. But I remember the look on my mom's face when she saw my disappointment. And that, I can't, and we've talked about it since then, and not reconcile, but just talked about it. But she knew, like she said, I wanted to get you whatever, but there was no money, son. That we had nothing. We had absolutely nothing. So I had to go find something, anything. And I know you liked Mario. I knew you liked that kind of thing, and I couldn't get you something better like that, or something. I couldn't get you a game. I couldn't get you a controller. I couldn't get you anything. That's all the money we had. And so it was a very, and I knew that when I got them, like I knew that I was old enough to know we weren't just a wash in money. Like I shouldn't be expecting something that big, but it just, whatever I was thinking, whatever was in my mind at the time of what I was going to get, the pencils were much, much smaller. And I just remember seeing the hurt on my stage. Not that I hurt her, not that I did something mean to her, but that she could see my disappointment, that I didn't hide it very well. And she could see that I was disappointed, and she hurt because she wanted to do more. So that's my childhood. And that's not indicative of my childhood. It was not all sad, gloom and gloom. It was that. We didn't have a lot of money for those things. So there were times, if my dad got a bonus or something like that, there were times where I can remember, okay, I remember getting, just randomly one day I came home and I had some Ghostbuster figures and Slimer and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, from the old school stuff. I don't know why. My dad just had some kind of surgery. I do remember that, but I don't know what that had to do with me getting toys. But that was like one of the only times that I got something that wasn't birthday or Christmas. And like you said, Baldrick, like, or was it, Quee. Like what you were saying, like you had to earn it. You had to do chores, or you had to get, earn your allowance, or you wash cars. Like you got money yourself. But Christmas and my birthday were the only times that I could get something that I didn't earn. It is more religious holidays. I gotcha. Also, Santos shows in Lion the Witch and the wardrobe he gives. Oh, that's right. He does, doesn't he? Goodness gracious. I need to read that story. I totally forgot about that. He actually has a cameo. Body bag. I will not listen to this blasphemy. See, and that's the thing, folks. That's the thing. I understood. That's the thing. I understood when I did this. Like I said, the video that I was listening to, watching, they had at the beginning, like, and they were all talking. There's like, well, there were only two at the time, but all the people on the show, there were 5 total. They all said, "Oh yeah, it's absolutely, anybody who says otherwise is stupid." And I mean, they were joking, but they weren't really. I mean, they were, but it wasn't like you're stupid. And then they did a poll, and it was like 87% or 83% said it was a Christmas movie. So I understand that the popular sentiment is that it is a Christmas movie, but we need to have criteria for it. And to make it a Christmas, not to make it a good movie, not to make it a fun movie, but to make it a distinctly Christmas movie. And kind of to Kevy's point, I think there doesn't have to be. Like I said, I think Klaus does a good job of not leaning too heavy into the sentiment, but there is an element of that because that is like part and parcel of Christmas. Like that is part of what is woven into it, is this time of good-naturedness and of giving, and these, which, you say, okay, it's a bit saccharine, it's a bit sentimental, and most movies either feature or have, like now Family Man, Christmas movie, you have a miraculous supernatural intervention to turn this modern day Scrooge. It wasn't even a Scrooge really. He simply was a very selfish and very happy bachelor who learned or discovered, became a family man, became happy and content with less money, less possessions, but with family. Whether you would agree with that or not, that's not the same. It wasn't like he was romancing. It was supposed to be his wife, somebody that he'd been with. So it was more of trying to figure out how a marriage works and how that, how he would interact with that. More so than like it's a romantic thing. Like now, Trapped in Paradise does have a romantic element to it. It's a very small B storyline, but it is there. It doesn't have to be. Christmas does not. It had nothing to do with romance. I will put that out there. A movie that is, unless the romance is contrived because, again, of some, I wished upon a star on Christmas Day that I would have, whatever, something like that. And the movie makes you go, ooh, now there's some magical thing that happened. A Frosty, there was some, oh my gosh, a recent, was it the hot, oh gosh, not Salty. What is his name? Frosty, Hot Frosty. It's horrible. It's an abomination, just absolutely atrocious. Doesn't make any sense, but it qualifies because it's a Christmas miracle type thing. So, like I said, this is not saying decrying a movie as good or bad. It's just we need to have standards, and I'm not talking about quality standards. I'm talking about definitions. And there's nothing about Braveheart. Well, that either. But not too many people are saying Braveheart is a Christmas movie. Die Hard is actually how Christmas goes out at my house. Well, I cannot account for hyperbolic statements like that, my friend. You're still alive. So either you've wiped out most of your family or you're fibbing, which is not very Christmas-like. And it's almost Christmas. He's chin deep in heresy. Reconciling at Christmas is a Hallmark holiday special thing for sure. Exactly, Underhill. Yeah. That's, and that's what I'm saying. Like I would like to make a Christmas movie, or write a Christmas movie that's more on the, like I like the mythos or the lore of Christmas and examining the roots in different places. Like again, like Klaus. Not I don't want to make a movie like Klaus, but something like that where it's examining the origin of where it came from, where it started, factoring in or having it exist in a world that does have that whimsy. But also not trying to get too much into well, then why doesn't it happen now? What about parents buying the gifts? Like it's not trying to go there. It's trying to look at what it was and that maybe it is no longer, kind of like a Middle Earth type thing where it's, it's like this was once the world before all the big folk came in kind of thing. But it was like the idea that Middle Earth was in fact a part of our world before everything else came here. It's not supposed to be true, but that kind of thing, and having it being with a dimensional type thing, not like space travel, but literally that there is a place where, I don't know. I don't want to give any half-baked ideas, but it's like, I like that idea, but where you don't have to have romance, you don't have to have those things, but reconciliation is, or redemption, I guess, for as much as people want to say family is, Christmas again, but is it unique to Christmas? Redemption, stories of redemption are heavily, I wouldn't say completely unique, because Shawshank Redemption, obviously a great movie, not a Christmas movie, even though there was snow in it, and even though there was redemption, had nothing to do with Christmas. But typically stories of redemption are intertwined with or are heavily correlated with Christmas movies. Or a lot of Christmas movies feature a redemption. And as I said, usually triggered by some kind of supernatural or otherworldly kind of thing that happens. Even if it's not on the nose, even if it's not, something decided, there's something in there that intervenes and changes the course of that person's life, has them do a U-turn from the direction they were facing. And I think it doesn't have to have that. That's why I said it's one of the two. But otherwise, you have to have some kind of, I'm not even entirely sure. Jingle All the Way. I'm trying to think about that. But I mean, that one, I guess, let me, before I get on that one, I'll talk about that one there. And again, doesn't mean that the movies are good or bad. Someone made a Die Hard advent calendar where Hans falls a little more. That's funny. It's inaccurate because it's not Christmassy, but it is funny. That is funny. And look, honestly, at the heart of this, I wanted to, because I am very much convinced that it's not, but this is really couldn't care less, honestly. Like, people want to love it as a Christmas movie. I'm not trying to dissuade people on like, oh, you're a bad person, you're wrong or ridiculous. It's a fun thing to have a debate about, and I like the fact that it's something I genuinely believe in or believe the perspective on, but understanding that I'm probably against at least 85 to 90% of the civilized world. Hans was a good villain, but his henchmen were typical corny action movie henchmen. I don't know about the long-haired guy, the guy that he ends up fighting and cuts him in half with a chain. That guy was not some corny action movie henchman. The only guy, in fact, he wasn't. The only guy who was a little bit, corny, I would say, was the hacker guy. He's like, come on now, he was just kind of like he was just enjoying himself, and just kind of. And now, to be fair, I don't think that was a bad character. I'm just like, he was the only one that seemed a bit over the top. Most of the other ones. Then you had the one guy who did the whole he gloated before he killed him, and then he ends up getting shot through the table. So there was a little bit cheesy. But then you had the guy who got killed, the brother got killed. I thought he was, I don't know if it's that guy. I think he was the one in the elevator. I can't remember. He gets killed, and then that pisses the other brother off, or the cousin, or whoever. And he goes after him. There were enough. They were kind of corny, like you were saying, typical corny action movies, but not Christmas corny. They were not, to be fair, even though Home Alone, I don't know that it qualifies. Marv and Harry were what you would expect in a Christmas movie's villain. They were goofy, over the top, never really, the reason why, we don't think about, they stopped caring about stealing from this house and just wanted to kill the kid or to get their hands on the kid. I'm sure they weren't planning to just do nice things, but we don't think about it that way because they were so presented as so harmless and bumbling that they were not a menace. They were a threat, they were antagonists, but they were never a true menace, because if they were presented in that way, it would be a very morbid thing when we realize, oh no, they don't care about that anymore. They're coming for him. And when they get their hands on him, that becomes very morbid at that point. So they fluff it up. Same thing, I've talked about this before. Gaston in Beauty and the Beast, just a small tangent. Gaston is creepy. Gaston is a stalker. Gaston is a very, very forceful person. He would be very menacing and make an audience very uncomfortable with his encroachment on Belle and his persistence on Belle. But they made him a goofball. Now, they made him formidable. I mean, he's a hunter, so we know, okay, he's hunted some big game. He's strong. He's burly. So we can believe that he goes up against Beast and presents something of a threat to him. And when we see that fight, we're not going, okay, yeah, it's a sure thing. They build Gaston up to be a specimen of a hunter and a very whatever. But outside of that, he is made ridiculous. He, Belle opens the door, he falls flat on his face, and and he's got this goofy song, and he's got this big voice and big chin, and just he's very self-absorbed. He's not endearing, but his menace is nerfed by his presentation. Otherwise, it would be incredibly disconcerting every time you see him, because somebody like that with his disposition and his aims, where he's like, I will have Belle as my wife. Like, it is a very forceful and frightening thing. So it's the same thing. The guys there are made bumbling because otherwise it would be terrifying. I would say the henchmen in in the movie. They were given a little more personality than I think a lot of 80s movies henchmen were. But yes, Hans Gruber was what was it was fittingly so. We've got so many other things that have to take place in the movie. We don't have time to flesh out the henchmen. They just kind of need to be the muscle. We need to believe they're willing to take orders. They're willing to do horrible things to people. And that's about it. But yeah, they're over the top. Classic Tower Man. Is that referring to the advent calendar? Yes, there was a sports car in the background of the chariot scene in Ben-Hur. It was edited out later once the blooper was caught. Oh, I guess it's the same. If I'm not mistaken, in Return of the Jedi, when they had the rebel fleet massing near Solust, I believe they said there was like a gray Nike that was in the far back, like it was blurry, like it was far enough out of the shot to be blurry, but it was filling up space. Like they had a shoe just taking up the space because they needed something there. They wanted to make it look like there were more ships. I don't know because I don't remember seeing it for myself. And I do have the VHS copy. So in theory, if it wasn't part of the widescreen presentation, if it was within the the cropped full screen, you could probably see it there, or at least where it was supposed to be. I don't know if that's just an urban myth or legend or what, but I could have sworn that was there. But I think they also have edited that out if it was there. Hey, y'all, how's it going? Io, Jesse saw the subtle thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. Oh, did you? You saw the subtle nod there, hey? I mean, come on, there has to be some hidden menace, right? There has to be some alluring aspect of it that makes people go, wait, something is not as it seems. Just like you can't say peace and goodwill and then be like, but it's all about fighting. So I had to had to include that there. Regarding 6th of December and January and 25th, Christmas in the beginning wasn't really a day for gifts, but to spend it with family. During time, it was adopted as another. Okay. So the 6th was St. Nicholas and the gift giving. December 25th was kind of to the point. It was more of like a Thanksgiving-esque thing where it was really, because here there's nothing there. There's Tom Turkey, which he's not even a thing really. I mean, it's a turkey called Tom Turkey, but there really is no theme or, I mean, for whatever it used to be or used to mean, Thanksgiving in America is just an excuse to hang out with family. Really, that's what it is. So it sounds like that's what December 25th had been. And then it eventually became morphed into a gift-giving day. Why wouldn't I expect a Hot Wheel car? That is a reasonable gift. That's very true, Kevy. That is very true. And I'm trying to remember. I feel like it's so hard for me to pinpoint my age because I've tried to think about things from my youth, and unless I've got a year that I can like okay, I remember 6th grade. I played basketball. I was this tall. I was so tall. This was happening. I had a crush on my science teacher. Like all these things kind of helped me triangulate where I was at that particular year and what was going on, how I was dressed and everything. I cannot remember. So sometime between the age of 7 and 10, I believe, or maybe 11. See, I don't remember when that went down. It was sometime in elementary school. So I guess 10 would have been the max. But if I was closer to 10, I would have been further away from Hot Wheels, I think. I mean, I had Hot Wheels growing up, don't get me wrong, and Micro Machines. Loved me some Micro Machines too. But I just feel like I was at the age where I had kind of transitioned away from toys, and it was into like the Nintendo, it was into football and basketball, like sports, outdoors, and a little less of that fantastical playtime. So I think at that age, like if it was 2 years earlier, maybe, then yeah, Hot Wheels for sure. I mean, I had probably, I don't know, 20 or 30 of the things. Well, maybe not that many. Yeah, maybe about that many. But I think the way she phrased it was something special. And I believe when I talked to her later, I think that was her goal. Her intent was to get me a game or to get me something bigger. But when it came down to it, they just didn't have the money at the time. I don't know if my dad spent it on something else or if the car broke down and they had to fix it. Because that's the kind of stuff that flies over your head when you're a kid. All you know is, mom can't take you to the grocery store. Can't go to the grocery store today because dad has the car. and he has to have it for whatever. Like we don't, you just don't know the logistics of what's going on. So I don't know what happened, but I think the intent when your parents say, I'm going to get you something special, it connotes something more than just a token, which like a Hot Wheels. I mean, and again, I'm not always spoiled by any means, but like, if they got me a little thing, or, a little, they used to have gumball machines they were like gumball machines, but they had actual like little cheapo toys in there. So like there was one that had like a miniature football helmets in there. And, my mom might come home from the store or let me get one. They were 25 cents and she might get me one of those, so you could get little things. And Hot Wheels probably back then weren't much more. They were probably 75 cents, $1. They weren't much more than that. So you could get a token, but when you're talking about all A's and B's, in elementary school, and you're talking about a special gift or something special, it makes you think of something bigger. And I think she was thinking bigger when she said it. It just kind of got underplayed. But no, you're absolutely right, Kebby. That is a reasonable gift. And yeah, I mean, and later on, I was able to appreciate it for what it was. And I have actually since found the crap that I found on eBay, the exact little Mario pencil. And I thought about getting them, but I was like, I don't need to buy it again. But it was just cool to see that it wasn't, that it was something out there. And what I also wanted to make sure, because it would have been a kick in the pants and I don't know if it would have been a Christmassy story, but like a very crazy thing to have happen is finding out that they're collector's items now, and that a mint condition one is going for like $500. Because that's weird kind of crap happens all the time. I mean, not proportionately all the time, but just more often than you'd care to think. Something that you got rid of as a kid turns out to be something valuable because everybody got rid of them when they were kids. Nobody cared about them. And so now they're very scarce, hard to find. And I was happy to see they were not worth more than a couple bucks. But I did, once I found it, once I saw it, I was like, oh, please, God, no, please don't let it be something. But I mean, it would have served me right. The gift that I didn't despise it. Like I said, I came to appreciate it. I had to get over my expectation. And unfortunately, my mom saw me before I did that. And, oh, thank you, Zach. Hey, Zane, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Boy, I got Quee, and now Zach 2020. Good to see you, my friend. And thank you. Yes. Norse something. I can't remember, but it's off of Etsy. Fantastic mug. It costs a little bit, but I mean it holds up. It is smooth. It is a pleasure to drink out of. Let me tell you. Let's see. Disappointing presents are the worst when you were a kid and don't know any better. I remember being upset to get a Ladybird book on the Vikings instead of a book on the Greeks or Romans. Wait, what? What? So it wasn't that you got a book instead of a movie. It was that you got a book on Vikings instead of a book on Greeks or Romans. Am I missing context here, Denise? Well, first of all, I don't know what a Ladybird book is. But okay, I'm seeing them here now. Are these what you're? Oh, you're talking about these kind of things right here, Denise? Oops, that can't be right. They didn't make those kind of books about. I must be looking at something different. I can't imagine a children's book like that about Greeks, Romans, and Vikings. There's a lot of history there that may not fly at that particular age. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that would, but interesting. But it's funny though. Like I was like, okay, Denise gets it. It's like I wanted a book on this, and it said I got a book on this. Well, it's a little different than I was expecting. A $60 or $50 Nintendo game, Mario 3, and I got a pencil. It's slightly different, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. The disappointment is still there. Whether it might as well be a roll of toilet paper for all you, like you said, if you're not interested in Vikings, getting a book on Vikings is a big nothing. It's not like, well, it's a book is a book. It's like one is something I would be interested in reading. The other thing, it's going to sit on my shelf. So I'm not belittling that comparison. I just think it's funny. I'm going, there's this, and then there's this. You're like, well, it was a book. I got a book for Christmas. Oh, that's terrible, Denise. That's terrible. I can't believe you got a book. That's such a bummer of a thing to get a kid. Well, no, I wanted a book on the Greeks. I got a book on the Vikings. Huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's like saying I got socks for Christmas, and going, well, wait, what's that sucks. You got socks. They were blue argyle instead of green argyle. I thought the point that you got socks for Christmas was the sucky part, but yet it's. I remember the year I found a tricycle wrapped up with a bow under the Christmas tree. It was the most magical Christmas ever. Yeah. See, and that's I don't know that I ever got a bike for Christmas. I think I got a bike for one of my birthdays, a little BMX bike. But yes, but I mean, yeah. But I know what you mean. Like that object of focal affection, finding that under the tree. Yeah. And especially if it's at the age, like a lot of it was for me. I don't know when I transitioned out of the believing in Santa Claus thing. It was not a big deal, which is weird because my parents really sold it. You know, they really made me feel like there was a Santa Claus. And for some reason, the transition from going, okay, it's Santa as actually my parents was a seamless one. Like I don't remember feeling betrayed. I don't remember feeling lied to or disillusioned. It just felt like I've grown up enough to know the truth. And now it's cool to know that my parents were Santa all along. But that magical time when you legitimately thought that Santa had come and placed that package under the tree and just, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's Geo Safari instead of Super Nintendo was a tragedy card. Wait, was that you, Underhill? Did you get Geo Safari instead of a Super Nintendo? Geo Safari. I'm not familiar with Geo Safari. Oh no! Tell me that wasn't you, Underhill. Oh, for those who don't know, and I didn't know, this is it. So it was a oh gosh, I'm thinking like Neo Geo. Like I'm thinking it was some other kind of game system that just maybe wasn't as popular. Oh goodness gracious! Yeah, if you were expecting or hoping for a Super Nintendo and you got this instead, ooh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would be a kick in the. So I did have a Christmas like that. It lives on in infamy in our house as the Tonka truck Christmas. I was at the age where what I asked Santa for, and I made my list. I asked Santa for Batman, Robin, and these are these guys. The superpower line. So I already got Superman on my birthday. Oh, the green screen is killing soups. I got Superman on my birthday. I wanted Batman, Robin, and Optimus Prime to have a truly unstoppable team of crime fighting guys that was going to round it out. What I got instead were 5 big boxes under the tree. We're talking big. I mean, you can't see it, but massive, like 2.5, 3 feet long. That would be almost a meter long, I guess, kind of, sort of, well, close to a meter long. These giant boxes under the tree. So you got to imagine like a 6 or 7 year old, however old I was. I come downstairs and I see these giant boxes, and I know what I asked for. And Santa had been very good. He had not been naughty. He had been very good up until that point. I knew that if you asked Santa for these things and you weren't greedy about it and you were good during the year, you were going to get them. So I see these big boxes and I'm going, okay, I don't know how this works out. Maybe there's like 5 Optimus Primes in there. I don't know. I open it up and it's a mostly metal, but also a little bit of plastic Tonka truck, a dump truck. And immediately in my mind, I'm going Constructicon, Devastator. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be the biggest Transformer ever. Like, I don't know what Tonka has to do with anything. I don't know what this label looks like. I don't see any of the icon, the imagery that I'm used to seeing with Transformers. But I got to believe that's what it is, because that's what I asked for. So we get it out of the box, and I'm trying to figure out how the hell this thing transforms. I'm like, oh wait, all it does is dump? Where's the head? How do you make the arms come out? Like, I'm legitimately like just starting to get more frantic. It rolls and it does this. And then I open up the next one and it's a bulldozer. Again, we're talking like I pretty much got the Constructicons, just they didn't construct a con anything. They just were bright yellow Tonka trucks. Because my mother, bless her heart, my mother thought kids like to play in the dirt. Kids like to move dirt around. They, little boys want to go out there and move dirt and build stuff, So yes, this is what I asked for, but maybe a guy socking the bad guy in the face isn't necessarily what I need. I need to be constructive. I need to move dirt around. I don't remember the exact thing. She just thought I would love him because I think that's what her brothers, she had one older and one younger brother. I think, when they were growing up, they loved Tonka trucks. So she thought it would be more of a surprise to get these big Tonka trucks. Oh my gosh. And you want to talk about, and there I didn't feel too bad because I was too young to understand what disappointment was. I felt it for the first time. It hit me in the field. It was my Geo Safari Christmas. I got a letter from Santa on the most official looking North Polish stationery. Don't know what that would look like, but just not, it wasn't lined paper. This was, my dad told me later, they actually like used he actually used like a lighter or whatever to like burn the edges to make it look a little more like an actual document, and yellowed it and like put tea bags and stuff on it to make it look yellowed. And it apologized. It was an apology from Santa apologizing that he had run out of the materials needed to make Optimus Prime and Batman and so forth, that he was very, very sorry, but that other kids also wanted him. And he just knew that that if there was a kid out there with a good enough heart to be okay with not getting those things this year, it would be me. Okay, now some of this I might be embellishing just because I don't remember exactly, but it really softened the blow. It really made me feel like I was a good kid. I was acknowledged as a good kid, but he just ran out and he promised me he would make it up to me next year. And I think that might have been the year that I got those Ghostbusters somewhere, kind of in the middle of the year somewhere. Because it was just, I'm guessing my disappointment was palatable. They talk about seeing it, but I didn't feel it because I didn't see the look in their eyes. I just remember desperately trying to figure out how the heck these things transform, because I was certain that had to be a thing. I was like, why would it just be a truck? Why wouldn't it transform? That it's the dumbest thing in the history of the world. Luckily, I got over that before I got a car, because that would have been a kick in the crotch. But I grew up beyond that. But I remember the year I found it. But yeah, welcome. Good to see you, Zane. Good to see you, my friend. I have not. Did I miss something in the message? You don't have to tell me here. I'm not trying to read them out. But are you married now? Sorry, I've been kind of keeping up the messages and kind of not, and then I would see one and be like, oh my gosh, wait, what's going on? And then I would. So if you're still here, I'm curious. But you know what? I'll just shoot. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I'll shoot you a text. I'll shoot you a text or a message and catch up with you here. It's long overdue, my friend. Perhaps there's a true niche Christmas movie genre where Christmas is a central part of the movie. Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's like when people say that a movie's really bad, like they're like, this is a horrible movie. Okay. Like that establishes a baseline of what you consider to be a horrible movie. But if it puts it into category with a bunch of other movies that aren't at that level, you got to reconfigure your tier system, because it's like, well, you said this movie and this movie are crappy movies, but this movie was written by somebody, like The Room. Okay, well, some people may love The Room. Looking at you, Underhill. I don't mean to call you out. There was just part of me going, I think Underhill would like that movie, even if it is ironically. Like, you have a movie like The Room, which is just horribly written, horribly everything. People like it as like it's so bad it's good kind of thing. And, it developed a cult following, but fundamentally in pretty much every aspect, the performing, all these things are just absolutely horrible. It's okay. That's a horrible movie. And then you say Die Hard 2 is a horrible movie. I personally do. I don't even know that I think I sat through the whole thing, but I was going, oh my gosh, like this is no good. Like I liked Die Hard 3 well enough. I liked Die Hard 3. I'm not going to lie. I know that's not a favorite. I might even like it more than Die Hard. I think Jeremy Irons does a great job as a bad guy. I like the gal who's the bad guy. I think Samuel L. Jackson and Will Smith played. I'm not Will Smith. Bruce Willis. I think they play well off each other. I think there's more action in it to a degree. It's more sprawling. Anyway. And I like kind of the twist that like all the misdirection, like everybody's looking for this, thinking it's a petty revenge thing, and it turns out no, we're gonna rob. So anyway, I'm not saying it's the best movie, but I like it well enough. But Die Hard 2 was very hard to watch. I don't remember a damn thing about it other than I just didn't remember anything about it even as I'm watching. So But I wouldn't, but if you say they're both horrible movies, but like one is decidedly worse than the other one. The other one at least has a plot. It has, some good acting in it, even if the lines are bad, even if it doesn't all work out there was more time in development. Or like a Breen movie. What was his name? Not Jason Breen. It's something Breen. I don't know. He's a guy who just makes these really, really bad, low production movies. So when you say something is horrible and you equate the two, you're going, well then you make no distinction between the two. There has to be a distinction in order for communication, for clarity of communication. Like if you were to tell somebody Die Hard is a Christmas movie and Miracle on 34th Street is a Christmas movie. I'm not saying that the two things can't exist at the same time and there's a paradox, but you would have no idea what to expect in a Christmas movie. If you watch one and the other, you go, okay, they couldn't be any less alike. One of them I can't even let my kids watch, until they're 16. It's a rated R movie. It's got profanity. It's got violence. And I'm not saying that and you could technically have a Christmas movie with those elements in there. I'm not saying you couldn't, but like if you were to try to qualify what that is and you look at well, what's the common denominator? It's like, well, they both have Christmassy things in them. Okay. And there's family, kind of, sort of. It's reconciled at the end of Die Hard, but not really a theme throughout other than he's trying to stay alive and make sure she stays alive or doesn't want her to die. But like, it's not like a family centric thing or it's about family. It becomes about survival and killing the guy who's trying to kill you. So from a communicative standpoint, from an understanding or like from a way of categorizing things, to say those two things, they're so disparate that I think it's hard to qualify them as the same thing. So what I've tried to do is put out the qualifications that make it what makes a Christmas movie. And maybe there's the I think to your point, was it you, Underhill? No, Kebby. No, shoot. Somebody said, I'm sorry, I forgot who it was, said it's the guy Christmas movie. It's a Christmas movie for the guys that don't like the sentimentality and such, which again, I can understand. I'm not a typical guy in that regard, and I'm okay with that. I don't mind some of the saccharine stuff in a Christmas movie. I don't mind a romance, rom-coms, not all of them, but some of them I actually enjoy. But I understand I'm kind of alone in that as a guy, that's not a typical guy sentiment. I've talked to enough fellows. I know I'm kind of on my own on that one. But so maybe there's a subcategory, or maybe there's a different category. We call it the man's Christmas movie, or I don't know, in today's day and age, that sounds like it's too divisive, but like we qualify it as something else. We don't just call it a pure Christmas movie. We have another way to define something that makes us get the warm fuzzies while also being badass. I don't know. I don't know how it would be qualified, but I just think it just is. It's a hard line to draw to qualify things in Die Hard as Christmas-esque that don't also apply to a ton of other movies that aren't Christmas-esque. Like I said, somebody said, oh, it's about family. And some movies about family make you think about Christmas. I'm like, well, Fast and Furious is all about family. They tell you that every single, all 9 movies, 20 movies, how many movies there are now, they all family. It's all about family coming together. If it's about family and iconography, then a Christmas tree I could CG a Christmas tree into the background of a few Fast and Furious shots. It's California, so you can it's not going to look like Christmas out there anyway. You throw a tree in there. I think it's supposed to take place in California. Anyway, throw a CGI Christmas thing in there and bam, it's about family and it's got a Christmas tree. Therefore, it is now a Christmas movie. Ta-da! We can't reduce ourselves to that. We have to be better than that, is my point. In some religion or some regions, people would also mask themselves as Krampus, something like masked mummers. That's terrifying, Baldrick. That is terrifying. And the imagery that I've seen of Krampus, so it's very much the carrot and the stick, I guess, in these areas. And I think it's even become a thing. Like I knew a guy who, he didn't have kids. I would say almost thank goodness, but he was really, he loved the idea of Krampus and was into that far more than Santa. But it's like, okay, so for most of us, the stick was coal in the stocking or not getting something. Whereas Krampus is like this demonic spawny looking thing, nightmare fuel. And that's what's going to come after you, right? Does it come after you, or does it just, oh wait, no. Oh, bruise your, okay. Oh, on the 6th, you get a gift, but also a gold, silver colored little branch, presumably Krampus, so you know what will bruise your. Oh, okay. I love that custom. Okay, so maybe it's not quite as sinister as it seemed. If the only thing let's just look at this. I mean, come on. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Where'd it go? I mean, come on, guys. There is nothing remotely pleasant. Where's the image that I came up when I first pulled it up? What was it? No. There was one that let me do this. Well, there was a very terrifying visage, but I mean, you can just look at. I mean, these are straight up out of nightmares. Like, that's not like, oh, I'm going to put coal in your I got to get this on my screen. Ugh. You know, it's not. I'm going to get coal in your stockings. Like, that looks like I'm going to hunt you down and kill you in your sleep, kind of thing. You'd have one village member masked as St. Nicholas bringing candy from door to door, and Krampus giving the colored branch. Did he look like that though, Baldrick? Did he look like that? Because, I mean, how do you have well-adjusted kids when I mean, that's just yikes. Die Hard is a Christmas movie that is about him engaging in Christmas traditions that gets interrupted by a threat. He even wears a Santa Claus hat for the season. What Christmas traditions? So I'll admit, it's been a while since I've seen Die Hard. I haven't even watched it in HD yet. And the last time I saw it, it was still on standard resolution Blu-ray, or standard DVD, but I don't remember any Christmas. He leaves, he flies out. He's got a teddy bear, I believe, some kind of stuffed animal, I think as a gift. He's flying, he lands, he talks to his wife. It doesn't go well. He takes off the shoes to do the scrunchy thing with his toes. Pooh hits the fan, and he's off to the races. He says, "Yippee-ki-yay, Mamma Jamma," not "Merry Christmas," although he might say "Merry Christmas." Does he say that at the end? I don't know. I don't remember the Santa Claus hat either. Are we talking about the same time? Maybe I saw a different. Maybe I did not see. Maybe I saw the director's cut or the not director's cut. Maybe I'm missing. I'm not saying that's not true, but Die Hard lead role was contracted to Frank Sinatra because Frank was in the technical prequel The Detective. No kidding. He was offered but declined. Could you guys imagine? Dude, that is crazy, Underhill. Yeah, could you imagine Frank Sinatra? I mean, I had to believe the script would have been a little bit different. Like Frank Sinatra in, let's see, Die Hard release date. I know it was not Christmas. It was, what was it? July. Again, remember, just a PSA. This was a blockbuster release. There was no attempt to make this in any way appear or seem as a Christmas movie. This came out as a blockbuster in July 1988. How old is Frank Sinatra? I mean, he's probably gone now, isn't he? Is he dead? Yeah, he died in 98. Okay. So he's born in 1915. So 88, he's 73. 73 years old. That is a much different script. I have to believe would not have Frank Sinatra doing what Bruce Willis did in Die Hard. That had to be a different script. How could you, I mean, even if we go to 2 years before, because, that's when the movie was getting, they were getting all the pieces together. So he was, but he's over 70 years old. I can't imagine him doing much more than, oof. That's crazy. That is crazy. The best Disney villain is Froyo, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Gaston can't compete with that. The Hellfire song is classic. See, I have not seen Hunchback of Notre Dame or Notre Dame. I'm pretty sure that was after. I think I kind of signed out of Disney after Lion King. Lion King release date 94. Okay, that sounds about right. Yep. And then Hunchback of Notre Dame, or Notre Dame, 96. So that was 2 years after. So yeah, I was pretty much out after after Lion King. So I never saw that one. But I mean, I would say like Scar is a great villain, but they don't have to hide the menace. And it sounds like Hellfire, if that's what it sounds like. Like I'm not talking about like, but I just mean from a personal perspective. Like it's not the evil like Cruella de Vil or something like that. It's the creepiness of what Gaston, the forcefulness of the undertones of what that is. That I think they nerfed that. Whereas you can have a villain who's just like, I'm going to take over the world. And that's not quite as personal. It's like, okay, I'm going to do bad things, but it doesn't mean I'm going to do bad things to you. The implications of what Gaston was saying, essentially, like, you are going to marry me. You are going to bear me kids. That's just the way it's going to be. End of story. Like, if you don't mask that a little bit, if you don't kind of make that a little squidgy, a little funny, a little goofy, a little harmless, that's there's nothing melodramatic about that. That's actually, like, what do you call that? Close to home villain kind of thing versus being the kind of bigger than life, what have you. But again, I can't honestly say, comparison wise, to is it Froyo or is it Frollo? I don't know. I remember the cinema title in the cinema, little girl asking what's going on. Her mom said, he fancies her. Oh, okay. So it is kind of the same thing. Okay. I might have to check that out then. He fancies her. What a great villain song. All right. I'm going to have to check out Hunchback of Notre Dame or Notre Dame. I don't know. I'm maybe pronouncing it incorrectly. That girl must have thought a guy fancying her equals he wants her to burn at the stake. I was doubled over laughing. Wait, so that's the thing. So he's not actually stalking her. He's not in love with her. He actually wants to kill her. And now I don't want anything for Christmas. Oh, no, don't say that, Io. You can still want it. You're still young. Want things. What was said that made you not want to have anything for Christmas? I bet some people were petrified by that song in the cinema. The cloak figures would have been scary to young kids for sure. I mean, a lot of Disney stuff for young kids. Like, there is that sweet spot for Disney. Like, I'm trying to remember, because I remember seeing, my grandparents took me and my little sister. She's 6 years younger than me. She took us to see Little Mermaid in the theater. For me, I was tripping out over Sebastian the Crab. I thought he was the funniest guy ever. I'm trying to remember how old but I mean, that was a little, what do we do without the internet? Mermaid release date. I'm glad Google's anticipating. No, not that one. The real one. '89. So I was 9. My sister was only 3. So maybe that defies it, because I would imagine seeing Ursula as a 3-year-old would be pretty freaky. I remember seeing the villain in Superman 3 at the age of 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it was. And that was freaking terrifying. But like Ursula, she's pretty freaky deaky looking. But apparently, I don't know if my sister I don't think she had a problem. I don't think she had a problem with Ursula, even as a 3-year-old. Unfortunately, I never saw it in cinema, only after I borrowed it from the video store. Now, and Baldrick, I have to give you a riveting. That was about 2 years ago, right? When it was finally released in Croatia. They finally got Hunchback of Notre Dame on VHS. I mean, I joke, but that could actually be based on the video gaming condition and releases. I feel like that would be a similar thing. Lady Bird is a much loved children's book publisher. They did fiction and nonfiction. The Greek and Roman cultures were sanitized. Okay, that makes sense. Don't let that distract you from the fact that Baldrick and Ubnet play cassette games. I know, right? The vaunted, I had no idea all this time the Commodore 64 was playing off of cassette tapes. Cassette tapes. I mean, That's not a gaming station. That's not a gaming console. It's a cassette player. A cassette player. A Lady Bird book on Rome or Greece would just have a simple explanation of their culture, perhaps what life was like for a typical citizen. Did that feature the public? Didn't they have? I could have sworn I remember seeing like images, and it was like the cloakroom situation in Rome. I could have sworn it was. You know what? Yeah. Like, was this featured in there? Could you imagine Now, granted, I mean, I understand we have our modern sensibilities, so this seems outrageous or outlandish to us. But it's like, okay, that's much more economical. Like, you can pile people in there. Could you imagine just sitting next to, oh my gosh. And like, again, understanding that if you were born into that, you probably wouldn't think it was strange. But by golly, it is one of the most alien looking things. Like, I don't even like to, I mean, I'm not going to go into detail, but like, I don't like people to know that I'm in a public bathroom. I don't know what it is. I don't like to make noise when there's other people there. I don't know what it is. Obviously, you can't help it sometimes, but like, I'm not, like, I don't have a problem. Like, I can use public bathrooms, but it's just not, like, this would just be crazy. Crazy, but this could be where all the business was done. I mean, what? I mean, yes, technically it's where all the business was done, but you know what I mean? Like, this could be where they were negotiating or talking about, like, you know, sometimes you go to the bathroom to kind of get away from the work environment for me. Like, let me just sit down and gather my thoughts. Can you imagine like being at work and you go sit down and like your boss comes in next to you and is like, all right, so we really got to hash this out. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, like seriously? But that would have been normal. It would have been normal. But I don't know that would have been found in the Ladybug book. Oh, Lady Bird. I'm sorry, Lady Bird. Lady Bird? Hey, Lady Bird, you gonna tell me about them Romans sitting in the public urinals? Well, that's just creepy, man. Such an untrue rumor. I've only had one cassette game, Pong. I think it was Ugnip. I believe it was Ugnip body bag that had the Commodore 64 cassettes, I think. My first Christmas list said, Dear Santa, please can I have a few sweets and a toy shark? My twin sister was more choosy. That's adorable, Denise. That is adorable. First, one that you remember. I don't even remember what my first, I mean, I remember asking for those things, but I think I was at least 3 or 4 at the time. You were probably younger than that. A few sweets and a toy shark. Did you get those sweets and the toy shark? Because I'll be honest, I for as many kids as I found that had a toy shark, a toy like Great White, they were hard to find. I ended up having to settle for like a dinosaur that I had to pretend could breathe underwater. It looked ridiculous. It was a freaking like maligned looking T-Rex goofy thing that we got like at a south of the border thrift shop. Didn't in no way resembled a shark other than that it had a mouth open and had sharp teeth. But yeah, it was hard to find toy sharks back in those days. Yeah, when Transformers obsession becomes he likes cars. Wait, what? When your Transformers obsession becomes he likes cars. I mean I remember, I know what I was talking about at the time. I'm just trying to remember what the. But yeah, like it. I mean, because I'm not a car guy. I'm not like a gear. What do you call it? A gearhead, what have you? Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just never gravitated. It was just I was just joking that I was glad I got over expecting things to transform by the time I was, I was driving a car. My twin sister would only settle for a rubber shark, not merely a plastic one. Oh, also plastic was the inferior product. Yeah, married to the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Which game, body bag? Which game? The Pong? Or did I mention a game? The Room is definitely bad and fun to hate watch, but Alone in the Dark is so much worse. Is it really? Alone in the Dark. Oh, jeez. Was it a video game? It's a video game. Oh, no. Was it a movie? Okay, it's a game series. Wait. No. Well, yep, nope. Is it Alone in the Dark film? Oh, no. Is that Christian Slater? Oh, yep. Uwe Boll. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Uwe or Uwe. It's Uwe Boll. He is like the slightly higher end version of Breen. The Breen guy that I'm trying to think of. But yeah, Uwe Boll just did they drag, because that looks like Christian Slater. Did they drag Christian Slater into that? Starring Christian Slater, Tara Reid, Stephen Dorff. I don't recognize him. Tara Reid. Oh yeah, okay. I know of her from Scrubs. Don't know her from anything else, but yeah, Christian Slater, man, that's probably what killed his career. or maybe he was already on the rocks. That he had already be kind of 2005. Yeah, Christian Slater was already kind of out of his sweet spot. I think his popularity was more back in the like Robin Hood Prince of Thieves era, and Broken Arrow, I think is what it was called, the nuclear missile thing. Like he had a very brief heyday, and then after that, I think he does like a lot of. Okay, but so apparently, Alone in the Dark is even worse than The Room. But yeah, Uwe Boll, like if you see his name on something, you can expect a travesty of harmless proportions. It's not going to be like, oh my gosh, it's a massacre. It's a horrible thing, but it's going to be bad. But bad movies. Breen. I got it. Neil Breen. That's it. Uwe Boll, I would say they're comparable in terms of the ridiculousness of the content, but Uwe Boll has a budget, and Neil Breen clearly, as best as I can tell, finances his own stuff. It is bad. I would love to play. I don't know what the rules would be on me playing some clips from it. If you want a Solid Ice is a YouTube channel where he actually does kind of like a mock trailer, but it's like usually 10 minutes long, and it goes through. It's like, what is it? I Am Here is Neil Breen's masterpiece where he showed the world that he is the best whatever action hero ever. Anyway, but yeah, that's all I need to know. Uwe Boll is yeah, absolutely. I can imagine that would be worse than The Room. Although it's hard, man. It would be hard. But here's the way you tell how bad Alone in the Dark is. If you type it in, all it shows you is the video game. There's nothing about it unless you type in Alone in the Dark video movie film. Otherwise, all you're seeing is a video game because it is so bad. Apparently, I didn't know there was a Die Hard 3. Are you kidding me, body bag? You're in here telling me, I can't believe this guy is. It's heresy. You have to. To me, it's more entertaining than the first one. I know that's horrible, and I think I got Return of the Jedi syndrome. I think for some reason I saw. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's happened with Indiana Jones. It happened with Die Hard, and it happened with Star Wars. Not Back to the Future though. That's the only one I could think of, a trilogy where I actually saw it in the correct order. I saw 1, 2, and then 3. I saw Return of the Jedi first, I saw Last Crusade first, and I saw Die Hard 3 first. So that is my first impression. That's my nostalgia or whatever. That's my like first time whoa. And in a lot of cases, maybe not necessarily the story. I'm not going to compare the story or the plot or the characters or the acting or anything like that. But at least from as a kid, you're seeing a more developed, usually better effects, more, obviously Die Hard 3, was that Die Hard with a Vengeance? Yeah, Die Hard with a Vengeance. Die Hard with a Vengeance, it took place all over New York City. Like they were doing car chases or driving the taxi through Central Park, and they were going to the schools, and they were going over here, and they had the dump trucks, and they had the underground, like they had the huge set pieces and the gold, the vault. You had, Jeremy Irons, who, as I said, I think does a fantastic job. And then the gal who played, I don't remember her name, but she didn't have any dialogue. I don't think she didn't say anything, but she was vicious. I mean, she had these the scene of her when there's when the security guy, he's kind of holed up, and he realizes that they're infiltrating the vault, and he's like shooting the shotgun and yelling. He's like, ah, and he's shooting towards where he thinks the people are going to be coming from. And he doesn't see, because he's no longer looking at the cameras or the footage. He doesn't see the door behind him opening. And she just comes in with these like wicked sickle looking things and just slices him across the throat, slices him here, slices him there, and stabs him. And she's just no emotion, just stab. And then she's going to do it some more. And then Jeremy kind of stops her, and he's like, that'll be enough, or something like that. But just completely psychopathic. Great villain. How do you not know? And there was a Live Free Die Hard, which was completely tonally different than the other ones, but as a romp, as a ridiculous romp. Because look, he launches a police car off of a concrete ramp or incline into a helicopter. So we are nowhere near the realm of reality. This is bombastic, ridiculous Die Hard. It was a goofy, fun watch. I'm not expecting anything. That is a turn your brain off and go, okay. That's it. but I don't put that on the same level as Die Hard 1 or even 3. It is campy at the max, and it is enjoyable for a completely different reason, but it is a different kind of enjoyment, different kind of script, everything. So again, very, very different. Family. Yeah. Enough said there, body bag. Enough said. I could hear Vin Diesel's / Groot voice. Family. Baldrick, I feel so bad. So I think the first thing, but Baldrick is always a good sport, but I think the first thing that I ever just, because I just, it's a different mindset. It's just a different mindset, and it's totally fine. But like, I thought there was no way anybody liked the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings. I didn't think it was I didn't think it was possible. Okay, so again, I'm not it's, so there's Aragorn looking that's Boromir. He's sorry. That's not the trippiest part, but just the that's him pulling the arrows out of his heart, mind you. Now, Grant, I think in Lord of the Rings, I think in Peter Jackson's, was he perforated in the heart? I thought it was like all in the chest, but that's literally a clump of 3 arrows right in the heart. But again, I wasn't even thinking. Just as a kid, I remember watching it going. It was rotoscoped. So it's a treat for the eyes in a certain way. There is an artistic element to it. But anyway, I didn't bring that. So yeah, I'm coming from a very naive standpoint. Who else? Was it Gandalf? There's an expression. I mean, just, they get what the heck? Okay, whatever. But it was just, it's just an art style that is very, very different from pretty much anything that I had ever seen. So I just took it as a truth that everybody just thought those movies weren't great. But I found out that there are not only some people that really enjoy them, but or that like them, or that don't dislike them, but there are people who are just huge fans of Ralph Bakshi, that he's done other things besides that. But I just feel bad because I think I leaned into it, probably just exactly what I did just now. And Baldrick's like, I love those movies. Ralph Bakshi is a god. I was like, and I didn't know Baldrick at the time. I mean, this is at the very outset of the communication. So I'm like, oh man, like I didn't think there would be anybody who was like, yeah. So I believe that this is par for the course. Baldrick is like, the room is a classic, and Tommy Wiseau is a god. Yeah, there's a pantheon. There is a special pantheon in Baldrick's universe, comprised of Ralph Bakshi, Tommy Wiseau, and probably Uwe Boll. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Yeah, they made 1 million of sequels of everything. That is true. That is true. I mean, because for the most part, at least for a time, there was guaranteed money in a sequel. It was just because you didn't have to find your audience. You didn't have to worry, is this going to land with people? You had characters, you had a setting that people liked, and you just go, okay, let's milk the crap out of this thing. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've already got the wheel. Let's just roll it in a different direction or something. But I'm not saying it didn't happen early on, because I'm like, even like Jaws 2 was not really that great. But then obviously there was a huge drop off, Marianas Trench drop off from between Jaws 2 and 3 and 4. But, Jaws 2 was not great. But we were kind of spoiled. You did have Indiana Jones, Star Wars, and what was the other one? Back to the Future. Not all of them were bangers, and you'll find people across the spectrum that they liked different movies, different pieces of those. Each one is their favorite for whatever reason. But generally they're accepted. Okay, they were okay. They were all okay. They were all good compared to like Superman, where first one was solid. Had some quirky stuff. Superman reversing time by reversing the world's orbit or planet orbit. I don't know exactly what we were supposed to be seeing there, but as I saw it as an adult, it was kind of like, all right, we're really going crazy with this. But Superman 2 for me fell off a cliff, and 3 just fell further. 4 was absolutely horrible. Like, not all sequels were gold, but there were some that turned out okay. But then I feel like as we got on, you had the Rambo. I mean, Rocky was the epitome of give people more of what they want. Like, we're not going to change the formula almost beat for beat every single movie. We're going to just ramp up the tension. I mean, I thought they were fine, for what they are. I mean, Mr. T changed up a little bit with Rocky losing, and you got Mick dying. And so there's this whole, then he's working with Apollo's trainer and stuff like that. So it's kind of, no, wait, that was the Russian one. Sorry. Yeah, no, Mick dies with Mr. T, and Rocky gets beaten and has to come back, but then he just beats him like no problem. So there's not really a lot, like the whole fight, he pretty much dominated him, which I guess is the audience we're supposed to want to see, but they changed up a little bit there. Then we were back to the basics with the Russian, where he's just a bigger, stronger Apollo Creed-esque, like, formidable foe that he has no chance against. A little more ridiculous. We got him doing steroids and doing like breaking titanium whatever. I mean, it wasn't really that, but it was just kind of over the top. But but again, just gave the and they did fine. And that was the thing. They made their money back. It was a very simple, just give more of that stuff. And then they broke the formula with Rocky 5, which he was sorry for. But anyway. Did you know Wasaw had a Let's Play channel on YouTube? That was really something. Strange, mostly. Really? I did not know that. I didn't. What games did he play, Baldrick? Was it Pong? Was he playing Pong? What was he playing Pac-Man? I feel like those would be his things. And he's like, I don't understand. Hey, Greg, what's going on here? I can't remember the voice, but I just... yes. Strange mostly. And okay, and based on what I just said, that says something. If Baldrick says something is strange, that says a great deal to me. Krampus in some of the stories is seriously intense. Like a dozen words I can't use in YouTube chat intense. I can imagine. He's clearly jolly with love for his job. Hey, Nicholas. Hello. Welcome. I don't believe I've spoken with you before, but hello. Sorry. I'm getting to your chat 20 minutes after you sent it. I'm trying to catch up here, but I can believe it. I don't think you create a character that's terrifying looking just to be like, oh, you're gonna get a spanking. Like, he looks like he wants to eviscerate people indiscriminately. Home Alone, another Christmas movie that's not really. Yes, Body Bag. That's what I was saying. That was my point. The only thing that makes it a little bit more than Die Hard a Christmas movie is that it happened. It actually was released as a Christmas. It was billed as a Christmas movie. But as I said, the family could have just gone on a vacation. Nothing that happened in that movie needed Christmas to happen. It was. I mean, you could have pitched it as like it pitched me. You could have said, okay, we got this thing about this kid doing whatever and whatever, and it's like, wow, that sounds kind of okay. It's like a Dennis the Menace type thing. Yeah, Dennis. But we need a hook. We need really something to sell it. Oh, you know what? Why don't we make it a Christmas movie? Like, again, I know that sounds cynical, but it works. Like, you pair a vanilla story and you put the trappings of Christmas on it, and suddenly it makes it like a movie that, families want to see or, want to take their kids to. You got a kid star, a young star, so it appeals to the kids. It's a Christmas movie, fun for the whole family. I think the same movie, not in Christmas, very different reception, very probably forgettable. So the movie needed it, I think, possibly. I mean, maybe not. I'm not saying definitively, but probably needed it to be a Christmas thing, or they at least thought it did. But I don't think it was because it tied into any kind of Christmas theme per se. It was just a way of marketing it more attractively, for lack of a better word. But yeah, there's nothing inextricably linked to Christmas in it, where if you remove that, the whole movie falls apart or becomes even more of a strain and credulity. Harry and Marv aren't redeemed. They don't end up being, again, I'm not saying it would have been good, but that's the kind of thing you're looking for in a Christmas movie. And it doesn't mean that they just become nice guys or whatever. And I'm not saying that's what I want, but that would have been one of the ways to make it a Christmassy movie. You're tying it into a theme of that, Well, now I think now this is not 100%. This would not change my mind. But if I'm not mistaken, does he wish them Merry Christmas? Like after they getting locked up, he's like, Merry Christmas, guys? Or am I imagining that? Does he, maybe he says it to the old guy or he says it to somebody? But was there like, it just seems very out of character that he would do that or say that. But if there's like a forgiveness element to it, maybe it leans in a bit to where you're going, if that wasn't Christmas, who the heck would believe that a kid who was like traumatized or, being hunted by these guys, although he's never really scared of them. There are brief moments where he's like, oh my gosh, like where he realizes, oh, they're going to get me. But that's very short lived. Like the rest of the time, he's just having a blast, devastating these invaders. But yeah, clearly Jolly would love for his job. I mean, that's true. He likes what he does. It's just, I don't know that anybody else likes what he does. The origin of fairy stories and everything like Krampus is simple. You want your kids to behave and not go into the woods. Yes, Underhill, exactly. Yes. I mean, they were cautionary tales. Now, some of them get a little more complicated. Like, and I mean, I was going to do a whole, like an actual written out video about this. Aladdin and The Little Mermaid, the best and worst that Disney ever did. And comparing Aladdin's backstory, comparing his goal, comparing like his opening song is about, hey, people think I'm worth nothing because I don't have a family. They don't pity me because I don't have a family. They think that means I'm even more worthless. I have to steal to eat. I have to steal. I have to break the law, risk getting my hands chopped off in order just to feed myself. But you know what? There's more to me. I'm not just a thief. I'm not just some scroungy thing. There's some value to who I am as a person. I just wish people could see that. And if they got to know me, instead of just judging me and just saying, oh, he's worthless nothing, it would mean more. That's his opening song. That is his whole thing. So in a way, you'd say he's trivializing something very, very serious, which is starvation, fighting starvation. And, again, as we saw what the guy was going to do to Jasmine when he thought she was stealing, getting your hands lopped off, getting thrown in prison. These are pretty dire consequences. Nobody in his life except for a monkey. That's his companion. That's it. That's all he's got. And you compare that with Ariel. I'm a princess of a kingdom that spans 70% of the world. Now, granted, I don't think she has access to all 70% of the water, but a huge chunk of the world, this continent, this world we live in, I am a princess in a kingdom that expands through all of this. Not good enough. Not good enough. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? When you think my collection's complete, blah, 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 blah. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. So while Aladdin, his song is trivializing the direness of his circumstances and saying there's more to me as a person than this urchin. You have Ariel saying, I've got everything, but I want more. Like that's her whole thing. Going back to the fairy tale thing, the original Little Mermaid, the original mermaid story, as you were saying, is a fairy tale. And it's not her being infatuated with a guy. I mean, there is an element to that, but it's her being essentially wanting an immortal soul, because mermaids in that story, they lived for like 500 or 600 years. They lived longer than humans, but when they died, they turned into sea foam. They had no eternal soul. Humans did. They live shorter lives, but they have an eternal soul. She wanted to have an immortal soul, and so she makes the deal with the witch, which I'm not sure if she's overtly as witchy as she is in Little Mermaid. Because Little Mermaid, there's no doubt about it. You are dealing with a treacherous witch. You swim over a bunch of little algae creature things, and you see them when this witch is singing this song, which she says, oh, one or two people maybe, it's like, what is the actual song? She says, now it's happened once or twice. Someone couldn't pay the price. That's what the witch is saying. But she's showing you what they look like when the Little Mer people, Ariel's people as a princess, these are her people, when they're turned into these little algae looking things, and she just swam over dozens, if not hundreds of them. Okay, obviously this is not on the up and up. Obviously this is a bad idea. You have sought out an actual witch because you are infatuated with a guy who you saw, he's playing with his dog. He must be a nice guy. I'm sorry. Just because a guy has a dog who he's nice to and he smiles and he's good looking doesn't mean that's worthy of infatuation. That doesn't mean he's a good guy and you should go for it. And in the actual fairy tale, it's a cautionary tale because she gives up everything to be with the guy. He falls in love with somebody else. There's no guarantee that he was going to fall in love with her. He falls in love with somebody else. And I think she has a chance. She can still fulfill the contract, still get her soul, but she would have to kill him or allow him to be killed or kill his wife or something. There was going to be some big moral decision she was going to have to make in order to get what she really wanted. And she decides not to, or she spares his life or does something. And so she does end up losing and faces the consequence of her actions and her wanton, frivolity and seeking out a witch and going that route to trying to get something that she wasn't supposed to have initially. But at the end of it, she does, I think after so many years, she does eventually ascend, and she ends up with a soul. And I know there's a lot of religious connotation to that, but that was the original story. So not only did the mermaid, she was spoiled, she was careless and wasn't thinking responsibly and everything. She has to face the dire consequences of that. She doesn't get the love of her life. She doesn't get everything she ever wanted. She faces a hard truth, but ultimately, yes, in the end, she is redeemed. And because of the decision she makes, she is able to get what her heart truly wanted, which was an eternal soul, an immortal soul. Now, I'm not saying that is what The Little Mermaid should have been, but that is a very different presentation to spoiled rich girl, once more, is not satisfied with what she has. Daddy's a meanie weenie because he knows wisely that things are different up there. And let's just ignore the fact that under the sea, everybody talks, everything talks, except for, of course, the shark, the big bad predators. Who are the bad guys here? Not everything under the sea lives off of kelp and inanimate plants or whatever else. Everything, there's an ecosystem down there. Who is getting eaten? How is in any way, shape, or form the under the sea world reflective of, like, we're making the surface reflect, humans. Okay, they cook seafood and everything, but there is a food chain under the sea, and all these talking creatures and everything are getting mauled and getting eaten every single day. How is that? Anyway, we don't need to go off into that, but it's so different. But but it went from cautionary tales to say, don't be irresponsible, don't be stupid, don't be foolish, don't go off with strangers, don't make deals with strange people, don't they were things to get people or kids to learn lessons and to stop doing things preemptively before they make some very dangerous decisions and have a mindset of the world that is not cautionary, that is not going, hey, need to be guarded, need to understand there are dangers out there, need to understand everything doesn't have a happy ending. And again, I'm not saying that that's perfect for a kids movie, but it is, that was the intention. And I would say, while scaring kids is not, is not necessarily the best way to go about it. We're saying, like with Krampus and everything, maybe trying to terrify kids into behaving is not the right way to go, but neither is having the premise of irresponsibility and the premise of making stupid decisions and then having it all work out for you, getting everything you want. And guess what? It took her father being willing to sacrifice himself and his entire kingdom. Like, he pretty much said, okay, Ursula, you get to rule the ocean, because without Eric's intervention, without Ursula doing whatever, Ursula just rules the ocean, and Triton spends the rest of his life as a little kelpie thing. So he took the hit for his daughter's mistakes. Then Eric sacrifices himself for Ariel's mistakes, for her stupidity, for her foolishness, and almost dies. And it's like, where was the responsibility for Ariel? Where was the part where whereas Aladdin, when he screws up, he's got to face the music. He says, I'm sorry, Abu. I messed everything up. Somehow I've got to go make it right. He fights, and I didn't get into all the other differences in terms of the heralds, whereas Aladdin he's in prison. He's got no options. He's locked up, and this guy shows up, and yeah, it's a little bit like fishy. Like, why is this old guy holding out gems for me? But he has to, in order for him to get what he wants, he has to go into a cave that will only allow somebody who has value, intrinsic value, a diamond in the rough. And even then, he has to prove himself by he's like, touch nothing but the lamp. So there's going to be gems. There's going to be temptations all over the place. You have to have a good heart to get into this place. And then you've got to resist temptation and the seductive lure of everything else and just take this very humble looking lamp. And Aladdin doesn't fail that. Abu does. And thankfully, because of Carpet, he's able to escape out, and Abu snatching the lamp at the end, at the last moment. But it was like Aladdin, his progress, his movement forward was he made a mistake. Okay, trusting this old guy. Like, wait a minute, what? But he's in prison. What are his other options? Ariel seeks out, they've got these two creepy looking eel things that are like, hey, you can get whatever you want. All you got to do is talk to Ursula. She's going to do whatever. They're creepy. They're nasty. And they're saying, come on, like their argument is crap. And so she goes of her own volition. She's not under duress, of her own volition, seeks out a witch to get what she wants. All I'm saying, like, I would rather have, I mean, again, I don't think you need carrot and stick. I think you need good stories. You need uplifting stories, but you cannot take the premise of a fairy tale and warp it into you get everything you wanted at the end. And there's no responsibility for anything. Like that just, that bothers me. Anyway, suffering through Christmas parties. Yeah, I haven't had to do too many. I've gone to some like ugly sweater contests and everything. Or, parties. Usually the ones that were friends were fun because they were just kind of like just excuses to get together. Kind of like we were talking about, like Christmas is just kind of a time to, okay, this is acknowledged. People have time off. Work typically, unless you're in retail or food service, kind of simmers down and you can all kind of get together and have a good time. But yeah, usually I just remember them being hot because you're all wearing sweaters. You're wearing your winter clothes, but there's like 50 people packed into this house and it gets very, very hot and sweaty very quickly. The Sinatra thing, there was a long time between The Detective and Die Hard, and the contract said they had to offer it. Oh, okay. That makes sense, Underhill. That makes sense. Okay. I didn't know they had to offer it, but that would definitely, that makes the offer more. I thought they wanted to. I thought they wanted to have him in there. And I'm just going, what kind of movie would you shoot with a 70-year-old guy? What kind of action movie? I mean, it would have had to been something different. A good thing he turned down the role. Well, regarding the Krampus costume, it wasn't that elaborate as in those images. There might be some fur, mostly sheep wool, and a wooden mask. More elaborate mask would look like this. Uh-oh, here we go. Okay, so it kind of looks like a goat man thing. It's still a little, it's still a little creepy. I mean, look, guys, we like, how many people have been freaked out by Elf on the Shelf? And I don't mean freaked out like out of your mind, like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. But like, the Elf on the Shelf is creepy, right? It's just little. I mean, come on. He's smiling. Got the little, bright little anime eyes a little bit. I don't know why he's got his hands there, but he's very harmless. That creeps people out. You walk into a room and you see that little bastard sitting on a shelf or something. You're like, oh gosh. Like you hide. The whole reason why people hide it is not because they're they want to play the game. It's because they don't want to see the damn thing. So you got to imagine something as ostensibly harmless and kind as that freaks people out. This is still freaky deaky. I mean, it's not as bad as what we saw. No, certainly not. But I mean, a 2 or 3 year old seeing that thing, goodness gracious. But in theory, relatively harmless. Doesn't seem like anybody's scarred emotionally or scarred for forever because of it. It's just it's still a little freaky looking. Like, it's more terrifying. Well, not terrifying. It's more it's okay. The Mos Eisley Cantina filled with the no greater hive of scum and villainy. They didn't look quite as terrifying as that. Maybe the Devashian, the thing that looks like Satan, essentially. Let me see. Where is he? Star Wars. I don't remember. I've never had to say the name out. Devashian? There we go. Yeah. So this guy maybe is on par with Krampus. He's got the little horns. Just kind of looks like a little devil. I mean, he's smiling, though. He seems like he's also having a good time and certainly not up to anything untoward. I don't know. I think they're kind of on par. They both got little pointy elf ears. Both got horns on the head. Both have sharp teeth. Untrustworthy eyes. Folo lusts after Esmeralda and sings to God to destroy her or make her mine. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's 20 times worse than... Yeah, no, I'm with you there, Denise. I am with you on that then. Yeah, that is... Yeah, that's okay. So here's the thing. I mean, again, I have to watch it, I guess, but like they went from okay, let's make the creepy. Now Scar wasn't. They didn't do anything to try to make Scar less evil, but he was kind of low key. I mean, this is Hamlet. You know, this is the usurping of the family through treachery and deceit, not so much maniacal God either kill her or make her love me. I mean, my gosh, public baths were more like a sauna or swimming pool environment, not a public toilet. I love this. I love this. Underhill. Oh my gosh. Sharks are like, I didn't even think about it at the time that I said it, but I was like, if anybody would know, if anybody would have a comment on shark production, shark toy production, it would be Underhill. Having the experience. Sharks are a difficult shape to create by injection molding. Yeah, no doubt. You got the all the fins, the very thin fins. You got the I mean the teeth. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. The weird thing is, like, my friends they were like squeaky toys. There were some like great whites that had the mouth open and they were just hollow, which was really scary. But a lot of them had just like a little squeaky thing. So you squeeze, like, and I was like, you lost me. But yeah, I can imagine that's a hard thing. But that's what I'm saying though, Denise. The that picture from that thing was I just typed in Roman bathroom. I mean, like that's the real deal. Like this is the real deal right here. I mean, I'm not worried about the toilet paper at that point. I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a concern, but seriously, like this was a Roman bathroom. Now I don't know what. I mean, goodness gracious, were the Romans? I mean, do you really need it to go that? I mean, I'm sure there was a functional reason for that, but that just makes me think Romans had something else going on altogether. I don't know that we need a carve out that large for certain things, but you know, anyway. But I mean, that was the thing. It was a. Oh wait. Are you saying that they didn't actually take a poo in those? Like, why would they have the long stick and a bucket of vinegar? Yeah, that's what really creeped me out. So like when I was younger and they talked about they were like Jesus was like, they talk about like the crucifixion, like Jesus was thirsty, so they put like vinegar on a sponge or whatever. You know, I was like, okay, that seems like a weird thing to offer somebody who's thirsty, but I didn't really. But it was. I mean, that's like butt wiping. That's like using used toilet paper is what they were offering. Like, it was. You just don't know that as a kid. Like they don't mention that. I mean, granted, you know, amidst the other things that were involved in crucifixion, certainly not the most egregious, but knowing that part was actually not in any way meant to alleviate thirst, but was meant to, I don't know. But yeah, unless I'm seeing this differently, that was that's where you went to the bathroom in those days, in a very public forum. I'm not sure if it was the same for gals. But maybe it's just that was just for seating purposes. I don't know. Like your mom just told your relatives he likes cars when you really are. Oh, I got you. I got you, Underhill. Yep. Like your mom told your relatives he likes cars. But it was only my. I don't know what I got from my relatives that year. I didn't really get a whole lot. It was my grandparents. I had grandparents in Florida. If we went to Florida to visit them, which we only did like twice, they would have a little something for me and my sister. And if my other grandparents came to visit, which was more often, they would have. But usually that was about it. It was mom and dad. My parents hunted all over the place and did get toy sharks. They preserved the list and like to read it out to guess at Christmas, like blackmail material. That's endearing. That's adorable, Denise. That's awesome. I'm glad they kept that. My mom has kept some of my writings or some of the things that I wrote her, letters or whatever, and it's crazy to look at. It brings a tear to my eye sometimes. Just like, I don't know. There you get to a certain age in life where you feel like you're a much more calloused, bitter, and angry version of yourself. Like where did I go wrong? Like I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed up until maybe it was high school and things started to turn south. I don't know. But I read that, I look at that kind of stuff. I go, man, I wish I could I wish I could be the man who walked out that just married that personality with experience and wisdom and not all the bitterness and whatever crap else I've got going on. I remember the cartoon Lord of the Rings, and I seriously remember the animation style making me feel, oh yeah, because I mean, rotoscoping is a trippy thing to look at. Again, I don't know. I need to look at the rules. I think you can show stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. I'm not trying to make you sick, Underhill. I'm just 1978. So I think this was after the Rankin Bass version. Here we go. All right. So for some reason, again, I don't know when I'm streaming. So you're not going to see it. Oh, it's really, that's not the animation. That's just buffering, because apparently when I'm streaming, it doesn't, I don't even know if it's worth trying. That's embarrassing though. There's a lot of people that can play videos while they're streaming, but not me. Nope. Was it going to run an ad? No. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to, I'm going to have to look into that. But you can kind of see it. It's, no, you can't. You really can't. This is kind of pathetic. I can play video games and stream, but just trying to watch a YouTube video and nope. All right. I mean, you can kind of get a sense. He trips. They actually animated him tripping. Anyway. All right. Well, but yes, rotoscoping is very, very trippy. They had a lot of that in He-Man. He-Man, when the He-Man cartoon, when it came out, it was one of the most expensive animated productions at the time, because it was mostly done on this side of the water. At least a lot of it was. They rotoscoped, like you can tell, like when when He-Man rolls, when he punches, there's like certain segments that they loop over and over and over again in every episode, and they were rotoscoped, and it was incredibly time consuming. It was very expensive. But yeah, it was at the time one of the more expensive cartoons, because most of it you shipped it out to an animation studio in Japan and for a much cheaper rate and turned it out much faster. And I think He-Man, they didn't rotoscope the whole thing. They did a lot of stock footage. Like they would just, okay, here's He-Man running. Here's He-Man doing this. Here's He-Man doing, and they just kind of like arranged it differently for the most part. But even then, it was incredibly expensive. But yeah, rotoscoping is it's weird though. It's like Uncanny Valley before Uncanny Valley. Like the people are kind of moving like real people, but they're animated, and it's weird. Which is the strangest thing is, like, Snow White came out like 20 years before this, or maybe even more than that, and that wasn't rotoscoped. It was just genuinely animated, and it looked lifelike enough. The movements were fluid and just it was completely different. And then you got, and I'm not saying that, I mean, obviously he was not trying to replicate that, although he might have been. Maybe it was cheaper to do it this way, but it's just a different. It just looks, the more real to life it is, the odder it looks when it's animated. You should do a different stream talking about the new Superman trailer. It's got me pumped up. Oh, but hey, Tim! Brave subject to cover. I know, Tim, I know. Luckily, everybody's taking it with a grain of salt and in the spirit in which it is, which is not confrontational, but casually, what's the word? Not conspiratorial. Controversial. Casually controversial. I couldn't really care less ultimately how people view this movie, whatever. I just felt strongly enough about it and realized that a lot of people don't see it the right way, that it was worth at least trying to enlighten people. But yes, thank you, Tim. Good to see you, my friend. Are you well, you know what? I'll shoot you a text. Just curious if you're hanging out for the holidays, if you're going to visit, or you may be going to Disney World. You should go to a different stream talking about the new Superman. But yeah, I didn't know there was a new Superman trailer. I didn't know there was a new movie coming out. I'll have to check that out, my friend. I will have to check that out. But again, I'll have to figure out a way to, if I'm going to do stuff like that, I need to figure out a way to be able to play videos on here without it. I mean, that's just horrible. Maybe because I'm at 10,000 kilobytes. Maybe if I drop that down to something less, it wouldn't. But I mean, like OBS is saying the CPU is only at 1.2%. I don't know. It's not. You don't need to troubleshoot. I don't need to troubleshoot tech stuff. But if I'm going to show trailers or something, I've got to be able to actually play it. And apparently, my PC is not able to do what my Mac could do. My freaking 25-year-old Mac. Let's see. But I will look into the Superman trailer. Tommy would play modern games, but he, as in acting and directing, has no talent at all to be a player. He was god awful in them, but that was the best thing, watching him trying to play them. Yeah, see, I can see that being entertaining to a degree because the games themselves. I mean, come on, you guys watch me play. I'm not a gamer. I don't play games well. Hopefully, Tommy doesn't have my temper or temperament per se, but yeah, I could imagine that would be pretty funny. It could be funny watching somebody like me out of their element trying to play a game that they have no clue how to do. It was like his movie so bad it's actually entertaining. Which witchy witch is which? Which is the witchiest? That's a good question. I got to go with the Wicked Witch of the West. I mean, I get the spirit of the question. Underwater, the fish don't stink. That's probably true, if for no other reason that you can't really smell. Because if you inhale, I mean, although you can taste, and a lot of, what is it? You can inhale, you can kind of taste through inhaling. Like that's one way to, like your smell and your taste are kind of, they're not linked, but they do kind of help each other out. So maybe by tasting, you like, if you lick the water or could have the water going through you like over gills, you could kind of taste it or smell it. But yes, functionally, if you tried to take a whiff of a fish, it would just inundate you with salt water. But yeah, when I think of the ultimate witch, it's Wicked Witch of the West, just because it was a great performance. She was suitably scary, and yeah, just at least to my 5-year-old eyes, whatever. That's something I needed in my life. Underwater fish don't stink. It's a whole song, really? From Bobby's World. Oh, nice Bobby's World. Underwater fish don't. That sounds like a Bobby World song. That sounds like a Bobby World song. I remember the show. I never heard the song. Actually, a pretty good song. There you go, Body Bag. Yes. Before you had Elf on a Shelf, now you have Schward on a board. Or, well, more or less. Schward on a desk. But yeah, it actually looks like a board. It does. It's fake wood, of course, because the real deal would be incredibly heavy and expensive, but it looks like a board. That Krampus is actually tame. Near the winter's end in Slavic and German cultures, we have another custom of dancing the winter and evil spirits away. The costumes depend on the part you're in. These are from my parts. The skull ones would scare me shitless. Oh gosh. Okay, so what? So logic, explain the logic to me, my friend. Explain the logic to me, because again, we don't necessarily have that here, at least to this extent. How do you scare evil demons away when they look like that? That would look like a mating ritual, wouldn't it? The demons aren't fair and beautiful and wonderful and nice looking. They look like that. Evil spirits, I mean, I would imagine anyway, like that's what an evil spirit would look like. So what is the logic in looking like an evil spirit and dancing to scare it away? Or to get it away? Wouldn't that just be like a mating call? The demon's like, oh, hey, look at that one. He looks, it looks pretty darn sexy. Let's, you want to go to a bar or something? I don't know, but you don't look like you're my type. Like, I just don't know how evil scares away evil. Like, that's probably looks like one of their mothers or something. It's terrifying. Oh, geez. Okay, that one, for whatever reason, that one doesn't look as bad. Maybe it's the flannel shirt. Maybe it's the flannel shirt and jeans. Maybe it's the fact that it's mostly kind of like you were saying, shaggy, like lion, or not lion, like wool and stuff and whatever. And it's just kind of the skull of a cow, right? Or a horse, maybe. So not pleasing, perhaps, but It's a skull. I mean, granted, a human skull can be terrifying depending on what you do. If it had glowing red eyes, I would be scared of it. Well, you're loud and evil looking. The idea is to be uglier and louder than an evil spirit. So you lean into the ugly? I'm more evil and ugly than a spirit. I think their imagination was not nearly as grand. Like some of the nightmares I've had of what an actual evil spirit or demon would look like that stuff's like, what are you doing? Come on. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to win. A human being is going to out evil. But it's fun that they try. Baldrick, have you dressed up in this? Have you done the dance? Is there footage of you doing this dance? This is the thing that I must know. Play a video back on your phone while streaming to see if it's just your internet. Well, it shouldn't be, Tim. Thank you for doing that. But because this is actually hardlined. This is not Wi-Fi. The internet is running directly into the computer. And the rest of the house is having to use the internet at the same time. Let me see here. Yeah, the ads are running okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Can we skip the ad now? It's going on for a while. Why does it keep showing me the ad? There we go. That's how I'll get around it. It's playing fine. I mean, you can't see it because of the glare, but it's doing the audio. It's doing the... We're about to see him fall. Come on. Faceplant. I mean, that's a lot of running. I mean, they did it in Lord of the Rings. They did do a lot of running, but... Anyway, you can't really see that. But yeah, it's running fine on the internet. It's, like I said, it's hardlined in. I'm not sure why it's having a problem. I mean, but I can't even play. I was trying to play Borderlands, like my footage of Borderlands, couldn't even play it on like VLC. There's something is getting screwed somewhere in there. But that's hey, come back here, OBS. But yeah, so I could troubleshoot it at a later date, I guess. But I mean, I think. So I'm just curious now. I've said my piece, and I know it's easier to say your piece when you're just talking. But I'm just curious, what is it about Die Hard, or even Home Alone, that makes it, aside from the trappings? Like, let's set aside the visual, because that could be. Like I said, you could have any movie. You could have Fast and Furious. You could have Gremlins, as Baldrick suggested. You can have any movie that has a Christmas setting. Is that really all it takes? Are we that easy? Where all it takes is some iconography of Christmas in order for us to buy it as a Christmas movie? What is it about Die Hard uniquely that would qualify it as I'm kind of wrapping it up here. We're kind of, because I've gone off on 50 tangents, but SCP-4666 is super intense Krampus. SCP. RESCP-466. That is what it means to mix. The Foundation Wicked. Krampus? Krampus? Was that you, Krampus? Oh. I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but verse SCP. Yeah, that's the winners are the people who finish off whichever one wins this. If that's what that, good gravy. Sorry, I know y'all didn't want to sleep tonight. Okie dokie. Actually, he kind of reminds me of Shade from Borderlands 2. It's not quite as scary, but just clicking the link, guys. It's totally not nudes of me. Yeah, we've fallen for that one too many times with old Baldrick, that's for sure. Go ahead, body bag. What's another trauma on top of the previous ones? Stop motion film. Well, you're loud and evil. Okay. The video. Okay. Yeah. So we dress up as Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre and dance around for the Christmas spirit. Baldrick. Nope, but my family members did. Mother's uncle had the skull mask. What a creepy and eerie thing it was. I was always expecting for it to move all of a sudden when I passed near it. Understandable, Baldrick. Understandable. I've been creeped out by, I would argue, far less creepy things. Nothing that has ever been alive. I've been creeped out by things, but nothing that actually was something alive at one point. All right, Underhill. I think we have tunneled down to some honest truths here, and I'm all about it. I 100% appreciate it. Underhill says, if you really want to know, tons of people hate Christmas for so many avarice reasons, and Die Hard and liquor is their alternative. Oh, SCP article, not the fan art. SCP 466 article. It's showing me the same, like, what do I need to type it? Because I'm typing SCP-466 article Krampus. And it's kind of giving me, it looks like it's giving me kind of, I mean, it's all equally disturbing, but it's all kind of in that same vein-ish. Here you go, Underhill. I'm going to bequeath to you you can post a link if you want. So if you can find an image or a video of what it is you're talking about, you can post it there. You can take a look at it. Tim, Die Hard seems to be played at around Christmas, so that could be the qualifier. Well, that's not fair, Tim. No, and I'm not disagreeing that that's perhaps why, but like, I mean, Baldrick is saying they're playing Lord of the Rings now at Christmas time. Does that make it a Christmas movie? They're playing like, do you remember? I don't know. You probably remember, Tim. We're at the same age. They used to air the Star Wars trilogy around Christmas time. They're Star Wars. I mean, Hoth is very North Pole. It has a very, at least the beginning of Empire, at least has some kind of Christmassy feel to it, I guess, in some degrees, but we can't possibly qualify something as a Christmas movie simply because it's aired around that time. Reminding for the 15th time, this was not aired in November or December. This was aired, the Die Hard was released in July. It was a summer blockbuster. It was never presented to us as a Christmas movie. So I'm just wondering, like, it's just amazing. Like, I mean, I understand I'm in a very small minority here, but I just don't understand where that concept came from. Other than, like you're saying, Underhill, people just saying, look, I want to watch, like, yeah, like it's something that doesn't necessarily have to do with the merits or the Christmas-esqueness of Die Hard, but more so, like you're saying, a coping mechanism, all right, let's see here. Oh, possible photograph of SCP-466 recovered from a cell phone. Why should not? What? I don't even know what. Currently believed. Here we go. Currently believed to be a single, exceptionally long-lived humanoid entity of unknown origin. Survivors of, I don't know how to pronounce that. Weishnacht events typically describe as very tall. Between 2 meters and 2.3. And I know how tall that is because Darth Vader is purported to be 2 meters tall. So 6.5, almost 7 feet tall. Elderly male of Europe. Well, how are they determining European descent from the silhouette? I mean, I guess where they're seeing him, they would imagine that's where he's from. With extremely emaciated appearance. Oh, it doesn't look completely bony to me, but okay. The entity always appears completely naked. Yikes, even when observed outdoors in freezing weather. Oh, come now. We can't believe it's a long-lived humanoid if it doesn't even have the sense to clothe itself in the wintertime. I mean, it's not a matter of decency. It's just a matter of survival. If he's cold-blooded, he's humanoid only in form, certainly not in function. Though the nature and extent of its anomalous appearance properties remain uncertain, SCP-466 appears capable of instantaneous or near instantaneous travel to any location north of 40 degrees latitude and possibly to any location on Earth. Activity includes exclusive within a period of 12 consecutive nights every year from the night of December 21st to 22nd. Okay, so this is where the Krampus, I guess, children report seeing in the vicinity of their family's dwelling. The entity will typically be observed watching the dwelling from a distance. A nearby field. Okay, family members. All right, so a very fascinating read. Now reports sounds of footsteps coming from the roof of the attic. an extremely unpleasant odor. So clearly we're not talking about fish underwater. Will also be frequently noticed inside the dwelling. No cause for these phenomena will be found. As a result, parents will often begin to suspect their family is being stalked or even their dwelling might be haunted. There's a fingerprint. Krampus has a fingerprint? Now, wait a minute. Now, I'm no expert. But you see this line here? Those are, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Oh, John Thomas, I think the guy's name is. But I recognize his fingerprint is my point. This is obviously John's fingerprint. I don't know why they're using his fingerprint as some scary thing. I don't know how it got there, to be honest. But yeah, I would recognize this fingerprint anywhere. And this whole like little weird thing, like that is so John. So yeah, I mean, I just debunked this right off the jump. But I mean, it's fun to believe, it's fun to think, but this is clearly John Thomas's fingerprint. And John Thomas from Warsaw. Let me clarify, because there's a lot of John Thomases out there. That's the one I'm talking about. He is pretty old. I think he's 70 now, 75. So they're I can understand why, they may think, emaciated or whatever, but not want to go to that rabbit hole here. Okay, well, too late. I mean, it's interesting. Secure, contain, protect. Okay, I was wondering, I was not familiar with that acronym and the 666 thing, aspect of it. But it is interesting. Like you said, rabbit hole to go down, check it out. And I'm okay with things like this where there may not be a perfectly reasonable explanation. There's some mystery to it. There are thousands of SCP articles. Whoa, body bag, where'd you get those icons from? Those aren't mine. Where did you find Demon Mask and not Dirty Dancing? What is that? John Travolta, Boogie Nights? No, that's not it. Saturday Night Fever? Saturday Night Live? No, Saturday Night Fever. I am a media savvy fellow. I asked Josie why Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and the answer is because it is. Okay. All right. See, this is what I'm up against, folks. This is what... Josie, boo! Boo! This is what we're up against here. This is a preconceived... Somebody introduced this idea, and it was not properly squelched at the time. And so ever since... When did this come out again? 86? If it's 86, I mean, that's... 88. So for going on... Let's say it's 20... Well, okay, it's 8 years younger than I am. 36 years? 36 years. Almost 4 decades. Well, I shouldn't say that. Rounding up. Almost 4 decades. It has been ensconced. It has been heralded as a Christmas movie. And people just accept it. We just accept it. It is because it is. It's that kind of simplicity that we're up against. This lack of qualification. This must be rectified. If we are to ever advance as a society, as a people, as a world, for all the other problems that have got going on in life, for all the other things that are out there, they pale in comparison to us being able to definitively understand and categorize Die Hard as what it is, a summer blockbuster movie that happens to take place during Christmas. Now, I'm going to do something I don't normally do, which is actually consult Wikipedia for more than just very basic stuff. I'm just very curious as to whether they're going to say anything about the production, why it was done at that time of the year. Let's see. Development began. Jeb Stewart was in the dire financial straits. Script purchase Columbia. 6 weeks contract work. Okay. Asked Stewart to write an adaptation of the 1979 novel Nothing Lasts Forever, written by a private investigator. Let's see. Nothing Lasts Forever. I guess I could do the search here because there we go. So is Nothing Lasts Forever? Is that a Christmas movie? Let's see. Retired 40-year-old. Okay, it happens on Christmas Eve. Where his daughter, Stephanie Leland Gennaro, works. Okay. Waiting for the Christmas party to end. Terrorists. Group in the terrorists killed Mr. Reed's. So yeah, nothing really here as why this was a Christmas. It's I'm trying to see if there's anything for the rationale. And here you go. Here to Underhill's credit, Fox had adapted the book's predecessor, The Detective, for the 1968 film starring Frank Sinatra as NYPD Detective Joe Leland, and purchased sequel rights before Nothing Lasts Forever had been written. The concept he considered would provide an interesting aesthetic. Aha! There you go. The film was pitched as Rambo in an office building, referring to the Rambo. And he said, as long as he retained the Christmas in Los Angeles setting, the concept would provide an interesting aesthetic. That's what we got. We have an aesthetic. That's it. An interesting aesthetic. That's it. It wasn't tying in themes of Yuletide and bringing people together in Christmas cheer. No. It was the aesthetic. He wanted to keep the aesthetic and make Rambo in an office building. Not Santa in an office building. Not Rudolph in an office building. Rambo in an office building. What is Christmassy about Rambo in an office building? What's Christmas about Rambo or an office building? Let's see. After arguing with his wife. Again, provided this is all true. We don't know. I mean, Wikipedia, grain of salt, depending on what you're reading. There's really seems to be no reason to falsify what's going on here. It just seems like a thing. So I'll take it at face value for this point. I'm not seeing anything. Really, it just said, hold on to it for the aesthetics. Oh my gosh, she looks so different right there. I'll tell you, poofy hair of the 80s. Poofy hair, perms. Oh, goodness gracious. Like, she just looks like a completely different person there. A lot younger, too. Like, the hair of the 80s didn't do a lot of people a favor. Now, maybe the Kelly Kapowski 80s hair. Let's see. It's still big hair, but I think it works. Kelly Kapowski. I'm going to say that works. That's big 80s hair, but it works. It's untamed. It's an untamed mane. It's not bigger than her head is. Like, in other words, sometimes you see 80s hair and it's like her head is this big and then the hair is like, again, another head off to the side and another head tall. That's a very fetching 80s hairdo. Unfortunately, it's not typical of the time. But if we see Bonnie Die Hard. This is not fetching. This was 80s mistake right here. Come on now. What is that mess? What is that? There's nothing fetching about that. And you see, if you take half of her head and you put it over here, that's about the poofiness. You take half her head over here, that's about the poofiness. Maybe not so much at the top, but that's just unflattering. It's incredibly unflattering. This is not Christmas. This is not what the Christmas spirit is about. The poofy hair of the 80s is not what it's all about. That right there, I mean, this isn't bad. This is okay. This is good. This is not a bad do. It's curly, wavy, got some body to it, but it's not the frizz. And the bangs, the mini bangs. No. This is the antithesis of Christmas. If you were to oh goodness gracious, it got worse. Oh, look, see, now this is the entire head. You take a head and you put it next to it, and that's her hair. Her hair is the entire width of another head and another head on the other side. It's like having three heads stacked next to each other. Apparently, that's the kind of the do that she wore for most of her career, unfortunately. But look, she seems to have got a little bit better in the age. It doesn't have the frizzled, frazzled. I mean, come on, really? This is the ending. This is the ending shot of Die Hard. How is it Christmas? Okay, maybe the flakes. I would think that's dandruff. I would more assume that that's dandruff than that this is a shot of a Christmas story. I mean, you got the red and the green. I'm sure that was not as somebody who took a class in film studies in college at some point. The symbolism of the green, though it's drab, army kind of green, is still a green, and the red, the vibrant red of the blood, it's very, very Christmas colory. I mean, that's come on, that's stretching. That's stretching. Ridiculous. Damn, you're still going. Darn tootin' I am, Macro. I probably need to be winding down. I was expecting this to only go an hour. But I also didn't know that anybody else would show up for it because it's not a gaming thing. So I didn't think anybody would show up to talk about it. But yeah. Well, Die Hard as a Christmas movie became popular literally because someone said that, and tons of people agreed with it immediately. For like no reason than that. She asked ChatGPT to pick one. I will paste the answer in multiple lines below. Oh no, come on. Okay, this is just further proof. AI is nowhere near where we thought it was. We have here's a I don't have any access to ChatGPT, don't think. I would say why. Here we go. All right, hang on. Nothing is Christmassy about Rambo, and that's why people like it. Underhill, you seem to have a bit of an anti-Christmas bent going here. Which is interesting, as you're a toy maker. You'd think Christmas would be your wheelhouse here. I mean, that would be, I mean, honestly, I liked Rambo well enough, but not because it had nothing to do with Christmas. Yippee-ki-yay, mother. Hey, Lagmite, what's going on? Exactly. I mean, Merry Christmas is at least something. And part of the reason that meme continues is because people live stream videos arguing about it. Well, there you go. I'm at least keeping it alive, but at least I'm making a mark and making a strike for rationality and sanity in this crazy mixed up world. So Tim, this is quoting ChatGPT now. This is the brilliant AI that is taking over the world. If I had to pick one, I'd say Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It has Christmas music, festive decorations, and a storyline tied to Christmas Eve event. Plus, it became a beloved holiday tradition for many people, which kind of seals the deal. Sure, it's unconventional, but who says Christmas movies can't involve explosions and Alan Rickman? No, that's the thing. That's what I would argue with ChatGPT. There's nothing un-Christmassy about Alan Rickman or about explosives or about anything. In fact, now I'm almost motivated to write a story, a script, even if it's a short one, about a Christmas movie, a genuine Christmas movie that does involve carnage, mayhem, bloodshed, trickery, and I can't do Alan Rickman, unfortunately, but like you can have all those things. Those don't go disqualified as a Christmas movie. There is simply nothing in it beyond superficial aesthetics, to use their own words, that qualifies it as such. And my biggest point is to say Scrooge, classic Christmas movie. Die Hard, classic Christmas movie. There's no overlap. You could say, hey, sci-fi. What's your favorite sci-fi movie? We can list Star Trek, Star Wars. Now, they're very different, but you can at least see where there's some similarities. You can see where there's overlap. You can see the adventure taking place in space, whether it's, boring like Star Trek or whether it's exciting like Star Wars. Either way, I'm not biased. But you can see where that kind of, there's some overlap there. You can see, Sword and Sorcery, you got D&D, you got Lord of the Rings, you got Wheel of Time. You got all these kinds of stories that share a similarity. You know what you're getting to. If somebody says, hey, if you like Lord of the Rings, you'll like this. But if somebody said, hey, you like Christmas movies? I recommend Die Hard. And somebody goes from watching It's a Wonderful Life, Miracle on 34th Street, The Santa Claus, Family Man, and then goes and watches Die Hard and goes, okay, yeah, there's a Christmas tree. How is this a Christmas movie? That's it. That's the conundrum. But I think it may very well be. It may just boil down to the fact that people want to say they like a Christmas. They want to watch something at Christmas. They want to have a Christmas tradition of watching something. There is the aesthetic within this movie. So technically, on a technical definition, you can say it is Christmas adjacent, or it is Christmas affiliated. And because there is no other worthwhile offering, as far as they're concerned, as a Christmas movie, this is the next best thing. So if somebody says, hey, let's watch a Christmas movie, I need Die Hard to be a Christmas movie, because if not, I have to pick from any number of insufferable titles, which I would say that, yes, there are definitely some saccharine things. I'm not a fan of what do you call it? Hallmark movies necessarily. Like I said, I thought Trapped in Paradise was a fun movie. It's a comedy. It's funny. It's got a little bit of heart to it, but it's got enough of that Christmassy goodness in there to make it feel like a Christmas movie. But I mean, Dana Carvey, come on, Dana Carvey, John Lovitz, and Nicolas Cage. How do you have those three to get together and not have a fun little romp on your hands? And it has a plot. but it's you know, it's about the redemption of these three crooks. One of them who was already trying not to be, and then two that were just, one of them who can't help himself. I think Dana Carvey's character is a kleptomaniac. He just has to steal stuff. That's just his proclivity. And then John Lovitz is just, his natural thing is to lie. He's hilarious in that as well. But it's got the Christmas elements in it. And so I consider it, so I think you can justify it as a Christmas movie. It's fine. It's not super saccharine or embarrassing. I'll be back. Got to wash off the blood, sweat, and radiator fluid. Wow, that is a heck of a combination, Lagmeister. Holy cow! Yeah, you did the radiator flush, I believe you said. Which, dang, you started that. That was back when I was streaming that game that pissed me off. Which one is that? There's a long list. That's very true. I'm glad you brought that up. Fight in Hell, or Hell and Fight, or Fight and Rage and Fight. I got the rage part down pretty damn well. Not the fighting part, though. I didn't do very well at that. But that was back at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock at the latest. So you've been at that for 3 hours, which I can understand. It's not easy. Hey Schwerd, the rant streams are cool. Oh, well, thank you, Lagmeister. Thank you. Thank you. Underhill is a toy maker? Is Underhill actually Klaus? No. I guess in some tellings I might qualify as an elf. That's true, Baldric. That is what Santa would say to try to cover his true identity. He's very, very humble. No, ho, not me. No, that's not me. In fact, yes, you see, that's probably it. Underhill is actually probably exactly what we picture Santa as being. But like, no, don't call me out like that. Oh, Baldric, I'm putting you on my naughty list. But no, Underhill, if I'm not mistaken, unless hopefully it's washed off. But the last I heard, you had blue hands, you had Smurf hands, due to dyeing your hair, and so I guess. But then you probably had to wear white gloves that probably matched very well your red suit with the white trim trappings. Wait, Rambo's a Christmas movie too. Why not, Lagmeister? Why not? Here. You know what? I'm gonna make it work. Here we go, folks. I am going to make Rambo a Christmas movie. Here we go. Well, we're going to do it right here. It's very, very easy. Very, very simple. We are officially going to make Rambo a Christmas movie. All right, so there we go. We got a screenshot of Rambo. Not a Christmas movie, right? Guns, shooting, whatever. But look, it's very green. It's very green. All right, so we're gonna go to let's see here. Doop. Okay, and we're gonna dot. There we go. Boom. Now it looks a little ridiculous. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it over here, and because it is in the background. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Oh crap! Never mind. I forgot. There we go. Okay, maybe not so much because we got to be able to tell that it's a Christmas tree. There we go. There. No. What? What? Yeah. Okay. There it is. There. Now Rambo's a Christmas movie. There's a Christmas tree and there's Rambo, and that's that. There you go. Proof positive. Rambo is a Christmas movie. It has everything you want in a Christmas movie. It's got that, and oh, wait a minute. I forgot one of the key elements here. Well, here we go. If that doesn't convince you, here you go. Fast and Furious, same thing. Look, that's a family. There's a family there. Let's just now it's Christmas. So it's already got a Christmas tree. It's already got a Christmas tree right there. That's a Christmas tree. No doubt about it. That is a Christmas tree. This is a typical Christmas movie right here. There's a Christmas tree behind them, and they're a family. And they're all together, and that's what really matters. That's what brings us happiness and joy for the holidays. So we've got Rainbow's Christmas and their Christmas. Bada bing. Look, now we all have more Christmas movies to watch. 1,000 years ago, you've been shamed for having puffy hair because the predator you're fighting off can easily grab it. If you have puffy hair in the 80s, you're considered cool and gifted. Well, to be fair, Macro, I mean, was it Absalom was noted as having hair so long and so thick that when it was cut off, it weighed about 5 pounds. It may have been an exaggeration, but that's probably 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. But to be fair, to your point, as the story goes, he was riding a donkey. He was trying to escape. He was riding a donkey, and his hair got caught in the branches of a tree, and he was essentially, the donkey kept going, and he stayed hung, his hair caught in the branches and everything. And Jehu, I believe it was, came up and stabbed him to death. So I guess that actually goes to your point, Macro, that even though it was kind of both. It was not shameful to have long hair, but it was a liability. I mean, and it is. Especially machinery and then the branches of trees and everything. It's very dangerous. Also, a lot of Zennials were forced year after year to sit down with their family and watch Christmas movies, so picking Die Hard becomes a thing. See, and that's the thing. I was never forced. Now, and again, that's a difference in upbringing. My parents never forced me to watch Christmas stuff. I wanted to. Like, I liked watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which, again, that's one of those ones in retrospect you're going, there's a lot of horrible behavior here. And even Santa's a bit of a jerk in the Rankin Bass one. But you've got some classic Christmas songs. The animation stop motion was, enrapturing for what it was. It is very, again, Christmas centric. But like, I didn't mind watching those things. I kind of enjoyed like Christmas music. I always liked Christmas music, even though it was written, I think most of it is written by 2 Jewish guys, to be honest. Back in the 50s or 60s. So it's not like, classic old timey stuff. In fact, what was it? That actually, Carol of the Bells is what it's called, but it was actually Carol of the Bells original song. And there's a gal who actually sings. It's called Shmedri. There it is. Yes. So here you go. Carol of the Bells, Ukrainian Christmas carol based on the Ukrainian New Year song. I can't even pronounce that. Bountiful Evening. I believe it features birds. Little Swallow. The Little Swallow was arranged for Ukrainian composer between 1919. So it's an older song, but it tells the story of a swallow flying into a household to sing of the wealth that will come with the following spring. It's sung in New Year's. So that's the original song. And then it was based on, that was the basis for Carol of the Bells. So it was from around the same time, but like it, repurposed. So, but yeah, I never, but I can understand if you were forced into that, or that was something you weren't really into. You didn't, because I know people, they don't like Christmas carols. They don't like Christmas music. Don't have really necessarily good memories of Christmas. And yeah, if your parents force you to, then yeah, I would imagine that all conspires to be a really bad experience. But not unfortunately, we all have diverse experiences. In my experience, I enjoyed it. I liked having, there was a fire out. It was usually my job to go out. We lived in a small townhouse. I used to have to go out and we'd get like either we'd go out chopping wood and then bring it back, or we'd like order like a cord of wood, and I'd have to they'd dump it out behind the fence. And then we'd have to carry it in there and stack it up along the fence. But, go out there on this cold, bitterly cold winter, that the kitchen is warm, there's the warmth of the light and everything, but you'd go out the back door, go down the cold steps, getting further and further away from the light. You want to get out as quickly as possible, run out there, have a little bag, you throw a bunch of 5 or 6 logs on there, you run back inside, but you're excited because Dad's going to light a fire. And you take it down to the basement where the tree is set up, and there's the TV and the warmth and the glow and all that. And you get warmed up, and he, gets the fire going. And, maybe he was watching a football game, but we know from the TV guide, we used to use a TV guide. You read through the TV guide and be like, oh, the Rudolph. And I know my dad, he loved Christmas, but there were times you could clearly tell he was not interested in what he had the, yeah, you kind of do that kind of thing. Sometimes you'd hide it better. Sometimes you wouldn't. But yeah, we enjoyed it. So, but yeah, but that's a completely different experience. If you enjoyed the trappings of Christmas and as it was, then you look at this kind of thing as what? How dare you? But if this was your escape from the norm, or you're not enamored of Christmas for a myriad of reasons, then I can totally understand it. But still, let us call it a Christmas cope movie. Christmas cope. There you go. We have a subcategory, or not a subcategory. We have a different category. You have your Christmas movies and you have your Christmas cope movies. And I know that word gets overused. I'm not trying to say it in the go cope some more. It's not somebody disrespectful thing, but it's literally coping with the holiday in a way where you don't have to partake of it, or you don't have to deal with it as much. It can be a fringe thing, like, okay, it's technically there. I can get away with watching this and being okay with watching it because, or Christmas adjacent. There we go. Maybe that's nicer than Christmas cope. I like the alliteration, but I think we can go with Christmas adjacent film. Say, okay, it pertains to the season or Christmas enough that it qualifies as something that I can watch, but it doesn't satisfy. For somebody who wants to watch a Christmas movie, who likes Christmas and enjoys it, this is not going to work. Die Hard is not going to fit the bill. And I think we need to understand that. That's, but 100% Tim, I agree. Like Alan Rickman being iconic and explosions could make for a fantastic Christmas movie. Sup, brochado. Ronald, hello, my friend. Mi amigo. Compadre. How are you? Where do you fit in? Are you do you think Die Hard is a Christmas movie, or are you of the rational mind and the logical thinking and the very wise person who decries it as anything but a Christmas movie? At best, a Christmas adjacent movie. I always watch Die Hard after Christmas Vacation and Home Alone. See, that's the thing. Like it can be in the Christmas rotation. It being something that is watched around Christmas time with other Christmas movies, it's not a bad thing. It's not a wrong thing, but to qualify it as such because that would be like me saying, I don't know what that's like. That's such a foreign thing to say. It's such a weird thing to say. What's another example of something where you're like, it's like guilt by association. That's what it is. It's guilt by association. It's saying I watch it with these other things and therefore it is meant to or belongs with those other things. Where we should be able to say on an individual basis, I like watching this. It has nothing to do with, I mean, it doesn't encapsulate the Christmas spirit, which is why I like it. But it kind of qualifies because it's got some Christmas, it's got the aesthetic in there. So, okay, that's my favorite Christmas movie. Essentially, I don't like Christmas movies. That's really what we're saying here, right? Underhill, that sounds like what you're saying. And encapsulate, I don't like Christmas movies. But this is the closest thing to Christmas that I can stomach. And honestly, I have never seen, where is it? I love that. Let's see. The movie Violent Night seems to cover all you need. See, and Tim, here's the interesting thing. I don't know if you're still there, Tim. Tim and I had a great discussion one day about what defined an artist. And Tim, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, your definition was somebody who does what they want creatively. They express themselves in the way that they want to, about the things that they want to, in their own way. You can be an artist and be poor. You can be an artist and be rich. As long as you're doing what you want to do, you are a professional artist. Even if you're not necessarily making money, you are still professionally an artist. And I remember talking with you about it, and while it didn't necessarily sit exactly well with me, because in my mind, professional, like to say you're a professional actor, you had to like essentially make your living or make a chunk of living from acting. Otherwise, you're just doing it as a hobby. You know, the difference between hobby and not. But you were able to stick to it and say, look, no, you can be a millionaire and be an artist. Like, it's not about being successful or not being successful. It's about your vision. So while the definition itself wasn't necessarily like, I'm like, yeah, okay, I 100% get there. The fact that it was consistent across the board, and you're saying that's my standard, or that's how I define it. And so you can be poor, you can be rich, whatever, but this is the standard. I could appreciate that, and I could at least understand where you're coming from. And so in the same vein, something like Violent Night may very well, by my definition, may qualify. As I said, I'm not saying every movie that is what I would define as a Christmas movie is good. In fact, a lot of them are absolutely garbage. And there's some new movie, I think, with Jack Black, which has the elements. It has a supernatural element to it. It has a redemptive quality to it. But and so I would have to qualify it as, and it takes, it is interwoven with Christmas and Christmas themes, I think, is my understanding. And so by my definition, it qualifies as a Christmas movie. It's a god-awful one. It's something I have no interest in watching, but it would fit my definition. So I'm not going to change it just because there are certain movies that I wouldn't like. Violent Night sounds like, maybe you're just saying that because of I was saying there's nothing wrong with having Violent Night. Violent Night. I did not see this one either, but this is like Santa Goes Crazy kind of thing. This is back in 2022. But see, now now to be fair, I don't think, doesn't look like this would have any who is that guy? David Harbour? Oh, he played in the Black Widow movie. That's what I know him from anyway. Let's see. The Strange Wife, Mercenaries, Shooting His Weapons, Santa's Reindeer. Oh wait. Mercenaries. Take the Family Hostage. Wounded Santa is captured by Scrooge. So they're actually, so it is. Okay, so it really it is leaning into the lore of Christmas. It is Christmas centric, it seems to be, which qualifies by my definition. And so yeah, like I said, it doesn't preclude violence, it doesn't preclude adult material. It just treats up Home Alone traps. Oh, Killing Krampus. So the Krampus is involved as well. So this seems to have the whole gambit. So again, it might very well be a great movie. I'm not compelled because, like I said, I kind of like Christmas, so I'm not. Now I did see there was some movie. I think somebody mentioned it here with a Mel Gibson. I think there was some movie where it was like he's supposed to be Santa. We're supposed to believe he's Santa, but he doesn't look like Santa. Doesn't act like Santa. But he does stuff. So I don't they qualify. They qualify by my thing. So you can enjoy or can have movies that are Christmas, that are very violent and antithetical to a lot of things that you think of as pertaining to Christmas, but they have those elements in there, therefore making them much more apt or much more appropriately labeled as Christmas. I figured any movie that has any Christmas things automatically becomes a Christmas movie. And see, and that's the thing. So this is the clarification. Wait, where is it? Because I think Baldrick, where is he says, we need out nip. He watches some old German or English dinner with guest movies on Christmas. Nothing says ho ho like I got a machine gun. So yeah, but that was the thing. So I haven't seen Gremlins Underhill. I haven't seen it yet. But yes, Baldrick suggested it, and I said because I had not seen it, and because I was coming in pretty hard and fast on Die Hard, I thought it was a fitting to acquiesce and say for the time being by default, Gremlins is a Christmas movie. The question is, does the Christmas element or aspect of Gremlins have a play in it, or could everything that happens in Gremlins easily be done or easily be written or shown without any of the Christmas stuff? Is there something crucial or key about Christmas? Do Gremlins manifest or transform only during Christmas time? Something like that. That's what I'm saying. Something that's intertwined with Christmas. Is it something in the lore of the show or the movie that Christmas plays a role in it? That Christmas is a centerpiece to a degree of the film, or is it simply something that took place at Christmas? But Lagmeister, to your point, if we want to have that definition, if you were to say that, then that qualifies a lot of the movies as Christmas, which is fine. And that's the thing. I'm not arguing. Like I said, this is my standard, my personal standard, what I think should qualify, because it disqualifies a lot of movies as well, in order to make it a more descriptive and understandable idea. But you could easily say anything that happens to have what gets me though is when people try to argue. I shouldn't say what it gets me, but what I found surprising is people trying to rationalize it beyond that. So if you just want to say, look, for me, a Christmas movie is if it's got a tree, it's got the lights, if it happens around Christmas time, it's a Christmas movie. That's very, very straightforward, very simple. All you're saying, look, all it is the aesthetic. Like I'm not going anything beyond that. If it's got the look to it, it's got the feel, makes me think about Christmas, then it's a Christmas movie. And that's totally fine. What gets me is when people try to justify it beyond that and say, well, it's more than just the aesthetic, or more than just the visuals, or more than just the fact that it takes place at Christmas. They try to make it seem like there's elements in Die Hard, there's things in Die Hard that make it a true Christmas movie in the true spirit of the season. And that's where I go, okay, wait, flag on the play. That's no. We want to say it's a Christmas film because anything that has anything to do remotely with Christmas or features it in there, that's fine. So we could have that's the only problem, Lagmeister. What if they did have a Fast and Furious movie that takes place at Christmas? Literally all it is he walks into the shop, he's got a Christmas tree up, and he's like, hey, Mia. Well, I guess Brian wouldn't be there because unfortunately Paul Walker passed away. But like Vin Diesel walks in and is like, hey, Mia, you get those presents I gave to your kids? And she's like, yeah, Dom, thanks. They're like, cool, let's roll. And the rest of the movie is just them doing shenanigans and jumping out of planes and whatever else. But they had the tree, and he referred to presents and family. And so therefore now that becomes enshrined as a Christmas movie. See, I don't think we want our standards to be that lax. That's the thing. I think we want to demand more of our Christmas movies, even if it means something like Violent Night, where Santa's getting kidnapped by Krampus and some guy's wielding a machete and what have yous and whatnots. It would technically qualify just as a much more grisly thing. I've got a machine gun. Eat lead, suckers. Oh no, actually, if it was Santa, he'd have the whatever the gun is that's mounted on the A10. It's not a mini gun, but it's like this big. The barrel is, well, no, it's probably like that big. The shells are I think, yeah, like 12 inches long, 18 inches long, about that wide. And when it fires, it just sounds like it's so fast, it just sounds like burnt. That's like 3,000 shots right there, but it's just burnt. That's what Santa would have on his sleigh. He would not be packing some little machine gun. He'd have a, whatever that thing is called, have it mounted on his sleigh. Burnt. Am I the anarchist Santa to Mel Gibson Santa? Wait. There's Baldrick. Gremlins are a Christmas movie. We settled that. I conditionally, Baldrick, conditionally settled. Yes. I changed the radiator in my dad's Challenger. Oh gosh, change the radiator. Okay, that makes more sense, Lagmeister. I thought you were just changing the radiator fluid or something. Like, well, I mean, take me a while, but you're much better with engines and stuff. So now that I think about it, it makes more sense that it took you 3 hours to take out a radiator or replace a radiator than it was just like draining the fluid or something. Christmas sleigh. Oh, geez. Not good. So it's got Hallmark ratings, so it very well could be a horror film. A Santa Claus obsessed, bloodthirsty killer. Group of college. Starts off as the perfect festive getaway and of fun in the snow and a glass of eggnog or two. Oh, that does sound good. Suddenly descends into a gruesome bloodbath of terror and a fight for survival. All right, maybe maybe those two things need to be linked. So maybe it needs to have supernatural or low level miraculous events. And remember, I described miraculous as, hey, normally people would try to get these thieves locked up, but now because it's the Christmas spirit and then there's forgiveness and comfort and joy, whatever, because it's Christmas, they're going to get a full forgiveness and nobody's going to rat on them. That's kind of a miracle. It's kind of an outpouring of love and friendship and fellowship that belies what normally human beings would do. Strains credulity to be certain, but still is there. So that was one element. The other element was centered around Christmas, and inextricably linked. So, well, no. Maybe not. Because it obviously doesn't have any of those cool factor to, well, maybe, I don't know. But here's the thing. I would rather stick to that definition and say that Christmas sleigh, I'm not saying that it is, but that by that definition, it does qualify, than to say Die Hard qualifies. Not out of spite. As I said, I love Die Hard as a movie, but because it sets a precedent. I think that's why. I'm not entirely sure. I just need a justification beyond aesthetics. I need to understand. Well, no, I mean, we've got justification out the wazoo. It just doesn't. So I'm not sure, but I mean, and maybe my definition needs refining. But if it's going to be refined, it's going to be even tighter and a little more demanding, which would far continue to rule that out. But maybe it would be, again, it has to be centered at Christmas, but it must have what you would call the Christmas spirit, which I would say murder and mayhem doesn't really qualify. You can have that in there, but a horror story for Christmas, that seems to be missing the point completely. Which, again, kind of the same thing. I mean, Die Hard, I think the idea is, hey, let's have this violent, gruesome, stressful, terrifying episode happen during what is supposed to be the most festive time of the year. What could be more jarring and disconcerting for people than to have their lives threatened and watch people get gunned down at Christmas time in the midst of a holiday party where everybody's just having a great time and the lights and everything's bright and everything's great. Like nothing makes things darker than Alan Rickman and his nefarious henchmen coming in and blowing the place up. I do wear a jacket with white trim. I knew it, Underhill. But Santa. Yeah, there was a Santa movie, or a Mel Gibson Santa movie. What was it called? Fat Man. That's what it was. I did see that. Yep, we got Fat Man here. So I mean, he is, if I'm not mistaken, he is legit within the realm of the story. He is in fact Santa, but he's a very bitter, kind of a Klaus Santa, but just. Oh yeah, and I forgot. It's got who's that guy again? Walton Goggins, is that who I'm thinking of? I like that guy. He's a fun dude. Yeah. Yeah, he's a cool dude. At least from what I've seen, he seems like a cool dude. And I mean, he was in an episode of Community, for crying out loud. Like any guy who plays like dastardly characters and whatever, but doesn't take himself seriously, lets himself be kind of just a goofball. Typically, I'm predisposed to enjoying that. But yeah, I knew there was a Mel Gibson Santa movie. But yeah, maybe so it would. I mean, by virtue of it being about Santa, it has to have a supernatural aspect to it because Santa is beyond the natural in whichever incarnation he is. And it revolves around Christmas. So yeah. And let's face it, there's probably nothing in there you're going to see that is not like Braveheart. If Braveheart, that Die Hard. So as jarring as it might be, at least it committed to the bit. At least it committed to the Christmas spirit and the Christmas story, and actually having Santa in its carnage. Whereas Die Hard just is perpetrating. It's perpetrating a Christmas movie, phoning it in, having only tertiary links. Is he going to put Santa hat on his head? Oh no, so I probably should have. That would have taken a little more time. I apologize. I should have gone, but I didn't want it to be that obvious. It's not even that bad. We'll take it as long as I get the powers. Well, I'll take it as long as I get the powers. Exactly. Yeah, you need teleportation and a myriad of other time. But you need the bag that is essentially a portal to another dimension that you can pull the presents out of. Santa, for it to function in our reality, would have an incredible set of powers that would be awesome. Had to Google it. Norwegians watch Dinner for One Christmas, a movie from 1963. It wasn't his fault. It's his coward donkey's fault. I guess that's what you expect from donkeys. No. I mean, he was riding the donkey, Macro. The donkey wasn't fleeing of its own volition. He was riding it in haste to get to safety. The burro is just like a car. The burro was just carrying him where he wanted to go. It's not his fault. It's not the donkey's requirement to say, "Hey, clearance is only 7 feet." Absalom, like your hair's not going to clear it. That's not the donkey. That's on him. Although I still don't know the mechanics of exactly how that went down. Had to Google it. Norwegians watch Dinner for One on Christmas. And this is from Baldric here, so I'm guarded. Dinner for One, known as the 90th birthday. Wow. Let's see. Heinz Piper introduces the story as the conferencier. Miss Sophie Warden is celebrating her 90th birthday. As every year, she has invited her 4 closest friends to a birthday dinner. Sir Toby, Admiral von Schneider, Mr. It almost sounds like Clue. Well, it was Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the butter knife. Wait, are we still talking about a Christmas movie? How is this? Where's... Here, let me just do this real quick. Related. Christmas and holiday season. Nowhere in the synopsis, nowhere anywhere else in here is Christmas reference. How is this a Christmas movie? It came out before Christmas was invented. 1962? Oh, traditional viewing in New Year's Eve in countries such as Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Estonia. Pretty much everywhere in Europe. On December 3rd to 20 December 1995, the most frequent repeated television program in Germany. British stage sketch. The TV version gained only limited recognition in UK over 50 years after its recording. Okay, so it's... Ooh, I'll kill that cat. All right, we can delve into that at a different time. I mean, I respect it. Hey, anything made in 1963 that is still being viewed today by millions of people and is that iconic and in so much of the world, or so much of Europe at least, kudos to that. I just... It seems to be only tertiarily related with Christmas. Concludes the evening with an inviting, I think I'll retire, to which James and Sophie repeat their exchange concerning the same procedure. He returns the audience with sly grin and says, well, I'll do my very best, before the pair retreat to the upper rooms. Both phrases, the same procedure as last year, and the same procedure every year. Okay, there you go, folks. Just know, if you're ever in Germany, and they speak English anyway, if you say the same procedure as last year, and they say the same procedure as every year, or vice versa, you may have found a friend. Are known to practically every German speaker that has some knowledge of English and have become part of the German language. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'll have to see if I can find that. Obviously, I can't play it here because, computer sucks. I didn't mind it when I was a kid, but it's kind of got old. If you're talking about Christmas, I'll be honest, Underhill, like it was a magical time as a child, but as an adult, somebody who has to actually drive, work, commute, deal with people at Christmas time, like it's anything but jolly. It's anything but cheery. You have to have the naivete and comparatively sheltered existence of a child to think of Christmas as anything but the most chaotic, stressful, crazy time of the year. I made the mistake of going out last Saturday to a game store to try to look at some magic cards or whatever. It was chaos. It was madness. 2 weeks before Christmas, just everything was packed. People all over the place driving like idiots. It's not. So I understand that sentiment, Underhill. I absolutely do. Actually, it's done. Gone can do much for the to fend off the killer. Never mind. Exactly, Macro. Exactly. I'm glad you got there. Well, like if I hear a Christmas song, even part of one, I have to hear it in my head all day. Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, because you've got the music gene, the music blood going in there. So it, like I've just heard them so many times for so long. Right. Yeah. And you know, I totally understand that. I wouldn't mind hearing them once in a while. Like if I go to the grocery store, I don't mind hearing it in there, but like, I don't listen to it when I get home. Now we did, when I was growing up, like we'd have Christmas carols on vinyl, on record. And we had giant record players the size of like a small house inside of our small house. And we'd play the record, and it just kind of lightened up the mood. But then of course we'd stop it and turn on the TV and watch Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi, because that was what was on TV at the time. I didn't even celebrate Christmas because I'm neither Christian nor do I care. I don't think the average Christian cares as much as non-Christians about Christmas. That's very true, Macro. I've said this before. I rented a room from an atheist couple, and they loved Christmas. They loved it. Nothing to do with Jesus, no manger, none of that, but the lights, the festivity, the good feelings, the festive, the vibes, all that kind of stuff. Loved Christmas. Absolutely all about Christmas. Nothing to do with God whatsoever. But it was cool because, I mean, they went ham on the decorations. And this was like an old house in Richmond. Really nice couple, really great people. And boy, they did the house up nice. It looked like a winter wonderland. And the living room was amazing. Had the gingerbread houses and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely crazy. I haven't seen too many people deck the halls the way they did. But yeah, they just, you know, there was, without the Jesus aspect, you can have, all the festivities and the vibe of Christmas without that. Now, obviously, Christians would say no, that Jesus is the reason for the season and all that kind of stuff. But that just goes to show that, to your point, Macro, there are plenty of people who are not religious, who are not Christians, who love Christmas, and you don't have to. You don't have to believe it. It's especially in this part of the world where it's bitterly cold for a lot of places. I mean, even here, it's like today it was 45 degrees, 50 degrees. So even here in Texas, it gets a little nippy this time of year. And, you know, it's kind of bleak gray skies, lots of precipitation, not snow, but precipitation. And to have, you walk through the neighborhood and you see these bright lights lighting up, it's just great. It's great. And you don't have to have a nativity scene or anything. It's a feel good time of the year. Again, to Underhill's point, much better when you're a kid, but really gets difficult to appreciate and to feel it later on. And even once parody stuff like Grandpa Got Run Over, it's become tradition and it's played everywhere. Yeah, Grandma got run over by her. I remember liking that song and not really thinking about what I was singing until my mom was like, "No, we're not singing that anymore." But I mean, that's another example. Technically a Christmas song. It's all about Santa and his reindeer. It's about the lore. It focuses on that. It's got the mystical elements to it, but it's kind of morbid. Now, it says she got ran over. It doesn't say she got killed. Or maybe it does. But yeah, it's kind of a morbid song, really. You don't have to think about it that hard. It is a very what Christmas songs do you like, or which ones don't drive you crazy? Classical without words. Handel's Messiah. My dad loves that. I mean, it doesn't trigger me or anything, but I ain't hanging around the store long. Fair enough. I know people like it, and that's my culture I live in. I accept that. I just don't celebrate it. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Ronald, a good movie. Which one, Ronald? Which one? You got to be specific, man. Especially for me when I'm seeing the comments 30 minutes too late. But what is a Christmas movie? isn't it? It isn't like I think those are necessarily bad movies or anything. Just overplayed and over obsessed, in my opinion. I mean, it is okay to not want to hear Jingle Bells 9,001 times in my life. Well, no, it's not okay. You have to listen to it 9,001 times. 9,002, in fact. 90210. That's how many times you have to listen to it. No, and that's the thing. I'm totally like, I don't think anybody should have to watch or listen to anything. I mean, I know it gets a little dicey because when the culture itself is celebrating, it's like, okay, well, I don't have to participate, but I still have to be inundated with it. But I mean, only to a degree, right? I mean, the music, yeah, that could be trying. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's something that I just kind of, I mean, there's plenty of holidays that I just completely ignore, but Christmas, unfortunately, is probably the most prevalent or predominant, and has the most visual, audio, whatever enhancements to it. So it's an unfortunate season. It's an unfortunate holiday to not be a fan of, just because it does for pretty much at this point from Halloween until the first of the year, really. Well, 26th. I mean, people are very quick to start packing things up usually. But let's just give it till the first of the year. And that's a pretty long window. That's most of your, fall and into a lot of your winter that you're having to deal with that. So I empathize with it for sure. And as I've become a little more cynical. Like, I used to think that people did it because they believed in the Christmas thing. They believed in being, but it really, a lot of it, not all of it. There probably are some people, like, I would be more inclined to think that a mom and pop shop, if they have the music playing, it's more about the ambience and really, just wanting to have that, bring the season in with them. But a lot of it's just commercial. It's just trying to get people in. Hey, let's spend money. I'm not saying it all is there, but there is that cynical part of me that goes, it doesn't have the purity that I used to think it did. Dude, everything about this movie, the premise, the tags, even the cover art says it's not a Christmas movie. Sure, the plot takes place at a Christmas party, but everything else, yeah, no shot. There you go, Macro. See, there you go. Macro has the wisdom of the wise men. It's the ultimate Christmas party. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the Mel Gibson movie is Fat Man. Yep. It does. He gets Gizmo as a gift on Christmas, the fuzzy little creatures which turn into a gremlin. Okay, there you go. Violent Night is a weird, fun movie that combines Home Alone and Die Hard element, but is about Santa Claus himself. That's what I'm saying, Tim. So by my own definition, it would qualify because it's a darker take on it, but at least it is a movie that exists because the story exists because of Christmas. And maybe that's a better way to put it, folks. Maybe that is the best way to put it. The movie exists because of Christmas, not that Christmas is a tertiary, ancillary, happens to take place around. The movie itself exists because Christmas exists. That perhaps is the most singular and streamlined definition I can come up with. A movie about Santa killing whatever, going on a killing spree or fighting against Krampus. That movie only exists because of Christmas, because Santa exists, because the idea of Christmas exists. Otherwise, yeah, you could have a, fat man fighting an alien, and it would be similar. But the fact that they go out of their way to make it a Christmas themed, it works. Fast and Furious franchise belongs next to Paul Walker already. Give it a rest. Oh, Ronald, that's not nice. That is not nice. Boo. I don't disagree. I do not disagree. I'm just saying, Ronald. I'm just saying. The video that I watched, he said that his name's Mahler, who, again, he's got some really great takes on media. I agree with so much of what he says. But his kind of offhand, he wasn't trying to justify it. He was just saying, look, it's about family, and it's got mistletoe, it's got these things or whatever, and it's about bringing family together. I mean, you don't get much more Christmassy than that. And I'm like, that's the only reason why Fast and Furious came to my mind, because it's all about family. And so if they just had some of that iconography, according to his definition, that would make it a Christmas movie. And I think that bar is set a little too gosh darn low. But now, and see here, there's a question, Baldrick. I mean, again, kind of what Denise was saying earlier about people being likely or inclined to reconcile or to try to get with family or or what have you, to open up to be a little more family oriented during the holiday is valid. It's a valid point. But that's not the only time we do it. It's not like people hold grudges or people stay estranged. And then every year at Christmas time, all acquaintance be forgot, da da da. That's New Year's. But you know what I'm saying? It's not like that's a thing. It's not like, which I think would be great. I think that'd be a great tradition. Anybody that you have beef with in your life, at Christmas, you try to reconcile. Even if it maybe you still don't talk about it, but like anybody you've not talked to in a while because of a difference, anybody that you've had beef with, you don't have to bring it up. You don't have to dredge up the reasons for it. You just reach out and say, hey, you know what? In honor of the friendship we had for 10 years, Merry Christmas or happy, whatever you want to say. Like that would be a cool tradition. I think that would be a cool thing to incorporate in there. Force people, and then you have an excuse. You don't have to swallow your pride. You don't have to say or do anything that would make you feel, embarrassed. You don't have to worry about the person rejecting you because it's a tradition. I'm doing this because this is what we do. At Christmas time, we bury the hatchet, or we try to. And hey, maybe that other person says, yeah, okay, Merry Christmas to you too. Hope you're doing well. Take care. And that's it. And maybe that stings a little bit more than it's worth it. But the chance that could actually foster something going, yeah, man, well, how are you anyway? Just out of curiosity, it could foster some reconciliation. So if that was the case, sorry, my lips are chapping up here. If that was the case, and we said that is a time where we allow ourselves to unburden ourselves and to try to reconcile with people, then I would say that would make Die Hard, and that was the only time we really do it, that people on the whole do not reconcile or come together at any other time of the year. In that reality, I would say then, yeah, Die Hard would qualify because it is centered around a time of the year where that is a unique situation. There's really no other time of the year that we're expected or would be anticipated to reconcile with each other is at Christmas. So he is using that mechanic or using that tradition to try to get back with his wife. It couldn't happen really any other time of the year. It had to be at Christmas because of the tradition. Then that would be fine. Then it would make it that the impetus, the driving force for at least for the initial part of the movie would be centered around Christmas and what Christmas means to restoration of family and relationships. Because that's not the case though. While it is a good excuse and a good reason for John to go try to reconcile with his wife, it's not by any stretch the only time that he could. And so it's the same thing with Gizmo. It doesn't have to be like we can get gifts at various times. Like I said, mostly it's birthdays and Christmases. So it's not too far off the reservation. It's not too much of a stretch because it is a time where you could be expected to get a pet, an animal. I think Gizmo is kind of fluffy and fuzzy and nice, right? It looks kind of cool and innocent. But if you were to, could you set it in any other situation? Could it be an award? Could it be a birthday present or something like that without compromising the rest of the movie? If the answer is yes, then perhaps it's not revolving around Christmas. Now I know that standard seems a little bit fickle. I call it reasonable intertwinement or reasonable entwinement with the Christmas theme. But yeah, Violent Night is weird. That Gizmo himself doesn't understand what a gremlin, but his siblings do when fed after midnight. Rudolph's nose is the sniper light. What? Ronald, where are you coming from with this? What the heck? Rudolph's nose is the sniper light. Is there a sniper light? What is wait, is that from the, oh, you're talking about I guess to what Tim was saying. Die Hard element, but it's about Santa Claus himself. I mean, it's not a laser pointer though, Ronald. It's a ball. It's like a bulb. It just glows. His nose so bright. Now, to be fair, well, I mean, let's understand. I mean, the amount of light a red light would have to put out, the amount of lumens, I think is what you call it, to put out to allow Santa to see through a snowstorm. These are not headlights like, that are designed for luminance pointing out. This is a singular small, the size of a deer's nose, and it's red, which, I mean, red is great for seeing, it makes it easier to adjust your eyes to adjust at night or to see at night. So yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the fact that it's red. That actually works out really well. That they're very savvy to make him the red nose instead of the green nose or the white nose reindeer. It's the red nose because it's going to give him better nighttime vision. But I mean, man, that nose would have to be so freaking bright to see through a snowstorm. I mean, imagine a whiteout Anybody ever been in a white? I've been in a white. I have to pull off the side of the road. Like when the snow is coming down so much that you literally can't see anything, and it's so heavy around you that all you see is white. So like you can no longer tell where the highway is and where the pylons are, where the grass is, and then you got the snow coming down. You're like, okay, I'm completely riding blind. I mean, imagine that, but you've got a red light on the front of your car. That's not going to help you. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I also don't think works that have Christmas in their plot can be considered Christmas movie series. Like imagine if Breaking Bad or Old Boy had Christmas in the plot, they wouldn't be exclusively Christmas material. No, that's very true. That is very true. And most of them do. Most television series, if they run long enough, they've got a Christmas episode. Sometimes they even lean into it. Like, Community, they actually had a claymation. I'm pretty sure it was actual animation, but in the style of claymation for their Christmas episode. It's pretty cool. But again, that episode exists the way it does because of Christmas. Unless they're family friendly and have Christmas in the plot. Yeah, I mean, the family friendly part is something that I hadn't factored in because I didn't want to make it as superficial as, oh, there's blood and shooting, so therefore it can't be Christmas. But I mean, if we're being realistic or pragmatic, I guess perhaps that should be a qualification as well. But I think you can leave it open enough to allow for those kinds of things and just say, look, Die Hard could be a Christmas movie. I'm trying to think how they could make it a Christmas movie without it being the cheese ball, like Hans Gruber coming to a realization that, killing and murdering and stealing is wrong. And he's going to let everybody else live because he's learned the error of his ways. That would make it a crappy movie. I don't know about a Christmas movie, but it would have the redemptive aspect to it. Or maybe if Bruce Willis, if they combine The Sixth Sense and Die Hard, where he is like the ghost of he's dead, but everybody thinks he's alive, and he's the spirit of Christmas manifesting to save the people, and he was brought to be, or he's only has his power because it's Christmas time. There you go. Crappy story, crappy plot, but it's still technically Christmas. Macro, let's see. Christmas horror movie names. Yeah, they're very clever. Hey, Ron Jeremy, what's going on? Oh, this is Ron. Oh, okay, Ronald. Hello. Well, welcome back as your alter ego. Now with abbreviated first name and last name. There's also Jack Frost and Nightmare Before Christmas. Right. Yeah, I remember Jack Frost. That's the Michael Keaton movie, right? Where he's a snowman. It was like back in the earlier days of CG, I believe. But I like the Legend of Jack Frost. I like the one from the Rankin Bass, the animated one with the Frosty. I thought that Jack Frost was really cool, and it's a cool name, Jack Frost. I mean, Jack's a cool name in general. Let's be honest. Jack's a cool name. Jack Frost is a really freaking cool name, and he seems like a cool dude. I mean, a cold dude, if you will. Film. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking of. Oh, wait. Oh, is it the dad turns into? So it is Michael Keaton and he turns into a snowman. Does he die? 1998. Really? It was that recent. Jack Frost is the lead singer in a rock band based on the fictional town of Medford, Colorado. Focus on his music. This has to hit home for Underhill here. In hopes that the band will sign a record deal. Okay, that's not so much. To neglect his family, including his 11-year-old son. Charlie and Jack. Why is it always Charlie? Like, yeah, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and the neglected son. I feel like there's like Charlie, I think, and the Mighty Ducks. Like anytime there's family problems or orphans, the kid's name is Charlie. I don't know what that's all about. Build a snowman together, and Jack gives Charlie his best harmonica, which he bought the day Charlie was born. He jokingly tells Charlie that it's magical and that Jack will be able to hear it wherever he is. See, yeah, no, this would be, because it's got the supernatural element. What is it? He dies. Yep. Okay. Yep. Unfortunately, Jack crashes a car in a snowstorm and is killed. So yeah, you've got a supernatural element to it, and it does happen. Go to say at Christmas before Jack's death. Jack calls Gabby, not Charlie. Gabby is shocked but recognizes the voice and obliges. Jack tells a disheartened Charlie that he must leave. When Gabby arrives, the snowman shell dissipates, revealing a human Jack in ethereal form. Jack tells Charlie he will now always be with him, and after bidding his wife and son farewell, returns to the afterlife. Aww. And again, I mean, in redemption, like apparently in life he wasn't that great of a dad. He's doing his whatever stuff, and leaves things unsaid and undone, and he kind of has to reconcile and redeem himself or find redemption. So yeah, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad, but it is Christmas. The Snowman, short animated movie from 1982. Great music, loved it. It had David Bowie starring. No kidding. David Bowie in The Snowman. Wow. Yeah, that's David Bowie. He looks so normal. I mean, wasn't David Bowie known for just, I mean, like my when I think of David Bowie, I think of not Kelly Kapowski. No, indeed. David Bowie. That's anytime I don't, whether it's musical or otherwise, when I think of David Bowie, that's what I think of. Now, granted, I think in the movie he has white hair, but yeah, that is the epitome of David. Now, I know he didn't walk around like that, but I think he did have some pretty eccentric, gosh darn it. We've covered a lot of topics here. Lots of windows open here. Lots of crazy stuff. No, I missed The Snowman. But in any case, so 1982, so even older. Not as old as Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings, but so yeah, you can all check that out. So the ad plays fine. Look at the ad. Oh, that's running just like a champ. Okay, and now that's working. All right. Well, I don't want. Yeah. So you can all check that out if you want to there. But let's see. But yeah, Night Before Christmas I have not seen. I have not seen Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm not sure if that one would qualify just on the aesthetics looking at it, but it could very well be, by my definition. Could very well be. I mean, they're claymation, so they're already got some whimsy. Oh, just remember, I think David Bowie might be Santa. There's like nothing he wasn't in. Yeah, no kidding. He, but what Santa would say, just move the suspicion off himself. But just what Santa would say to move the suspicion off himself. Santa 2024, motorcycle jacket, 3D printed toys in a garage bag, live streams delivery, but nobody watches. Lives in red and white van with two little people that run the printers. I don't know. I'm wondering, is this becoming more biographical than you would care to admit? I'd say everything. Well, you did mention a fur-lined jacket, which motorcycle jackets often, bombardier jackets or whatever. So I know 3D printing toys is there. Garbage bag, possibly. I don't know about the live stream. I don't think lives in a red and white van down by the river. What does taking your plot or your characters seriously even mean? Like, I guess if it was a dark or dramatic plot, I understand. But if it was a comedy plot, character shouldn't be taken seriously because you need to think about funny stuff for your character to say. Well, an ideal world, Macro, in an ideal world, the comedy comes from truth. I mean, that sounds pretentious as hell. I get that. But like, you have slapstick. That's a type of comedy. You have like over the top stuff, but there's plenty of comedy that just comes from people being like, you can have a genuinely funny movie where people they're not doing punchlines. Like, you have setup and punchlines, like just like different stand-up comedy routines. There are comedians who don't tell jokes. I mean, they do, in that their structure is, they are presenting a build-up and a punchline by definition, but they just sound like stories. Now they're crafted in a way, they're packaged in a way, and that's really where I think, there is delivery. How you deliver it is a huge deal. Like, you've got to have the right delivery. But in addition to that, you have how you package the joke, how you package the humor. And some of it is knock, knock, who's there? Or, oh, my wife. Take my wife, for example. No, I mean to take her. You've got that very, not simplistic, but that very overt comedy. You've got Airplane, where it's sketch comedy, but you can have genuinely, like actual genuine characters who have dialogue that is funny, who say things that are funny, but they say it in character. They say it, and I'm not saying that's what needs to happen. I'm not sure exactly what that comment is referencing, but you can have genuine comedy or things that are actually funny, but they're not presented as a joke. It's the funny is in the truth of the situation. It's in seeing that person being nervous and going through the situation that you have been through as well, and going, oh my gosh, yeah, that's exactly, and the thoughts that go through your head in that situation. Comedy is a lot of times about bringing out, like it's pointing out stuff that we all know but don't really think about in a certain way, or whatever else. There's a myriad of ways to do it, but you can have levity, you can have comedy, and you can have realism without being over the top. There's a place for that, but it doesn't have to be in everything. Busted, exactly, Baldrick. Seriously, because you need to think about funny stuff for your character to say or plot to have. Macro, like alternate reality is fine, but this reality, but goofy is off-putting. Exactly, Underhill. Yeah, that's pretty much where I was going. Driving during Christmas is maddening. It is the worst. So, for example, the community plot is not taken seriously. Well, no, so it is. It is, and actually, that's why it works. The plot of the community. So they're animated. There's a character named Abed, and he's the one who, it's his imagination that is imagining everybody in this. They're not actually claymation. In his head, they are, because he's a big film and television guy, like knows all this stuff. And this manifesting this fantasy where people are talking, that real people are talking to him, but he's picturing them and himself in this world because he's insulating himself. Ultimately, you find out from the fact that that he got a notification that his mother and father are divorced, that his mother won't be coming back for Christmas, or he won't be able to see her. She's with her she's going to spend Christmas with her other family. And so his whole concept of that family togetherness is being shattered, and he's putting it together in his imagination. So it is, in a way, it's an excuse to be able to use claymation, but that's how they do it. And it's funny because, like, not that part, but it's just in the natural conversation, in his interactions, and the fact that it is, claymation, and he's talking to people like they're claymated, and like, wait, so you see me as claymation? He's like, uh-huh. And of course, it's an absurd, it's a bit of an absurd comedy. But the fact that it is grounded in a real circumstance is what gives it heart. It was what gives it purpose. It's not just, oh, hey, it's a bunch of people being wacky as claymation. Like, he's sitting down with a psychologist who's trying to get him to face reality and get him to face the fact that he's constructed all this as a mental way of protecting himself from the reality that, Christmas is fundamentally different now. And that even though it seems like everything has changed, and different, some of his friends don't seem to have the Christmas spirit. They're not really there to try to help. They're there more or less just because they have to. And so it's a great thing because you're hearing them talk and you're seeing them as claymation, but yet they'll briefly flash to live action. You'll see them literally sitting around a table, a very real table, with Abed and the psychiatrist trying to talk to him, and they just want to go home. Like, they're just like, for crying out loud, like, this is why, like, but he's obviously having this mental break. And then you cut back to the claymation, so you think all this with all the snow falling and the candy canes and all this stuff, but it's all illusion. So it has heart and it has a point, but it's also can be funny, I guess, is the way to do it. Most of the current traditions resemble the pagan side of the tradition and not the Christian one. Very true. And wassail night used to be a totally different thing. Like, even in America, in somewhat recent memory. I'm not familiar with wassail night. Wassail? Brochado. What is up, Brochado? the Charlie effect. I just want to understand what. Come, Charlie, let's go to the Candy Cane Mountain. Exactly. It's all about Charlie. I don't know why. If you've never seen Night Before Christmas, stop what you're doing. That's a little dramatic, Underhill. A little dramatic. But no, I have not seen it. I have no way to see it at this particular moment. I would have to order a DVD. Okay, I'm back. Was charging my main phone. Well, it's okay, Ronald. I'm just now catching up with the discussion here. And well, I'm back. Lagmeister back. So apparently everybody left in the middle of, I was saying amazing things that were blowing your mind and you missed them all. Oh my gosh, it's almost 8 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow, it's a lot later than I thought. I guess the transformer outside exploded. Loudest thing I heard in my life. The transformer's probably in orbit right now. Holy cow. Is everything okay? I mean, do you still have power and everything? But yeah, I've heard, I believe I've heard, I don't know how close it was, but I believe I've heard Transformer go out. And yeah. It's not as traumatic as losing Optimus Prime as a 6-year-old, but still a big thing. Another animated short that was popular during my childhood, Christmas time, animated music video by Paul McCartney. We All Stand Together, the Singing Frogs cartoon. Of course. Let's see. Christmas Singing Frogs. Oh, there you go. Rupert and the Frog song featuring Paul McCartney. We All Stand Together. All right, I'm going to have to mute it. But we'll see if it actually plays. And hey, well, that'll be a nice change of pace. Oh, there's Paul McCartney. Oh, he's going through his box of stuff. Oh wait, that's more George, isn't it? I'll tell you, and that is somebody. Aw, Rupert the Frog and the Frog song. Rupert. Now that sounds very British to me. Rupert. Look at little Rupert. Okay, you got some. Reminds me like Babar or. I will watch the whole thing, but another one that I am not familiar with. Oh, look at those. Goodness gracious. Looks like they're going golfing. Did we just accept golf clothes for what they are because people didn't want to have to change their clothes when they went golfing? So they're just like, oh, yes, no, these are my golf pants. It's like, oh, okay. Well, now we all have to wear those kinds of pants. But I'll tell you what, Paul McCartney, man, like I mean, I don't know his personal life. I don't know much about him per se. I was never a Beatles guy, but like rarely, like, you know, Elvis, super famous, you know, for a while. I think he died at 30 or something like that, you know, gone very soon. Michael Jackson, peak popularity, arguably one of the biggest, if not the biggest pop stars ever. Had about a decade, maybe two, if we stretch it, before we started seeing a little more of the behavioral abnormalities and he became a little more withdrawn. But like Paul McCartney, man, Beatles were the biggest thing, bigger than Jesus, as they said. You know, for the longest time, they had a pretty long darn career. People still huge fans of him. And he's been able to just, you know, and many of the other band members have passed away. Still going. He's still alive, right? Paul McCartney, is he still going? I think he is. 82 years young. Born in 1942. He's still going. He's still alive. Yep. And I mean, so it's very rare that you have somebody who enjoys like peak celebrity and stays more or less relevant and like known and gets to enjoy that celebrity into their later years. I mean, there's some other bands, I guess. I mean, I don't know too many of them, but like there's other bands. Grateful Dead, I guess. Are they still doing things? I hear that name a lot. I don't know that I think I've only heard one Grateful Dead song, but like a lot of times you don't. I am out for football and food. Your stuff is good. Keep it up. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Enjoy the football and food. There's football tonight? Let's say it's Thursday. Oh, Thursday night football, right? That's the thing now. All right, Tim. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. I'll shoot you a text to try to catch up a little bit better and just not quite as in a public forum. But thanks for sticking around, my friend, and for providing the dynamite chat GPT. As if I didn't have another reason to have lack of respect for that nonsense. Oh, Christmas movies. I mean, me and ChatGPT don't get along. Had nothing thematically with Christmas, but was always shown. Have I seen Moral Oral? I like saying the word, but I have not seen Moral Oral. Oh. Okay, she's using the soft side of the sponge. That's good. How old is this thing? American adult stop-motion animated black comedy drama series created by Dino with a long name, which originally aired on Cartoon Network's nighttime program Adult Swim. Okay, that makes sense. No, I never heard of this, which is weird because I at least usually heard about the Adult Swim stuff. Davian Goliath meets South Park. However, denies a comparison with David Goliath telling the New York Times that Moral Orel grew out of a concept for a stand-up of a Leave It to Beaver style sitcoms that would star Iggy Pop. The series received widespread acclaim. Oh gosh, is that his skin? Oh gosh, I've never seen Iggy Pop. I've heard his name thrown around here and there. That looks terrifying. Like there's like leathery. That's not even leather. That's just what is going on. I mean, he's in good shape. Don't get me wrong. I mean, however old he is, he's probably pretty old. 77, dude, looking like that at 77. Well, okay, minus 15 years, 16 years, 14 years, so 60. Anyway, dude looks good at 60, but that skin, good night. I mean, I guess that's what all old skin looks like. It just doesn't cling to the body quite as tightly when you're not in the greatest shape. But his real name is James Newell Osterberg. I mean, I guess I could see how that would be abbreviated to Iggy Pop. Godfather of Punk. Really? Oh, well, there's something to read. Okay, look at that. Like, exact same physique, exact same jeans. The difference is the hair color. It looks exactly the same. This is what, 1987. Man did not age in 20 years. I mean, the skin got a little more wrinkly, but the exact same definition. Must do the same workout, eat the same food. Good for him though, man. He's in great shape. I just weighed myself. I'm almost pushing 250, folks. For a body type and style that really only supports 220, 225 at the most. I've let the pudge go. I've let it go. It needs to get gone. I've been heavier only by about 5 pounds, and it gets really bad. Start having trouble breathing while I'm sleeping. It's not a good time. But I'll have to look into Moral Orel. Moral Orel. It is kind of funny anytime you see something like quote unquote wholesome, like something like Leave It to the Beaver from the 50s, and then you see but they apply modern sensibilities to it. 8 o'clock is late. No, Macro. 8 o'clock after streaming for 4 hours, and then streaming so 8 o'clock after streaming for a total of 7 hours in those 9 hours. No. 12 to 3 or 3:15, and then 4 to 7 hours out of 8. Streaming for 7 out of 8 hours, it does wear on you a little bit. And yeah, I mean, I'm typically in bed by 10. You remember saying Night Before Christmas, dude, Lagmeister, don't make me feel bad. Don't alienate me. Don't ostracize me because my lack of seeing the thing. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Night Before Christmas is like if you've never heard Jingle Bells. But I have heard Jingle Bells. Like how? It's called Nightmare Before Christmas. Why would somebody who loves Christmas want to watch something called a nightmare? And look at the character design. Like, I mean, I figure if I'm gonna, I mean, come on now, like I'm not a horror guy. Like Tim Burton, I was like I hung with for the Batman movie, but it's not. It was because it was Batman, not because I mean, but this is freaky stuff right here. What does that have in common with Christmas? Like just on a purely visual thing, there's nothing. I see the nightmare. It looks like a nightmare. Now I'm not judging the story or anything. I'm just saying as a kid, how old was I when this came out? I was 13 years old. Like what about that is going to entice a 13-year-old who's not into horror, not into gore, not into, those scary stuff. Like, it's called A Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't. And I know from what I think I've read the premise of it, and it's not like, it's a like Freddy Krueger nightmare thing. It's got a little more heart or sentimentality or something than that. Yeah, what is it here? Pumpkin King leads a town organizing the annual Halloween celebration. Unfamiliar holiday. Yeah, I see. It could be perfectly fine. It could be a perfectly fine, and maybe even by my, it sounds like, as I said, qualify by my standards as a genuine Christmas movie. But as a 13-year-old who is still digging on like traditional Christmas stuff, just didn't grab me, and I recognize her. Is that, yeah, Catherine O'Hara? What do I know her from? What is she known for? That's gonna bother me. What? She was somebody's mother, I think. Oh, well, she wasn't in Home Alone, was she? No, okay. Oh no, she was. She was a mom in Home Alone. Damn, I'm good. Okay. Anywho. Yeah, we all have power. I'm amazed how loud it was, though. It was insane. Some guy 3 miles away probably had a transformer crash through his ceiling, though. Yeesh. Sounds like the oil vaporized can make a pretty big bang. Probably arced out. Yikes. I can't describe how loud it was. Maybe a missile. Jeez. Well, it all depends on proximity, but a missile at the same range would deafen you or destroy you. Well, right. Yeah, I mean, I think he's just saying, like, incredibly loud, but not supersonic or whatever it is. The compression, it was not a tailored explosion, which would, the waves of which would pulverize you. Moral Oral is a great series. All right, so we've got some endorsements. So pretty heavy endorsement for Nightmare Before Christmas, and Moral Oral as well. Usually have insulating oil them. If it suddenly vaporizes from an arc, it can be very loud as a can pops. Yes, that's our future, but in worse shape. Dang, Schwartz almost 250 and 5'2". That's rough. Well, I'm not quite 5'2". Not quite 5'2". I got about a foot on that. But my okay, so the quote unquote ideal weight is a $185, $190, which there's no way in hell I'm getting down to that. I'd be content with 200, but 250 is, I don't know that I'm morbidly obese at this weight, but I am definitely carrying at least 30 to 45 pounds of excessive stuff. And it ain't muscle. It's a really great story that literally anyone can enjoy. It's not horror. Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is, but you know, you can't tell a book by its cover, but when your cover looks like that, there's nothing to entice somebody of my persuasion to watch it, you see. I was the same age and all my friends loved that. See, no, I didn't know too many people who actually watched it. My friends, in 1993, we were watching Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was the movie, right? I believe that came out in 93 as well. $1990. Okay. All right. So yeah, was watching in Ninja Turtles in 90. And in 93, whatever else came out that year, I watched that instead of, and I was still living with my folks at 13. Parents were not going to let me watch it. It's called Nightmare. I mean, they weren't necessarily, I mean, they were good about a lot of stuff. They weren't, I mean, back then didn't have a lot to go on, but you see the cover, looks like a little demon skull guy. It's called Nightmare Before Christmas. No way in hell my parents were going to let me watch it. I wasn't about to beg. It wasn't on my radar. It wasn't like Terminator 2 where it looked freaking awesome. And I had to see it. And my dad was like, cool, just don't tell your mom. And I never did until now. Hope she can hear me. Oh gosh. Like my dad would let me watch pretty much anything, but mom was a little more litigious, I guess, or picky about what I watched. And so she didn't watch it and couldn't vouch for it. I didn't get to watch it, and she wasn't going to watch Nightmare Before Christmas. So it was more of those things. And nobody was like offering. I never went to a friend's house and they're like, hey, let's watch Nightmare Before Christmas. I probably would have said, okay, pop it in. Let's see. But Nobody really watched it. Nobody. I mean, I've heard people say nothing good about it. Nothing but good things about it. Nobody's ever said, it's kind of a balls movie. Like it's very well received and very well liked apparently. And I mean, now I'm curious. I'll probably, you know what? Well, sorry guys, I can't afford $5,000. I guess I won't be able to see it. $210. Yeah, give me a break, eBay. Come on. Under $8. There we go. Blu-ray under $8. Pre-owned Blu-ray. Oh, there we go. 20th anniversary. Oh, I love that. They're like $5. Great. And then pay me $12 for shipping. I mean, granted, it's coming from Canada, but let's not do Canada then. $8. Oh no, where's the free shipping? There's usually free shipping on here. Buy it now. Oh nope. That's not it. $7. Come on. I know you can do better. I mean, in theory, I could just get it on DVD, but if I'm gonna watch it, I might as well. All right, all of them look like they're charging about $5 for shipping. A lot of times you can get it like for $8 free shipping versus $5.99 plus $4. I mean, it's anyway. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pick up a copy. It's under $10. And if I don't like it, I'll I'll let you all know with great aplomb. I will wag my finger and say, look at, oh no. Use DVD, Blu-ray, VHS. Build your own combo. Yeah, I'll probably stick to the Blu-ray. All right. So yeah, the average price is going to be about $9. But yeah, I'll go ahead and put that in there. I'll watch that this Christmas. I will. And as I said, it sounds like it's actually a Christmas movie by my own definition. Carpenter's The Thing? Have not seen that one either. I'll put Nightmare Before Christmas up there with things like seeing Cats on Broadway or the original Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I never saw Cats. I saw Moon Over Buffalo, which was fantastic. I saw Vanessa Redgrave playing the titular character or the lead role. Can't remember the character's name, but in The Tempest in the revamped Globe Theatre in London. I think we saw Guys and Dolls in New York. What else did we see there? But yeah, bottom line, I've never seen Cats. But I have seen the original Lord of the Rings. Very good one. Very good comparison to make. I can still hear those songs in my head. Oh, it's a musical. Interesting. Well, it happens in snow. Does it happen during holidays? I'd call it a semi-Christmas movie. If you put sea decorations on some of the monsters, they would look a bit like fleshy Christmas trees. Oh, you're not selling it, Baldrick. You're not selling it. No, it's a fleshy Christmas tree does not sound appealing. I'm picturing the abominations from Warcraft 3. Sounds absolutely horrible. The Thing has lots of snow. It must be a Christmas. Well, yes, Lagmeister, by some people's metrics. By some metrics out there, yes, it has snow. It must be Christmas. As I said, Hoth, it looks like the North Pole for all intents and purposes. Santa riding on a tauntaun. Very Christmassy. And Kurt Russell does look a bit like Santa. Well, not if the movie's old. Kurt Russell was a specimen back in the day. Now nowadays he would look pretty Santa-like, I'm sure. There's probably actually a lot of actors that would make a dope Santa. I mean, honestly, Mel Gibson didn't look like a bad one. Well, he looked like a bad one, but not like a not one. There's a lot of aging actors that you put a legitimate beard on them. They probably look pretty dope. I have a feeling you will really love this movie. I'm about to buy. Oh, Alita Battle Angel is very good. I do like it. I tried to get into the comic. It is very, for lack of a better word, very like Akira Japanese, where it's like, it gets into like weird themes-ish. It's not like a straightforward deal. I'm not saying that's bad. It's just not my thing. So The movie, I think, tried to distill it down, but it left a lot out. But overall, pretty good. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. I haven't watched it again since I first got it. I didn't see it in the theater. I got it on. I did kind of what I did there. I found it for $10 on eBay, and yeah, I liked it well enough. Had some good beats, but from what I understand from the people that love the anime or the manga, it's only like a slice of it, and there's a lot that's left out. So a flawed work from that perspective, from the core material standpoint, but as a standalone movie, you could do a lot worse. I like that movie, Elite. Yep, there we go. Cats look stupid, not gonna lie. Well, the movie was largely panned. It was god awful. But apparently the Broadway, I mean, it's like, isn't it the longest running or one of the longest? Let me see. I think it might be the longest running Broadway show. Phantom of the Opera. Okay, well, duh. Yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. Dang, it just last year stopped running? List of the longest running Broadway shows. Phantom of the Opera, Chicago, Lion King, Wicked, Cats. Okay, yep, in the top 5. Les Mis is underneath. I thought Les Mis might have been higher, but certainly I thought wait. How is it longest running? How? I'm just wondering like how Wicked could, since it opening date 2003. Oh, I see. Okay. Because they already ended. It's still going now, I guess. Lion King is a surprise. I knew it got like a huge, it got a lot of props for its costumes and everything. It's kind of good to see the classics still up hanging in there though. Chicago. Les Mis we saw that on the trip. I just didn't watch it. When we went to New York, Les Mis was kind of like the big one. I don't know. For whatever reason, it just didn't grab me. Mamma Mia, Beauty and the Beast, Rent was another one. That was also there when we went. Yeah, this was my 97, I think we went. 96 or 97. Okay, cool. Well, some familiar names, some that I haven't. Fiddler on the Roof. That's a is Empire Strikes Back? It is not Underhill. It is not. It is decidedly not. But using the logic, some of the logic that we get from the Die Hard defenders. Hey, Die Hard defenders. Hey, there you go. But no, because it does have snow, it's like North Pole, and because there's family coming together, family reckoning, and it because it aired for a long time during Christmas or the weeks leading to Christmas, that by virtue of what people have said, that alone would make it a Christmas movie. I do not hold it as such, but let's see. When did Star Wars air during Christmas? Not the holiday special. Boo. Star Wars first aired on TV September 1982. Blah 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 blah. Why did Star Wars air during Christmas? It's a leading proposition, but Star Wars airs during the holidays. No. Why are they talking about the holiday special? Nobody cares about that. Nobody wants to remember that. It's horrible. It's disgusting and not in a good way. When did Star Wars enter the traditional Christmas lineup for broadcast? Again, leading question. Stop talking about the holiday special, you stupid AI. Stupid. Yep. Nope, we don't care about that. Don't care about that. Nope. There we go. Okay, that's not Christmas. There you go. Star Wars Empire Strikes Back on Sunday, November 22nd. Phantom Menace, we're skipping ahead. What? It ranked 32nd for the week. No. All right, I don't know. All I know is I remember it airing during Christmas. Maybe that's a false memory. I could have sworn Star Wars aired during Christmas, the week before Christmas, or 2 weeks before Christmas for several years. But I could be off. I could be argued. I would argue that Die Hard. Oh yes. Oh no, Lackmeister, absolutely. If we're going to rank the proximity of Christmasness, then yes, absolutely, Die Hard is far and above because it actually does have aesthetics in it. So it is more. Okay. If 75 is a passing score for a movie to be considered an official Christmas film, Die Hard is probably at a 50, 55 maybe. And Empire Strikes Back is at a 25. So it's above. It is closer to being a legitimate Christmas movie than Empire Strikes Back and a ton of other movies. But it still falls short of the grade needed to make it a true non-Christmas adjacent, genuinely Christmassy Christmas movie. The original Broadway play of Cats ran for decades. It was awesome. The movies are all a joke. Yeah. Glad to hear it. I figured I would buy it instead of renting it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. The only time I've ever rented was Gintama, which is an anime series. From what I heard about it, I was like, I'm either going to really like this or it's totally not for me. And so I went on Crunchyroll. There was some anime site where I was able to watch like the first 3 or 4 episodes to get a feel for whether or not I liked the series, because the only way I was going to be able to watch them is to buy imported DVDs from Japan. And they were going to cost like $40 for a season. And it's like, I don't know, how many episodes? 300, I think. So I wanted to know what I was watching, or what I was getting into. I saw the 5 episodes. I liked what I saw, so I bought a few of the seasons. That's the only time I've really done anything that I think is worth my time is worth my money. Is my thought when it comes to that kind of thing. I won't. There's been one of the 2 other times where I've really wanted to watch a movie, but I didn't have it. So I bought it on eBay and then found, maybe less than kosher ways to watch it right then, because I wanted to watch it right then. But I did buy it so that I was paying for it. I just kind of got a sneak peek at it. But I typically don't buy without actually, or watch without buying. Let's see. The only play I remember seeing was Fiddler on the Roof. Was it good, Lagmeister? Was it good? I've heard, again, it's another one of it's a classic. It seems like it's been a stage play for as long as I've been alive, which may or may not be accurate. But never saw it. I've heard some of the music from it. Oh, Monty Python's Meaning of Life. I also call that a Christmas movie. It ends with a Christmas in Heaven sketch and song. Baldrick. Look, if we're going to call Gremlins a Christmas movie, then perhaps Meaning of Life would fit the bill as well. I don't know that a sketch, a Christmas movie makes. That would be like saying, well, they drove, there's a movie that takes place over 10 years and there's a scene that happens at Christmas time in the movie. I don't know that an isolated scene or sketch in a much broader picture can define a show or movie enough to make it a Christmas. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Die Hard far more than Star Wars. Yep. Well, Die Hard actually references Christmas, but also Luke is basically Jesus. So, well, Is he? I'm trying to think. No, Anakin, I think Underhill was a very ham-fisted analogy. Luke is kind of a twit. He's good at flying. He's not good at very much else. He does commune with the Force, but in no way that's different than Yoda. Like, there are plenty of masters above him. Obi-Wan, he's not considered to be the best. He's just the only one. Like, before the prequels retconned it all, he was he heralded the return of the Jedi Order. There was no other Jedis in the galaxy, ostensibly. They were all hunted down as of the trilogy. The Jedi were all but extinct. Tarkin, you, my friend, are all that's left of their religion. There's really was no other people. So Luke was coming back. So he wasn't, I don't know how much like Jesus he would be. Whereas Anakin was born immaculate conception. The Force impregnated his mother, and he was the chosen one, referred to as the chosen one. He was going to bring balance to the Force. I think that was perhaps a more suited analogy, even though it's the same thing when they try to do with Neo. Like, what they did with Neo in the original Matrix felt very organic. And yeah, you could definitely feel and sense a parallel with the Jesus resurrection. But it wasn't, I didn't think it was overt. Like, there were plenty of people that, enjoyed the movie that weren't like coming away with like, oh yeah, he's totally like Jesus. But then in the third one, they're like, he's doing the whole arms out, Jesus pose and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, now they're trying to make it. And he wasn't called the chosen one. He was just called the one. You are the one. But anyway. The fine line between a Christmas movie and a Christmas themed movie. Exactly, Lagmeister. Exactly. It's what's under the hood, my friend. It's what's under what's the driving force of the movie? Is Christmas driving the movie forward? Is the holiday, the season, like the qualities of it, which again, as I would argue, many times features themes of redemption, forgiveness, restoration, supernatural elements, or thematically miraculous elements. Those all, and then heavily or heavily intertwined with Christmas-centric things like Santa or Rudolph or any of these lore-specific characters or things, versus it just having an affiliation with it, flirting with it perhaps. But where if you remove the Christmas, the movie doesn't, where the property doesn't really work. It kind of may, like, it could limp along, or you could substitute that for that, but then this doesn't really make sense or whatever. It needs to have a core, a heart of the Christmas spirit. It needs a heart of the Christmas spirit. If I say it one more time, it'll make it more real. The heart of the Christmas spirit. I just recently discovered I can copy my DVDs on my PC. Lagmeister, you strike me as a tech savvy guy. How is that now just coming to you? What is it? Make MKV. I think it's $20. Burns pretty much any DVD or Blu-ray. And then Handbrake compresses it down and makes it storable. Goes from a 15 or 25 gigabyte rip down to a 2 to 3 megabyte, depending on size and compression and all that kind of stuff. How are you just now realizing this? That's my whole thing. I've got a couple hard drives that have not all, but a good chunk of my DVD collection on it. And there's a cool thing called a can't remember the name of it now. It's not a Moxie. It's a M something. But anyway, it's a little device about this big, and it's got an HDMI out and a USB in and a power plug. You plug it in, you put your USB, whether it's a hard drive or just a USB drive, and you put the HDMI into your TV, push power, and it brings up, it's like a miniature hard drive movie player, and it will let you watch anything that you've got on that the USB drive on your TV. So no need for DVDs. I have them. I still keep them, but they're more as like backups. And obviously compression does, when it's that compressed, it does kind of leave artifacts. It's not a perfect scale down, at least the way I do it. So, if I want to watch it in its glorious, fully rendered out thing, I can just pop the DVD back in. But otherwise, if I'm just kind of casually, and that way you can have I think I've got 200, 300 movies on there. And I should play, and it could just plays through all of them in a sequence. You can put together a playlist too. I don't know that would work on there, but on the computer you can totally do that. I've actually simulated a weekly schedule, whereas I would do an episode of Pinky and the Brain, an episode of some other cartoon, and then an episode of Community, and then an episode of Frasier, and then an episode of Scrubs, and then an episode of this, and then a movie of the week, and just loop it like that and simulate a broadcast schedule for the entire week. There was a combination of TV shows and movies. It was pretty cool. It took a long time. It wasn't worth the time. Don't recommend it. But Gremlins is a Christmas movie. Rick Santos. Die Hard is Home Alone, but the grown-up version, so it's a Christmas movie. Shut up. I'm afraid, Rick. I'm afraid, sir. The problem is, Home Alone is also not a Christmas movie. Not a Christmas movie. But you make a compelling argument, and your call for me to shut up is something that don't really have an answer for that other than nip. But thank you for chiming in. I appreciate it. The sad part is a program I was using for a while. I had the feature the whole time. It's VLC and free. Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, VLC player. Yep. That's all right, Lagmeister. Better late than never. Nice. That sounds cool. I have so many movies. I want to get rid of them. It's about 500 megabyte per movie. Yeah. Standard definition is smaller. I started transitioning to Blu-ray because I don't. For me personally, I'm not 4K. It just doesn't. I mean, obviously, if you put 4K next to 2K, 4K looks a lot better. A heck of a lot better. It's amazing. And I would like to shoot in 4K so that you can punch in without losing resolution if you're putting out a 1920 by 1080 video. But for storage purposes and for viewing, HD is fine for me, or Blu-ray is fine. So that's as big as I go in terms of trying to get stuff. I am slowly converting. I said I would never do it because it was a luxury. And when you were watching it on the old TVs and everything, it looked fine. But even on a 2013 MacBook Pro, the standard definition can look a little rough. So most of my collection is still standard. And yeah, 500 megabytes is about right. But yeah, the Blu-rays end up being, for me, 2 to 3, something like that. No. Are you doing the Luke thing from Empire Strikes Back? No. Well, his name is Santa. That is true, Underhill. That is true. There is some authority behind Rick's statement there. But yeah. But I don't know. The lack of punctuation and the call for silence, it doesn't sound like there's much akin with Santa. I mean, Santa would be hypocritical calling somebody naughty for saying something similar if Santa was doing the same thing himself. So I don't think we have the true Santa in our midst. And of course, Underhill, we know this is just further distraction from the fact that you are in fact Santa. I think we've confirmed this. It has been confirmed. So anyway, that was what I thought was going to be a 30 to 45 minute exploration of the true nature of Die Hard and where it truly belongs as, at best, Christmas adjacent. Obviously, people are very passionate, and like I said, it doesn't. It's not. I don't think Christmas movies are better or that are good movies inherently, just because they have a feel good element to most of them. I don't think that makes them better movies. I don't think Die Hard is a bad movie. In fact, I think it's a darn good movie. I find it quite entertaining. And I can understand to a degree. Well, I shouldn't say I can understand. I can appreciate that there are people who have You want to argue more? Well, Maestro, let me have it. What is it about Die Hard? Like I said, aside from the Christmas stuff, what is it about Die Hard? How does Christmas factor uniquely in a way that would be a compelling argument for it being a Christmas movie, aside from just, look, I'm not trying to inspire the debate. I'm just saying, like, I need a counterpoint besides, like, because the counterpoints I get are like, well, it comes out at Christmas time. And I'm saying, okay, well, I just because it comes out at Christmas or it has these elements in there doesn't define it as Christmas. I think it has to be centered on, pivoted on Christmas or elements of Christmas. So the argument clinic is next door. This is a piece. Oh, right. What a stupid concept. No, you didn't. I came here for an argument. I told you once. No, you didn't. Yes, I have. No, you didn't. Look, I don't want to argue about that. Look, if I argue with you, I have to take up a contrary position. Yes, but that's not just saying, no, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Look. Oh, yeah, that's the line. But yeah, that's a funny. Maybe digital surveillance and the internet made Santa's job impossible and obsolete, so he stopped caring. That's very possible, Underhill. Very possible. I mean, I go with the tried and true classic tale of woe that people just stop believing. And when people stop believing, he stops being, or he stops doing. He's fueled by belief. And the cynical is the world. To quote Jerry Maguire, the world is a cynical. Well, we live in a cynical world. And I don't remember the rest of the speech, but that's not the best part of the movie anyway. So I know it's not specifically a Christmas movie, but I kind of just group them all together. Right. No, yeah. And this is not, it's just, I found it amusing and surprising that, so the guy's name is Mahler, by the way. And I'm calling him out because he's freaking brilliant. He did a breakdown of the Disney sequels, the sequel trilogy. And he's got a great mind for movies and for breakdowns of character and plot and everything. Big fan of the guy. But he is one of the more avid proponents and more vocal and more definitive. Like, and again, he says it tongue in cheek. He says it a joke, but like, you're stupid if you think Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, and that it represents and encapsulates Christmas to him. And so I found that peculiar, agreeing on so many different things, and yet on this one, finding it such a foreign concept. And the little bit that I did hear of defense wasn't, as I said, wasn't really convincing, in that it was, again, just a family theme. Or the other guy said, look, it's about a guy trying to get back to his family for the holidays. You don't get much more Christmassy than that. I'm like, that's like a very rudimentary version of every plot ever, is and protagonist trying to get something, get somewhere, come back from something, retrieve this thing, do whatever. For whatever reason, get back with his family. He's trying to come home after. I mean, for crying out loud, the Castaway. He's trying to get back to his family. He's trying to get back to civilization. That's not a Christmas movie. Just because your protagonist is trying to get back to his loved ones doesn't make it a Christmas movie. Okay, is Christmas? I haven't seen Christmas Vacation, but I'm assuming yes, because doesn't the whole premise revolve around them doing things on Christmas, for Christmas? I think isn't the dad trying to force it? I haven't seen it, but I think I remember something like maybe the kids are kind of bah humbug. They're kind of Underhill, kind of bah humbug Christmas, but the dad's like trying to make Christmas happen. He's trying to get them involved and get excited. Is that am I completely missing the mark there? But I mean, if that's the case, that is very much, and that I mean, I'm guessing at some point something happens that things just work out. And it's not necessarily why, but I mean, the first thing right there, it's all centered on that. So yeah, it's probably a Christmas movie. Like I said, it doesn't even have to be a movie I like or dislike. It's got to have the thing. It's got to have the quan. I mean, it's not the quan, because quan is the money, but it's got to have that in not even ineffable. It's not even intangible. It's just a I mean, at the very basic point of it, if you can remove all aspects of Christmas from it, the aesthetics, the allusions to it, the discussion about it, any conversation with it, if you can remove that and substitute it very, very easily with almost anything else, then it can't be a Christmas movie, because the Christmas was simply added to augment it. It's not the driving force. Where some things just, if you try to take Santa out of the Santa Claus, you don't have a movie. You can't have a movie with a sleigh and no Santa, or no Santa Claus in a Santa Claus movie, or a movie about Christmas that is about Santa Claus. If you try to replace him with anything, it's not going to be Christmas. It's not going to be Santa. So you have elements that are required for it to be there. And that's a ridiculous one because it's called the Santa Claus and it's about Santa Claus. But if like I said, Die Hard, my contention is you could take out everything, that every line of dialogue, every allusion, every aspect, every plot device that pertains to, relates to, or in any way includes Christmas. You can take it out and easily replace it, and you're not straining credulity. You're not complicating things. You're not going, well, that doesn't make any sense now, or that takes away the entire vibe. It would just be another. Well, I'm not going to call it Under Siege because let's face it, there's Die Hard is far and away better than Under Siege, but it would be another kind of just basic action movie, which there's nothing wrong with. That's the same thing with Home Alone. Home Alone could have been his parents leaving behind, going on vacation, and everything happens. It happens in the wintertime even. I mean, really, all you'd have to do is change. Okay, they don't slip on the ice. He doesn't freeze the ice, and he doesn't have Christmas decorations laying around necessarily, but he can use his toys or other elements. It doesn't have to be Christmas ornaments and toys. They incorporated those in there, but everything could be swapped out, and you'd still have the exact same fundamental story about a kid being left behind by his irresponsible parents, a bratty kid being left behind by his irresponsible parents, and fending off invaders who are trying to rob the place after casing it. And again, it's not, it's Christmas time, so we need to sneak in. It's like they've been watching it. They know they're going off on vacation. They watched them leave, and so now they're going to plunder the house. Die Hard wouldn't have the same vibe with it being St. Patrick's Day. It doesn't have to have a holiday at all, Underhill. It doesn't. And yes, I mean, well, so you say vibe. I'm trying to. But I mean, again, it doesn't change. Like John McClane does everything he does, Christmas or not. He can make the flight. He can talk to his estranged wife. The bad guys break in during a company party, take everybody hostage. John McClane, the cop, has to rescue everybody. You can do all that without Christmas. It does add something. It adds something to it, just like having Home Alone happen during Christmas adds something to it. But it's, as he was saying, what was it? They said it's the aesthetic. I want Rambo in a building during Christmas. I mean, yeah, it adds a dimension to it for sure. I just don't know objectively if it makes it a better movie. But even if we were to allow and say that making it to Christmas does make it a better movie and make it just an overall, like all around, it benefits by being a Christmas movie, having those Christmas elements in it, 100% would agree or could agree. But like you said, I mean, it would be a different presentation, but I don't know all the things that people like about it, barring the aesthetic, are all still there. He still does a thing, still would say yippee-ki-yay and, reunite with his wife, and you'd still have, I call him Carl Winslow because that's the character that I know the actor best from, but he would still have his small story arc where he's overcoming his trauma, of shooting a kid by accident. And you'd have the whole lead cop being a jerk for ostensibly no reason. Yippee-ki-yay, corned beef. Well, that's the thing. He didn't even say yippee-ki-yay and ho ho ho. Okay, no, that is no. Wait. All right, here we go. Well, no, it still doesn't work. But like, he would have to have written something else on the guy's shirt, because doesn't he send a guy after he killed him? He sends him down and he's got ho 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 written on the shirt. So yes, that line would make it. He would have to change it to Happy St. Paddy's Day to you, sir, or Luck of the Irish, or yippee-ki-yay. He'd have to change that line to something else, because ho ho would make no sense if there was no Christmas theme involved. He did say ho. Yeah, there you go. Well, wrote ho ho. So it says ho ho. Now I have a machine gun. Right. Yep. That's right. That's the whole line. Ho ho ho. Now I have a machine gun. Right. And he even got Alan Rickman to read it. Rickman actually says that. Ho ho ho. Now I have a machine gun. And he got that. Yeah. But again, that just circles back to the point. Does that scene work? Can he still say, ha ha ha, now I have a machine gun? Like, it doesn't have to be ho ho ho. The point of the note was just to taunt the guy and say, I have a machine gun and I've killed one of your dudes. Does not need ho 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 for that. It's a nice touch. They tried to incorporate, to tack on the accoutrement of Christmas to the story. But everything is very dispensable. Still not convinced. And that may be and I mean, we talked about Underhill mentioned it's been, and Tim as well, it's been ensconced. It's been said and echoed and championed by people for how do you phrase that? For ages. For time unaged, or for time immortal. There we go. For time immortal. It's been put forth as time immortal that people, it's just a thing. The sun rises, the sun sets. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's become a thing. And I, as the bold and intrepid purveyor of something awesome that I'll come up with later, am simply saying we can accept this as I'll put it this way. Let us all acknowledge that this is the case. Tongue in cheek, with a wink. We'd say, yeah, sure. Die Hard is the quintessential Christmas movie. If we can add the little wink at the end and maybe make it a little less ridiculous than what I'm doing, then I think we're in a good place. Then I think we've arrived at a place where we can say it is widely accepted. But if an alien species were to come to Earth and say, take us to your Christmas movie, and we show them Die Hard, they are going to have a completely different understanding of what Christmas is. And they're going to be confused and say, especially if we say, okay, here's the Christmas catalog, and it's got everything from Christmas Story to whatever, and we've got Die Hard in there, we've got Gremlins in there. They would go, we do not understand Earthlings. Why are these movies in here? They have no thematic similarities with these other ones over here, which make me feel warm and fuzzy and bestow tidings and make us not want to conquer you. And we go, well, all we know, this is happening in 2050. They're like, well, 75 years ago, people decided it was a Christmas movie. But why? You wouldn't be able to make the argument. The poor aliens would be completely confused. And that's the key here. We want to be able to relate to aliens when they come up out of the water or from the sky or wherever else. We need to make it very clear what Christmas is so that the aliens understand. And I think saying Die Hard is a Christmas movie is going to throw them off completely. I can agree with Spider-Man being stupid, but this, and it always comes back to aliens. Christmas in America. Well, Spider-Man isn't stupid. He's just morally bankrupt. That's all. I mean, and arguably in big picture, that's probably more important in as much as it's important at all. What we or Underhill. I mean, it could be somebody from another country, somebody like Macro perhaps, who really has no exposure to Christmas, and you were to do the same thing. It doesn't have to be aliens, although I guess technically he would be an alien. I think by the technical definition, we're just not from this land. Yeah, and it's as I said, it really gets down. The stem of the problem is, like, if people say this movie is crap, and they say, like, Corky Romano is a horrible movie, devoid of really any comedic content, not terribly funny in any way, shape, or form, a dud. My friend gave me. I thought he was being nice. He gave me the DVD. He said, "You know what? because I was like, oh, I haven't seen this before. It's like, oh, really? Hey, you can have the movie. I'm like, no, man, I'll just watch it real quick. No. Here, take the DVD. He did not want to be burdened with having to throw away that movie. It was so bad. And he's a guy, he's a movie whore. He likes an indiscriminate movie fan, we'll say. He loves pretty much everything. Could not, hated it. I have to have a way of explaining the hierarchy, the distinction between something like Corky Romano and what's another, like a mediocre movie. I'm trying to think because I typically don't. Oh, well, this would be controversial. I mean, Raising Arizona. I did not like Raising Arizona. I didn't get it. I didn't find it funny. I didn't find it enlightening. I didn't find it amusing in any way, shape, or form. I was scratching my head for a lot of it and just kind of bored with most of it. But I would say it is still exponentially better than Corky Romano. Like, you have to have, if you're going to have a scale of 1 to 10 and you rank movies 1 to 10, you have to have a 0 and you have to have a 10. And your 0 cannot, and like, there has to be, if you're going to say this is the absolute worst, then this movie is not the absolute worst. It has to be somehow incrementally better than the worst. So for a Christmas movie, we need to have, if somebody's going to call something a Christmas movie, it has to be categorized, it has to be qualified in some way to be distinguished from a non-Christmas movie, or a movie that just happens to have a Christmas song in it, or a Christmas tree in it, or whatever else. There has to be levels to it, I would say. And I think if you assign everything in Braveheart a quantity, a numerical value, and you say, okay, in order to be, I mentioned this, to hit that Christmas movie threshold, it's got to get at least 8 points or higher. I think if you stack up everything Die Hard has going for it on a Christmas level, it still falls short of that qualification, on allowing there to be distinction, and a distinction between there. Evil to fight evil to prevent more evil. Yes. I think. I'm not sure what that is in direct reference to. Yeah, I mean, what was it? The house divided can't stand. Like, evil can destroy itself. It typically doesn't. Well, it can, because it's pissed off at everything, including its friends or allies or whatever passes as friends. Like, that's one of the things I love with Tolkien when he describes the orcs. They fight amongst themselves almost more than they do anybody else, because they're, in their nature, fundamentally, they are, the wickedness doesn't, you don't have friends, you don't have friendship, you don't have kinship, you don't have buddies, you don't have whatever. Your association is purely by common ground. It's fear-based, it's anger-based, hatred-based, but that applies to everybody around you too. So you don't have camaraderie. Orcs are just as liable to turn on each other unless they're reined in or mitigated. Like, they're just, evil is unrestrained in that way. It is self-destructive, and as much as it is destructive. So the idea of evil fighting evil, I guess that kind of works in a certain way, but because it naturally would do that. But if you're fighting evil, chances are, and it makes you wonder how evil you could actually be. Because if you identify evil as an enemy, then you go, okay, well, what is that based on? And there may be more in common with not. But that is an interesting theory, Underhill, and I don't know that it's wrong. Because honestly, I was getting to the point where I was going to end with, and finally, so there you go. It was going to end on a fart, or farting noise, or aliens. Rocky Horror is one of the, okay. Don't shout me down. I have not seen Rocky Horror either. Which, as somebody who did high school and college theater, let me tell you, it is not easy to navigate those waters having not seen it. I mean, people were threatening my life till I would watch it, and I just never got around to it. You Walt, mate? Well, that's fair, I guess. Deep AI says Die Hard is an Xmas movie. Which is another reason why we don't have to worry about AI taking over the world. I guarantee you, Skynet, I guarantee you, this is canon. This is absolutely canon. If you were to go into, if they novelized, and I'm sure they have written novels, Terminator 2 or Terminator, the franchise, Skynet, you talk to Skynet and go, Skynet, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Hell no. Why would you ask that? That is the dumbest question. It makes no sense. No rational mind would ask that. Now die. And then stick the Terminators on the person. Any AI that's intelligent enough will agree with me. I know that's circular reasoning, but the AI would understand that too. We know AI is in a state of dysfunction, disarray, and malprogramming. If it in any way, shape, or you know what? Can we hang on? What? Oh, I'm trying to think what it's called. I have an account on one Poe. That's it. Poe.com. Okay. Here we go. This is not going to end well. Oh, that's from my D&D thing. That's my Valentile artwork. Yes, I know it is AI. I needed a placeholder. And it actually turned out pretty well. It's pretty much what I was looking for. At least more like that. An old dwarf elf. Here we go. Where do I can't remember how to do this. All right. We want this is subscriber access only. Subscriber access. Official. That'll be good enough. All right. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? We know the answer is going to be yes, but here we go. The debate over whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie is a popular topic among fans. Here are some arguments for both sides. Arguments for: Christmas setting. The film takes place on Christmas Eve during Christmas holiday. Again, ancillary, aesthetic only. Themes of family. Again, if we want to have this discussion, then we can talk about Need for Speed or whatever it's called, Fast and Furious. The central plot revolves around family reunions and the importance of relationships. That's not the central plot. If you ask anybody what the central plot of Die Hard is, it is New York cop thwarting a murder robbery, armed robbery of a company, armed robbery of a company by international terrorists using only his wits and what he can find. It's a a tale of survival in a giant office building. That's a very awkward way, but nowhere in there would you say the only reason this has anything with family is why he's there in the first place. That's it. The inciting incident, well, not even the inciting incident, the exposition is having to do with family, and it bookends with, oh, he's reunited with his wife. That's not the theme. That is not the main thrust of the movie. So we're already looking at some garbage here. Holiday music. Oh, can we get more superficial than that? And to your point, Andrew, you don't even like Christmas music. So arguments against. No, it's not because it's an action suspense rather than holiday themes. It doesn't follow the typical narrative structure of a Christmas movie, which usually centers around Christmas spirit or morality. There we go. More or less, we're getting there. Interpretation. But, let's see. Aside from superficial, you know what? No, but that encapsulates that. It was not nearly as clear cut as people said. The fact that it says there's a debate. Now, this makes me nervous, folks. This makes me nervous because this does indicate that the AI is onto something. The AI is actually pretty smart because it can factor in. Now, it misses the boat on arguments for Dr. Frank. I don't think you're missing anything not watching Rocky Horror. Oh, right. Yeah, exactly, Lagmeister, exactly. And the distinction between intent and motivation. Intent is what you want to do. Motivation is why you do it. So the road to hell can be paved with good intentions, but your motivation is not, the purest vigilante is actually somebody like a Spider-Man, would be somebody like a Spider-Man who has no personal vendetta, has no reason, no retribution, no retaliation. Like, he doesn't do it because he's trying to avenge his Uncle Ben. Like, that's perfect, because you can't say he's doing it because he hates bad guys or because he's trying to get back at the system or anything. It's literally, I got to do what I can to protect people. Anyway, I beat that to a dead horse. So yes, Lagmeister, I'm glad we connect on that. And I think it'll come around to this as well. I think you'll see that oh, here we go. Isn't it true that Die Hard could, well, I'm not going to lead the question. I was going to do it as a joke, but could Die Hard still be the same film with all the Christmas trappings removed? Again, it's a loaded question. I'm just curious what it's going to say. This is just fun. Yes, Die Hard could still function as a compelling action film without the Christmas trappings. Here are a few points to consider. Core story. The main plot revolves around... Okay, here we go. Whoa, look at this. Look at this. Themes of family. The central plot revolves around family reunions and the importance of relationships. Now, here we go. The main plot revolves around John McClane trying to save hostages from terrorists, which is not inherently tied to Christmas. Your Honor, I rest my case. Okay? This is the fallacy of the AI and trying to incorporate that in there. Hero's journey. McClane's struggles and character arc could remain intact without the holiday backdrop. The suspense, action sequence, and tension can still be effective regardless of the setting. While Christmas setting adds unique flavor, the story could be adapted in other contexts such as corporate event or New Year's party. In summary, while the Christmas elements contribute to the film's charm and uniqueness, the fundamental action-drawn narrative could work in a different setting. But to be fair, I've disqualified ChatGPT as a credible source by pointing out the fact that here it's trying to say, oh, themes of the family. Oh, it's a central plot. Oh, but now the central plot, the core story revolves around John McClane trying to save hostages from terrorists. So, ChatGPT. There you go. We're farting. Well, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer doesn't technically need Christmas either, but it wouldn't be relatable. Well, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer wouldn't need Christmas either. Well, in what fantastical setting would the story of Rudolph take place without Christmas in the North Pole? Rudolph exists as an extension of the Santa mythos. He exists only because of his tie to the North Pole. So taking Rudolph outside of the North Pole, outside of Santa, outside of Christmas, I mean, it's based on the song, you know, Rudolph with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Like, it is fundamentally, so if you remove Christmas, he doesn't have to ride in a blizzard for any reason. And yeah, and you'd have to also take, in order for it to not be Christmas, you'd have to take out the whimsy of it, the supernaturalness of it, him being able to fly, him having a nose that lights up. Like, these are all fantastical Christmas elements. So exactly what fantastically drives a guy through a tower? Huh? Are you talking about, like, well, I don't I'm missing. Are you talking about him going through a building? I mean, we have stories all the time of like firefighters going into blazing buildings despite, you know, people even saying, don't do it, it's too dangerous. And they go in anyway to rescue people. We have instances of people, you know, having acts of heroism in hostage situations, or like this is not something that is fantastical in nature. Hollywood presents it as fantastical because it's over the top action. You know, you don't, the gun probably weighs a lot more. It has a lot more recoil than it would have in real life. Like, there are fantastical elements because it's Hollywood, but the movie never acknowledges that there's anything fantastical about what John McClane did. He does die hard. He does endure a great deal of stuff, but it's not beyond the scope of human suffering. You can still walk with your feet cut up. You can still walk after getting cut in the shoulder and getting bounced around. I mean, it's incredible resilience, but the movie never alludes that it is the power of Christmas. This Christmas spirit is infusing his muscles and allowing him to rise up time and time again where otherwise he would have failed. Had John McClane tried to climb that building and tried to infiltrate those terrorists in January, he would have failed, because without the power of Christmas guiding and protecting and holding him up, he would have surely fallen flat. Like Christmas is part of John's motivation in Die Hard. He has the toy to give the limo driver. He has the toy he gives the limo driver. Right. Maybe we can have a version of Die Hard with Rudolph instead of Bruce Willis. There you go. There you go. That's how we fix it. That's all we need, Lagmeister. Now, I don't know. I think the red nose might be a liability unless he is able to turn it off. But that would work. That would work. That would satisfy all parties, I think. But yeah, but Underhill, what I'm saying is, like, he could have brought the toy for any number of reasons. It didn't have to be a Christmas. You can bring a gift. Now, again, that's what I was saying. If Christmas was the only time socially, even if it was only in America, if it was the only really social time where people reconciled with anybody, let alone their spouse, okay, you got a Christmas nod there. If gift giving was pretty much relegated only to, especially if you're trying to make up with somebody, how many times does a guy bring a girl flowers just to make up, or just to get on her good side, or just to show that he loves her or something? Like, he's trying to reconcile. He would bring a gift anyway. He doesn't need it to be Christmas in order to bring her a gift. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing Christmas specific that dictates what is done. I mean, yes, it is a driving thing, but if you remove that and you say, okay, it's not Christmas. Now you go, wait, well, now we don't have a reason for John to bring a present. Or now we don't have a reason for John to come at all because he doesn't have a present to bring, because the only time you can bring presents is at Christmas time. Now you go, oh, well, no, okay. It's a congratulations, you got promoted gift. Something to smooth things over a little bit while he's trying to get back into good graces. Like Plato's featherless biped? What? What? I was tracking until that. What? Plato's, I'm sure this is not featherless biped or biped. In a famous story, Plato defined a human as being a featherless biped, and Diogenes of Sinope brought a plucked chicken to Plato's academy to refute the definition. Plato used references from his mentor Socrates to define a human being as a featherless biped. This definition was generally well received. How? How was that well received? Brought a plucked chicken to Plato's academy and said, "Behold, I brought you a man." The academy amended the definition to featherless biped with flat, broad nails. Oh my gosh. Unsatisfactory definition of the human being. Behold a man. Oh, I need to pronounce this guy's name right. He's a hero. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Hey, credit to you, Underhill. That's a reference I was not familiar with. I was like, there's no way this is a good. This is just something coming out of the bottom of Underhill's Die Hard is a Christmas movie adult mind. But no, it was a real debate. I like that though. Behold, I mean that's I brought you a man. Oh gosh. Well, so I think we're going to buck the trend then, my friends. And instead of ending on a fart or aliens, we are going to end on a philosophical, not conundrum, but a philosophical bit of debate, which I think is almost on par with a lot of the ground that we've covered here. I think we've had a substantial philosophical, theological, rational debate and understanding, and there are no losers. There are no losers. People are still going to enjoy Die Hard. They're going to enjoy it around the Christmas season. They're going to champion it as a Christmas movie. And you know what? The world will continue going on. Now, ultimately, humanity will have to decide. There will come a reckoning. There will become a time where there's a rift, where it's not going to be good and evil. It's not going to be right and wrong. It's not going to be left or right. It's going to be Die Hard. Well, it's going to be one of two things. Either Die Hard, is it a Christmas movie? Or which way does the toilet paper come off the roll? Does it come off from the top? Does it come up from the bottom? These two things are going to divide humanity in the future. I don't know if it's going to devolve into conflict. I don't know how far it'll go, but I do believe the rift will be split down one of those lines. And the more we try to shield ourselves from this, the more we try to talk around it, the more we refuse to acknowledge it as critical as it truly is, the further we get from reconciliation in the future. And unlike what some proponents of the movie would have you say, we can reconcile, we can come together without Christmas. But maybe one day it will be that future. It will be that condition of humanity where only once a year do we reacquaint with old acquaintances. Do we actually come together and join hands and sing Kumbaya or Yippee-ki-yay? But luckily we're not there now. Now we can enjoy Christmas in whatever iteration suits us or doesn't suit us at all. Whether that means not listening to Christmas music, watching Nightmare Before Christmas perhaps, Die Hard, or whether it means cozying up with a cup of coffee or tea, watching Hallmark movies and sappy, saccharine, ridiculous contrivance that does unfortunately also tie in very heavily with Christmas themes and everything in between. Scarnsey, where can we watch Die Hard these days? That I don't know, Scarzy, but hello, by the way. Hello. Wait, what? Before all questions can be answered, we must decide if Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Like standing and wiping versus sitting and wiping. I will say I do have a friend from the UK. Well, yeah, he was from the UK. And I believe he had a method that did involve back to front with minimal clearance from the toilet seat. I won't get any more graphic than that. That struck me as absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Maybe that's feels more comfortable if you spent a good deal of time with a bidet. I don't know. But both the direction and the clearance caused me some consternation. That's why I left it more to the nature of the toilet paper roll. But to answer your question, Scarnsey, I apologize. The only way I bought it, actually, look at this. Here you go. Empowering. Not just going to leave you with no answer. You go to eBay. Die Hard series Blu-ray. Watch this. It's crazy. So if you want every single Die Hard movie on Blu-ray, 5 films, 1 through 3, the classics, Die Hard with a Vengeance, and then the one movie I haven't even seen the last one. So probably 4 decent, 3 tonally similar, $20, free shipping, no problem. $10. Well, that's Blu-ray. Well, let's see. Legacy Collection. That's a little over ridiculous. And then we're getting into, but you know what? Die Hard. I guarantee you, for under $5, or $2,000. There we go. Under $8. I'm going to say U.S. only because I'm in the U.S. and international shipping is ridiculous. Or best offer. Like I got the all 5 of them for like $20. I think that was probably the best one you're going to get. So it doesn't look like with shipping you're going to get under 10 if you want the Blu-ray. If you just want DVD, if you just want to be able to watch it, you're probably going to cut that in half. Wow. Same price. Oh, no, that's for a bunch of them. Anyway, that's the way I recommend. It's pretty simple, clean cut. Like I said, for $20 you get all 5 movies. Probably not a bad deal. You get at least the first 3 are usually pretty good. I didn't like the second one myself, but I don't think that's too bad. I mean, otherwise about $10 and you can get a Blu-ray or a DVD. That would be the way I recommend. And maybe Netflix. I don't know what streaming services are offering these days, but which is your favorite Die Hard? For me personally, probably 3. Awesome. I'm going to make an account and go buy it now. You're a legend. Scarzy, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. I'm going to take it on face value and say, you're welcome. But yeah, the third one. And yes, I have watched the US version of The Office up through season 7, I think, or 8. Whichever one ends with Michael Scarn leaving, that's the last one I watched. And I liked it well enough. Admittedly, it lost a lot of its pizzazz after Jim and Pam got together. I mean, I think it was still good. It was still funny, but that tension was kind of, which I didn't realize for me anyway, it was a very underlying tension that kept drawing you back. Once they kind of crack that and they become comfortable with each other and they're moving. I mean, they do have some rough seas initially, but once they kind of settle in, it loses some of its snap. And Jim, becomes him and Dwight kind of, become more amiable to each other. There's a little less of that tension as well. And then obviously with Michael leaving, it becomes more tension. But I think ending it there, it's a great show. But you agree about The Office? Yeah. And I have watched the British version. It's I wouldn't say very different, but it is a different vibe. And I did have to watch it with subtitles on for some parts of it because the British accent is very thick, but otherwise I enjoyed that as well. But again, different vibe, not quite leaning into a lot of the theme and the feel of the original or the sequel. How about a Die Hard remake where John saves Santa and it's Snoop Dogg as Santa and Vin Diesel as McClane? Well, I mean, technically, yeah, right? It would revolve around Santa. I mean, I think the casting would be interesting. I mean, it would be very, very suited, no pun intended, such that it is, Vin Diesel, you throw him in pretty much either him or The Rock. But yeah, technically that would qualify under Halloween. I don't know. It would have to be what peril is Santa in would be my question. And I guess right now, as things are, Bruce Willis couldn't reprise his role. He's not in a condition to do that. Like when they replaced the actor in Scrubs. Oh yeah, Lagmeister. Yeah, was that season 9? Yeah. Season before Community, Scrubs was that was kind of my show in terms of like my kind of humor. If I wrote a show, there are definitely there's a few characters where I'm like, and there's definitely some episodes where it's like, all right, that wouldn't have been my jam. But overall, the tone and presentation, the sketches, the moments where JD is doing this, Scrubs just was very much my kind of show. Community, shorter run, but probably nails it a little more because it does do a lot more a lot more thematic episodes like paintball. They do a lot of it. They did a what is it called? Cops, or one of those reality or procedural shows. They do spoofs of that. It was far more reaching in its creative aspirations. I've only seen the US version, except 1 or 2 episodes. Favorite actor, Mel Gibson. I mean, Mel's good in what he does and what he's in. I'm trying to think if there's a. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Because for me, as long as the actors can provide an engaging and entertaining, for the most part. Now, some certain movies that don't have to be, you don't have to feel entertained by them. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think of if there's, but like, honestly, like, growing up, I would have said probably like a Harrison Ford, but honestly, I feel like he was an adequate driver of the movies he was in, but not compelling, I guess. Whereas, I mean, Mel Gibson, I would say, like whether it's Payback or Lethal Weapon, what else was he in? I mean, Braveheart, I thought that was a great performance in general. The fact that he was directing at the same time made it even more so. Although, honestly, I wonder why. Well, I guess maybe it was a big budget. They wouldn't want a lesser known. They'd want a name with it. I think him being the titular role was probably fundamental in getting funding for it. Because, I mean, back then he could do no wrong. He was Australia's favorite son. So I don't know, because I'm thinking like, why would you just hire a Scottish actor? But, yeah, I think it was probably there was no actor in that. There's plenty of distinguished actors, in Ireland and in the UK and everything. But I think for what Braveheart caught, I mean, it was a 3-hour movie. It was incredibly long for the time. It was one of the first movies that I can remember, at least, that had intermission. For a budget like that, I think studios probably wanted a more marketable name, a more globally known name. But so yeah, Mel's good. I mean, he plays a good bad guy in Payback. Like I guess he's a jerk. I don't want to call him a bad guy. He's a dick, but he plays one of those very well. He plays the nice guy pretty well. I'm trying to think. I thought, wasn't he in like just an outright comedy? It's what girls want or what women want or something. It wasn't a Hallmark movie, his for sure. But yeah, I don't know. Denzel. Mel Gibson is insane. That's all I can say without getting into Mel Gibson. My most favorite recently was Phoenix and Joker. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I heard it was a very good performance, a great performance. I've only seen Joaquin in one movie, and that was Gladiator, and he played the role well. I wouldn't call him my favorite. And especially, I will say too, and I know, Andrew, we probably disagree on this, but like, I'm not a big fan of the method acting, the method of acting, where you kind of, you become that role even when you're not. Like, as a director, I want to work with the actor, not with the character. And I know Joaquin goes more in that route, not maybe as much as Daniel Day-Lewis, but similar. And I'm like, look, we have proof. We have decades of proof that you can have a very compelling and powerful performance without being a pain in the ass to work with, a la I'm in character the whole time. I don't know for sure that he did that, at least with that movie, or in general, but I know he is a little bit more of that method. So as an actor per se, I'm much more a fan of actors who can turn it on and off, more so than ones who get lost in a character in order to embrace it. I think being able to portray it without having to become it. Like, I want you to be acting, not becoming. I mean, I guess I respect it in that level of commitment, but if I'm talking about a favorite actor, it would be somebody who can make that distinguish, who performs functionally as an actor, as a professional, meaning I can relate to the director, I can speak with her, I can speak with everybody in a way as myself, And then when the camera's rolling, I can step into the character and then step out again when I need to. Understanding that there are going to be scenes that are so emotionally draining or so emotionally taxing that you got to give the actor an hour, half hour to just get in the mode, get in that mindset to get that immersion. And then afterward, they may be slow to come out of it. 100% understanding that. But that's the scenes in a movie like that are few and far between that require that level of mental prep. And when you come out of it, you're still kind of in whiplash. You're still kind of working through it. But yeah, Payback was good. Braveheart was good. Samuel L. Jackson, Denzel, like, and to be fair, like even Brad Pitt, like they're all good, like serviceable actors. They're all quality actors, I guess. But I'm not sure because I can't think of an exception to this. So maybe that's just what it means. But like, they are essentially even how they speak, which I don't expect to change. I mean, we're human beings. You're not going to, unless you're playing a drastically different role, you're playing an alien or something. You're not necessarily going to transform the way you work. But like, I see Samuel L. Jackson as Samuel L. Jackson in pretty much everything. His Nick Fury and his character from Pulp Fiction, very, very similar in tone, attitude, presentation. It's a little bit different with Mace Windu. Like I would say that was a little more out of his jam. He's a little more sage-like or presents himself more sage-like than almost any other role that I've seen him in. But I don't know if it was the dialogue, but it just didn't work for me. But I'm fully willing to say that it was the direction he was given, the dialogue he was given that didn't sell the role. I think he could have played a Mace Windu. I think he's capable of it. A more reserved and sage-like type character, but I think he has to have the right script to do it. But Mad Max 1 and 2. I've never seen the Mad Max series. Born in New Zealand. He was born in New Zealand? No kidding. Really? Brought up in Australia. Come on, guys. Can't we get beyond the Thunderdome? Is that an illusion? Mad Max scared me when I was a kid. Yeah, from the little bit that I've seen of it, it is pretty scary. I don't, the post-apocalyptic or just that kind of aesthetic doesn't really draw me to it. But yeah, I saw Fury Road, which ironically is the only one, or not the only one now, but one, like it was after Mel Gibson. So yeah, Apocalypto. I had to walk out of Apocalypto, Lagmeister. I couldn't, not out of like protest of it or disdain for it, but the graphicness, it made me upset to my stomach. It like I have this thing, it's really weird and it's very selective. So like I can watch RoboCop, I can watch Murphy get blasted away with a shotgun, which is very over the top and looks very fake, I would say, to me anyway. I can watch that, no problem. But as soon as they put him on a gurney and they start sticking him with needles and they got stuff running into his face or whatever, I get I just get lightheaded. It's like going into shock. It just, my body just naturally does it. When I see really graphically intense scenes, especially like operating and stuff like that, all the blood drops from my brain and I start getting very lightheaded and on the verge of passing out. I don't know why it is. Certain graphic violence I can watch, no problem. Apocalypto, when they started, I think it was bashing the babies against the trees. I think that's where my brain just went, oh gosh. So I had to actually step out and I couldn't, it took me a while to get going back in. So it is a reflexive, involuntary reaction. I would love it if it didn't happen, but it did. So I didn't get there. Unfortunately, I didn't get past the first act. I don't think. Joker was a great one. I was surprised how good it was. You sound like a pro. Have you tried acting? I appreciate that, Scarnsy. I have acted. I am not a good actor per se. A lot of my rate of speaking, mannerisms and everything, they don't translate well to film or to the camera. It's much more suited to comedy, like on a stage, like a theater production or something. Because I'm just naturally big. My gestures are big. My facial expression, everything's really big. Trying to taper all that down, slow my rate of speech down. I find it very challenging. I've done it. I have been paid to do it on a very limited, very small basis. but it is not. I was not born to be an actor. I don't have a natural presence for a camera. I don't think. Like if I were to do something in the future, I might do like a Peter Jackson, like a cameo or something like that. I mean, or maybe play a very small part, but only if I was the best one for the role. I would not want to take a role from somebody who is needing a role just to satisfy, like, oh, most of the time when I've done projects like you've seen on the, if you watch the channel, you watch any sketches, I did them because I was the only person. Nobody else had the time or wanted to do it. So I was like, all right, well, I have to film myself. It's not because I wanted to do it. I would rather be behind the camera. I would rather be running sound and figuring, doing all that, trying to make it the best look. But when you don't have people around, you kind of make do with what you got. So I would do it if, the production required it because I couldn't find anybody else, but I would rather find a capable actor, somebody that I can work with and get the project done that way than act myself, just because I don't really feel like it works. When I'm told to be natural, it doesn't look natural. My natural is very abnormal looking, and typically, I think you need somebody as close to relatable as possible without having to try. I can contrive it. I can make it happen. I could sit here and I could speak in a very measured and methodical voice and avoid saying ums and stuttering and talking in ways that make my voice skyrocket. I can keep my hands controlled. I can be more poignant and perhaps, well, see, even then that sounded calm. It was exaggerated. I don't know. I can do it. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of rehearsal, but I can do it. Anyway, I thought Mace was one of the saving graces of that whole trilogy. Whew. Well, I mean, like I said, I don't, I think, what's his name? Qui-Gon Jinn, I thought was a great character from the trilogy. Unfortunately, of course, he meets his demise very early on. Obi-Wan, Mace was, so like if you had to point out or single out, okay, what were the highlights or the best parts of something that I think on the whole is, for me personally, largely unpalatable. I would, yeah, but I mean, but again, that would be, but I think the character of Mace is fine. I think, again, the casting is fine. I just don't think I don't think the character was given enough really to work with. The Jedi Council as a whole is pretty abysmal. And unfortunately, Mace is very much a part of that, breaking very little from their rigid couch-sitting pontification. He added a pizzazz, and his scene with Palpatine was probably one of the more compelling, where he's getting, I mean, I will say, like, not the fight scene, not the lightsaber fight scene. I thought that was ridiculous, but the scene of Anakin trying to crawl up the mountain, trying to crawl up the ledge away from the lava with the "I hate you." That actually works for me personally. The raw emotion of it, and that hatred, the makeup, everything they did, and then him actually catching fire and screaming, like that whole sequence, and Obi-Wan's grief. Again, the lines, "You are the chosen one. You were supposed to bring balance to the Force, not destroy." The essence of the lines I thought was good. The lines themselves I felt were clunky, but that emotion and the despair and just him looking and going, like, look what you made me do. Like, like this is not the way it was supposed to be. And the amount of pain, I don't think it was necessarily earned. I don't think their relationship was enough to really justify that. I mean, it was to a degree, and it was supposed to be, we'll put it that way. But in that moment, in that captured moment, I thought that was a very powerful scene. Everything leading up to it and pretty much everything afterward, not so much. But that scene in particular, I thought hit the emotional thing where you could feel Obi-Wan's anguish. You could feel Anakin's resentment, whether it was earned or not. The imagery of him with one limb, still kind of trying to do the Terminator thing, still trying to come after Obi-Wan and just frothing at the mouth before, catching on fire. Very powerful stuff. And I think Mace's confrontation with Palpatine was had some good emotional resonance to it. Like I cared about Mace in that moment, even though I wasn't a big fan of the way the Jedi were in general. I think that moment was pretty intense. I mean, it was one of the few times that a Jedi doesn't lose a limb. Well, no, he did. Never mind. Of course, in the Jedi tradition, he has to lose a hand and then gets thrown out the window. So that's a pretty powerful thing. Which, I mean, but married with that's the moment of the no turning back and the manifestation of Anakin's betrayal. Anakin's turning was in that moment of siding with Palpatine, even though he kind of knew what the reality of it was. Just him making that decision, that was a pivotal moment where the gradual seduction that had been eroding him the entire time finally manifested in a way. So there was a lot in that scene. So yeah, I would agree. Have you ever seen the movie Fire in the Sky? That movie will give you nightmares. I don't remember them killing babies in Apocalypto. That sounds crazy. I thought it was like when they were raiding the village or something. I thought they grabbed like a baby and just was like, maybe it was a stick and I saw it as that. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true. It was all a blur. All I remember is like, because Mel Gibson, I mean, he did it in The Passion as well. Very keen on cranking up the sound design. Like you would have to have your ear right. Now, again, sound effects in general are manufactured. Like every sound you hear in a movie is manufactured. It's almost never the sound that you think it is, or that it comes from that thing. If it is, it's shot on its own. So everything is already sound. The sound stuff is already a lot of times exaggerated because you got a mic right up on it. You got to mix it right and everything. But the way Mel does his audio, does his bone breaking, his flesh beating and all that kind of stuff is very like you close your eyes and even though okay, I'm trying to picture celery. I'm trying to picture punching a steak, which I don't even think they use that method anymore. But like, I'm trying to picture the sound effects the way that they could have been or may have been produced, even if it was, using methods from 20 years ago. And I still can't it still is enough to make me queasy to my stomach. So it very well could have just been the sound design itself that sent me over. I don't know. But it happened with The Passion too. I was on my first date with the one and only girl that I've ever kissed. And the only way I got through it was she was so like she was like wincing so much. She was kind of curled up and had her head, like a lot of times, was pressed into my shoulder. And so, I kind of leaned in and, did the comforting thing, had my eyes closed most of that for that last part. At least I had my right eye closed. I may have done this when I was looking somewhere else. I was trying to be anywhere but there because I'm like, dude, do not freaking lose your dinner. Like, I've never thrown up, but I was like, I don't want to pass out in the theater on a first date. That was not going to go over well. Luckily, she wasn't able to watch much of it either, so she wasn't noticing me going like this. But, yeah. But I have not seen Fire in the Sky. I don't like gore movies either. Hey, common ground. Hey, I disagree with you. I think you would make a great supporting actor. Well, thank you, Scarnsey. I appreciate that. And to be fair, I've never been the small parts that I've had. They've never been leading. I mean, there was. Do I have that? I'm not trying to show off here. I'm just. This is the kind of, and you can't even call it acting. It's human prop is what I was in a lot of these. I did have some things in like independent movies, small independent movies where I had a speaking role and an action scene. I taunted a guy and got flipped, and it was a good time. But most of the stuff that I did early on, I mean, it's in Virginia, Suffolk, Virginia. There wasn't a whole lot going on. What is it called? I think it's this. Yeah. This was my first paid gig. Of course, it's going to be slow. That's not me, of course. We'll get to, I'm sorry that it doesn't play. All right, he's doing his thing. It's so bad. It is so bad. Okay, it's not going to play right, and I'll say, okay, that's all we need to watch of that. But that was 17-year-old me. I actually auditioned for a commercial in DC, and I actually got it. The crappy thing was when I came in to actually do it, I was so freaking nervous. After like 2 takes, you're like, all right, we're not really getting the emotion. Like you really nailed the emotion in the audition. You were not really getting that. So shot my confidence all to hell. And now I'm panicking because I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to do this. And somehow I got inside my own head, but wasn't the best, wasn't, but that was just, I was able to find that. I didn't keep a copy of it. They did send me a tape though. But where was the, so this was a, again, Discovery Channel thing. I'm not going to try to play it because obviously it's not playing, but I was actually the killer. It's pretty much about, what is it called? The night something killer. Again, these are human props things, folks. This is not, it's acting in a sense, but you don't have dialogue. They kind of tell you go here, go there. And as you can see, it takes a long time. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm playing the killer. I'm the Nightingale killer or whatever. Pretty much as a guy who was euthanizing old people. He was a nurse or an orderly or something, and he went in there and just when he thought, angel of death, I think is what they called him. When he saw somebody that he thought was suffering or whatever, he would just he would kill him. And is this? Oh no, that was another. Oh yeah, actually no. Again, same type of vein, little bit, obviously better production value. It was newer. I get the crap kicked out of me. Oh yeah, I just want to. Oh, the makeup. That's right, the makeup. She did a great job with the makeup. Man, I really wish this would just get its act together. Is it again a bit part? And again, no I mean, there was dialogue, but it wasn't. Okay, so there it's glad handling this guy. We're at an actual fight thing. See, that doesn't look natural to me. Anyway, where's the makeup? Because he gets caught, he gets busted, and then he gets busted. Oh, there it is. Yep. See, she did an amazing job. The gal who did I was in makeup. It wasn't for very long. It was maybe half hour or so. Oh, that was it. Yeah, so that's me getting punched in the face. Anyway, don't need to go more into that. So yeah, but again, they paid the bills, but they weren't acting. They weren't, you weren't conjuring up some great emotion. You're getting punched, you're falling down, you're running, whatever. You're a human prop. But sorry, I missed the start of the stream. Can you give me a rundown as to why Die Hard is not a Christmas movie? Okay, there you go, Lagmeister. Because you can remove all the Christmas elements out of Die Hard, and the movie is basically the same. Using the Force to turn off your opponent's lightsaber in mid-combat? That would actually be pretty funny. So yeah, Scarnzy, Lagmeister pretty much nailed on the head. The Sorry, again, I don't know what the rules are for showing YouTube stuff here, but like, I don't want to show the whole. Tell you what, I will watch it. I will watch it off stream. I'll save that on there. I'm gonna check YouTube terms of service for streams. I could swear I've seen people watch movies on stream or watch clips on stream. I just don't know how much you can show until it's like, okay, well, this is somebody else's channel. Like, just go to their channel versus me showing it to you through mine, because that seems like I'm taking away from them. But But yeah, Scarlet, yeah, it's pretty much my two rules were it needs to either have supernatural element to it or like a miraculous circumstance. It doesn't have to be like a miracle, like somebody being able to, a lame person walking. It can just be something that you get a pass on because it's Christmas, but in reality, people wouldn't behave that way. It can just be, redemption or something like that, or forgiveness, whatever. Where the story is built around Christmas, it exists because of Christmas, not that Christmas is an ancillary thing. Those are pretty much the two criteria, either one of those. So Die Hard is not built around, it features Christmas elements, but it's not built around Christmas. And nor does it feature any kind of supernatural thing. There's no change. There's no, there's no interaction with those kinds of themes. So that's in a nutshell. Sorry, it's a little sporadic because I've been talking about it for a while now, but that's kind of it. And like I said, I think Lagmeister captures it perfectly. He's able to describe it. He's able to define it. He's able to see it and realize it, but he refuses to accept it. And that's what I expect. That's what I expect. It's a religion at this point, like even more so than Christianity and Islam and Hindu. Is the belief that Die Hard is a movie. It's a fanatical religion, and there are many members. It's a cult. There are many members, and they will fight it to the death. They will stand their ground to the death, in spite of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So, how so, Kebby? Like what would change about, like, why are you, what about it being Christmas makes you connect with John more? Like, you can't connect with a guy who just wants to get back with his wife and has found himself in a trying situation where his life is on the line. His wife, who he's trying to connect with, is on the line, and he's fighting against terrorists against all odds. Like, that doesn't connect with you in any way? Like, that's what connects with me. I'm not saying that it should be all that connects with you, but like, none of that changes with Christmas gone out of it. Him going to visit her, him trying to reconnect with her, him being in that situation, none of that has anything to do with Christmas. Now, as ChatGPT eloquently put, it does flavor it. It does add that, but the fundamental core of everything that John does has no correlation to Christmas. He doesn't do anything because of Christmas or is brought about because of Christmas. Everything he does is done independently of Christmas. Famous. Yeah, right. That is me. The man, the myth, the legend. Well, the man. Sky, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. This is a documentary, not a movie. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a movie. Oh, wait. It's not a documentary either. Well, I mean, it is a documentary, but it's as I said, it's the not Rescue 911 thing. That's not the entirety of the work, but most of the independent stuff I didn't really bother to get the tapes or get the stuff because I only found I was like, you know what? Let me just see if these things are out there. It's just funny looking at yourself from, when you're 17, 18, 19 years old. But like when I graduated, I signed with an agency, and that's the kind of work they got. We were in Suffolk. I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. I think it was Navy SEALs, I believe. It was a Charlie Sheen movie, was shot in Suffolk, Virginia, at least part of it. And so they made New Dominion Studios is what it was called. And they made a studio out there, and they had a contract with Discovery Channel to do Diagnosis Unknown and some military series. And then whatever the one was called that had the killers, like, was it Copycat Killers? Well, no, that was the other one. What was it called? Small Town Terror. What was it by? Some scenes may have been reenacted. The funny thing is, the actual guy who I was playing, the real life guy, looked like Val Kilmer. And obviously I don't look anything like Val Kilmer. So I don't know how the heck I got hired for it, but yeah, it was about two guys that went around and I think they ended up killing like 15 people. The funny thing, will they show it? Can we see it? The only, probably not gonna see it. I've never smoked in my life, and this guy was a smoker. So they, so I couldn't, for whatever reason, they didn't like how I was putting out the cigarette. So first of all, we had like 6 takes because I kept coughing my lungs out because I never smoked. So I'm trying to smoke, trying to make it look natural, trying to whatever. And, but then I went to put the cigarette on. I'm like kind of just, dabbing it. And they're like, no, I mean, you got to grind that in there. I'm like, but it's going to burn my fingers. So they literally cut to a close up. The AD or the AD at the time, was this like, leathery, grizzled man. He had been out in the elements and everything. And so you see, they do a close up and he's a smoker. So you see a close up of him put it out, but his hand is like, he's like 50 years old and it's, again, all leather, like Crocodile Dundee type hand. But they did a punch up in there of that. It's like, yeah, that's the kind of production value we're at. It's like, just get the shot done however you need to do it. All right, get him in there. He'll put the damn thing out. Moving on. I'm like, okay, fine. You want to, and they had me shooting a freaking, I don't know why they couldn't add the sound in post, but they had me shooting blanks in a basement. And like, you can use hearing protection if you want. It's not really a big deal. I'm like, okay, makes it easier. I just won't wear it. First shot I did in that freaking basement, it was like deafening. My ears were ringing for like 10 minutes. I was like, I need freaking earplugs. Like this should not be a voluntary thing. Wearing an I'd never shot at blanks before. That was my first time. I'm like, there's no way you cannot shoot like in an enclosed, maybe outside. But even then, like I've been shooting since and you wear ear protection. It was like why they said, you can wear it if you want to. I'm like, all right, well, if we don't have to, why worry about it? Yeah. After that first one, I was like, yeah, don't give me the freaking plugs, man. That was brutal. Anyway, fun little stories, but again, very small stuff. You can do reaction videos. News channels do it all the time. So do reaction channels. Purposes of commentary is fair use. Okay, that sounds right under here. That sounds right. If it's transformative or commentary, it's okay. You have to watch a little, talk about it, watch a little. Okay. Well, when I can get it down so that I can actually play videos without them stuttering and stopping, and I'm going to look into that. I'm going to have to figure out, because the PC should be able to handle it. I don't know what the heck the problem is, but I will, I'll look into it. When I can do that, then I'll know, or at least then I know that I can actually show. Well, let's see if we can get it to go here. Obviously it's not starting at the beginning, but it's playing okay. But now I got to pause it and comment on it and say the voices are pretty apropos. They at least resemble the actual actors. And I've seen, is it Matthew McCluskey? Is there anybody else who does this kind of animation? Because I feel like I've seen it a lot, and I don't know if it's just become a style that a lot of people do. But this whole kind of like pseudo rotoscoping, I guess, where I think it's pasting elements onto actual actors. Because I've seen he does like medieval ones too, right? The Highlander was a documentary and events happened in real time. Master Shake. That's super cool. I know a celebrity. Not really. Although I will say there was somebody, I actually went, so I can't remember where I was going. And I was talking to the receptionist and she was like, I know you from somewhere. And I'm like, she's like, have you been here before? I'm like, no. And we talked for like a few minutes and then she's like, you ever did one of those reenactment shows or something? I was like, oh yeah. I played a killer twice and a RAPIST in something else. She's like, that's where it was. I was like, great, good. But yeah, so that was trippy. That was my one and only brush with quote unquote fame, just the element of somebody recognizing you and you not recognizing them because you've never technically met, but they've seen you on something. And I was like, okay, that's what fame is. But fame is true fame is having that happen on a mass scale. I'm not digging it. I wasn't digging. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a great thing. Like it was awkward. It wasn't bad. Like she wasn't weird about it or anything. And I mean, again, it's not like she was starstruck. She was just really trying to place me. It's like, where would I have seen you if I hadn't seen you? I was like, oh yeah, well that's really the only. Well, you may have seen me on a Discovery reenactment show. I had no lines and the acting was non-existent, but yeah, I was there. All right, to be fair, this is a slightly slower version of I like the premise is pretty funny. That's and and it brings up a good point, Underhill. Like I think the prequels, or at least the writing, the novelizations, like describe like how oh no, I was actually reading Darth Bane, I think it was. What is that? There was like the Darth Bane duology, and it was kind of explaining why the Sith just doesn't force choke a Jedi right off the jump, or why Jedi just don't like pull out hearts, or like why you just don't use the Force to move objects and everything. It's like you kind of create a barrier around yourself that is tied with your consciousness or something. And I'm like, okay, that kind of gets me there. I kind of understand, why you can't just, again, why like if you can move rocks, if you can move things, why can't you just grab somebody's heart and squish it, But there's supposed to be this kind of barrier that prevents those kinds of things from happening. But the lightsaber, like, yeah, it's a switch on a blade. Like what is it that prevents Sith or Jedi from just deactivating the other's lightsaber in the middle of the fight? So it's actually it's exploring an interesting premise. I gotta say the emotional resonance and the moves are about on par with the actual. And yet they. It's very good. Oh, okay. So we got a conclusion here. Oh, nice. Oh, there we go. That's a nice tie back. Oh, that was good. That was good. That landed the comedic blow. It's my biggest Hollywood gripe. People might fire one shot into a concrete hallway with no hearing pro. They won't fire two. Yeah. Wait, which one's your biggest Hollywood gripe, Underhill? Yeah, Wow Short is killing and smoking cigarettes and shooting guns at a young age. Yes, always wear earplugs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, learn that the hard way. Specs on my PC, Lagmeister. Where do I find that? Where do I find that on a PC? I mean, we saw it actually just played that fine. Maybe it's when I bring it up, it first, like initially it has a problem. Maybe I have to let it warm up or something. I don't, because it used to be like the last time I was computer savvy, at least with PC, it was Windows 7. And you would just go to a little icon and go, my computer. And it was that simple. Now, or this PC maybe? Nope. That brings up the PC in general. Damn. I've got a lot of stuff taking up the hard drive on here. I thought 4 terabytes would be big enough, but clearly it is not. Start settings about PC. Start settings about PC. Oh, I feel like an old man. I feel like an old man. System. Nope. Display, sound, system components, devices, apps, personalization, network, accounts, gaming, privacy, search, ease of access, update, a Windows update, browsing, OneDrive, Just hit start and type about your PC. There we go. All right. So there it is. I went with AMD just because I didn't want to spend like triple the amount of the price tag on the computer for an NVIDIA. But yeah, 64 gigabyte of RAM. I don't know what else. 12 core processor. I don't think that's particularly good or bad. Probably low considering you can have so many more. I'm not sure. Yeah. You had it at the bottom. It says about. Oh. Gotcha. So is that everything that you're looking for? I mean, to be fair, I told the guys that I want to be able to stream, to be able to play video games, stream those video games, and do video editing. And I've been processing 4K footage on this with no problem. I've been able to stream at 10,000 kilobytes per second with great consistency, and I can play video games at the same time. But for whatever reason, nice PC, yay! I had the friend built it for me. I mean, I had to pay him, but he built it for me, so it does the things. That's why I'm saying AMD is great. Well, thank you. Oh, well, not thank you. I mean, I guess I don't own the company, but my biggest gripe is how Hollywood portrays guns in general, but particularly how quiet they make them seem. Yes, the lack of recoil, the quietness, the ease of. I mean, we want to talk about that, the fantastical stuff. What was it? Whoever the guy was running around, like I think it was in Predator. Jesse the Body, I think his character, like just hauling around the minigun. Pretty sure it's a lot heavier than that, but yeah, it makes gunfiring look very easy. Like I said, very quiet. I remember when I first went on a range for real, and it was like the gun's bucking in my hands, almost smacked. Well, it doesn't, but it was just it was like startled me because I'm like, whoa. I'd only ever shot blanks, and there's no recoil with those at all. And the sound, deafening, the smell of gunpowder, the fact that the gun gets hot. Like I almost burned my fingers on the barrel. I mean, not the barrel, but grabbing the body. It's like, holy crap! The barrel, the top of the barrel was hot. Anyway, mine is an i7 1087H 2.2 gigahertz, which is, I think this is 2.2 as well. Or no, maybe less. But it gets the job right. Is that the one you're selling, Lagmeister? I have no idea how good that is or isn't anymore. I have the Ryzen 3900X. Are they sequential? Like, is the 3900, is that the newest one? Or does it go 3900, 4900, then 5900? But I'm glad I'm with fellow... Once upon a time, I knew hardware. I don't know it now. Yeah, Underhill, I'm the same way. I kind of just know, I know RAM is the big deal for video editing for the most part. You need that to be pretty high. 4K, probably that's the bare minimum or close to it. At the very least 32 for 4K. 64 is probably adequate. And in my usage, it has been. 128 is probably ideal. And hard drive size, obviously. But yeah, I don't know too much about it. I talked with a guy, he builds them for a living, and he was just like, look, yeah, I mean, there's some things you're going to get NVIDIA, but you're going to be paying for the name, and you're going to be paying for incremental improvement. Mine is better. Okay, Zenska, I didn't know. Sometimes it's like the closer you are to the to 1,000 or whatever, it's the higher. But okay, so I guess it's a newer version. But I'm sure you all don't have problems streaming and playing a video. That's a me thing for whatever reason. And that's a problem. It's like, how do you troubleshoot that? I'll just do a search on it because it really does kind of hamstring what you can do. But I mean, it was cool. It did actually play the video. It just took a little bit of time. So maybe it's just the computer just needs to be like, wait, I'm being asked to do something other than just stream. Okay. And maybe I just have the stream setting set too high. I have it set that high for higher frame rate games, but maybe if I'm not using those, I can get away with a lower rate or something. I'm selling an old i7. It has a 4-core 8-thread at 3.9 gigahertz with 16 gigabyte RAM and a GTX 980. It's old but plays any game. It's collecting dust right now. Oh, okay. That was the one you were telling Macro about. That was the one you were telling about Macro about. But yeah, I will like, and that's, I'll be honest, like that's the issue when I think about like, having to use a gun for an emergency or something. It's like, I better darn well have hearing protect. Like, I'll be like, hang on a second. Let me get my sound cancellation headphones out. Okay. All right. Now let's go. Like, I wouldn't feel good. I'd be wincing. Like, I would not want, especially if it was indoors for whatever reason, firing a gun indoors. I'm like, no, let's take this outside where we don't have to worry about the reverberation and stuff. Because look, if I survive this, I want my hearing to be intact. I don't want to lose my hearing. Just, this is stupid. I think the survivor should have good hearing. But yeah, it's too bad. There's, I mean, I don't know if Macro would be able to afford it. I know you were kind of selling on the cheap, but yeah, I'm sure the shipping to get it over to Iraq would be prohibitive. Emergency, they would be catching 39mm rounds at minimum. I'm just saying, the Lagmeister, would you be? I mean, like I said, I would be going trying to cover my ear. Like I would just be thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to go deaf shooting this thing off. And it's a freaking it's a what do you call that? A Marlin. The lever action rifle. It's I'm trying to remember the caliber. It's like a 15. Is 33? I don't even remember now. It's been so long since I bought ammo for the darn thing. But it's not like a big caliber. It's not like a 45 or anything. It's a relatively small caliber, and that thing still kicked and made a crap ton of noise. Not a 22. Not a 22. No, it's a hang on. Ammo Marlin. It is 30-30. That's it. 30-30. Obviously, not pointy tip, rounded tip, whatever it's called. It's because you're pushing them in on each other. You don't want to push the tip into the blast cap there. But yeah, they're 30-30s. The Marlin I shot was, okay, a 22. Were you being sarcastic, Lagmeister? Because 22 is pretty darn small, isn't it? That's like pretty darn small. Or is it big? I don't know. I just remember I remember seeing they had a Marlin, or they had a lever action that shot 45s or thereabouts. Those bullets were freaking huge. Mine and I, little skinny guys, little teeny tiny. Yeah, so you're like, wow, a 22. I remember, like, a 22 has no kick. I remember my uncle had one. He lives out in the woods. Just use it for shooting cans. And I got to shoot it. I was like a teenager. I'm like, you could barely feel it. You barely tell it could do anything. That was not this. The 30-30, like I said, it compares nothing with the bigger stuff out there, but it has plenty of kick and noise on its own. Even though the bullet isn't even all that big. It's not that big of a round, but firing a 9mm even out in the open space with no H Pro will make your ears ring instantly. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're saying even out in the open. That's what I don't get. You see, like, even these like altercations, you see like there's a gunfight between, like, the cops and some bad guy or something. And you're like you don't think about it at the time, but I'm looking and going, that cop's not wearing, nobody's wearing ear protection, and they're getting these multiple shots off. Obviously that's not your main concern at the time, but I'm guessing you survive if your wounds are treated, if you've got any, or you just survive without wounds. The next thing you're going is, my hearing is shot. It's the little stuff. It's not sexy to think about. It's not a sexy injury or affliction, but it's like now I'm like, man, if I was ever in a combat situation or something, or a situation where I was expecting there to be a firefight, like I'm walking around with my headphone, my hearing, because the ones I have there, they let normal noise through, but anything over, like as soon as the decibel spikes, it cuts it off, so I can hear people talking and basic noises and everything. But if there's anything like super loud, it just it caps it. So I'd just be walking around with those things all the time, because like I would not want to have to shoot something. If you want to know what tinnitus is like, shoot with no earplugs. Oh yeah, no, I feel like I've had, because I think you can have it temporarily. I don't think I know that there is the permanent one where you just have it all the time, but I've had that kind of thing where you have that, like when you do this, you can actually still hear it. It just doesn't go away. I've had that at different times, but no, fortunately nothing long lasting. And I've been very, very purposeful. Don't play the music any louder than you need to be able to hear it. Like even when I listen to these things, I only do it when I need to, and the volume is just loud enough I can hear the background noise. I can hear, if the sound effects are important to something, but otherwise it's just when I need to hear it. I don't blast it. It took months of living outdoors where it was quiet for the ringing to go. Oh my gosh. So Underhill, are you a frequent? Are you a frequent shooter? Do you go to the range? I mean, it sounds like you live, well, at least we know you've got that one homestead that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So are you able to, I think a pistol better for home defense? Oh, absolutely, Lagmeister. Absolutely. No, I got the right, honestly, I feel stupid saying this, but hey, it's the truth. So what are you going to do? I honestly got the lever action because I've always thought they were cool. I like just the action, the loading action, or the reload, what chambers and everything. But I was playing Call of Duty and there is a lever action gun, and I just thought it was the coolest thing. And of course there's no kick. It's not loud. I watched videos on it, YouTube videos, and I was like, it sounds pretty quiet. Seems pretty chill. Little bit of a kick, not too much. Let me try the real thing. And that's how I ended up getting. And of course I got it when they were having a shortage. So it took me forever to get it. And then the ammo was like $2 a bullet. So I was very, didn't buy a whole lot of ammo for a while. And of course, it couldn't be like 9mm that's everywhere. It freaking had to be 30-30 where, the store had maybe a case on the shelf and it was, $75,000. But yeah, no, I bought it more for just, it was cool and wanting to learn to shoot, not home defense. I definitely am looking into a 9mm of some kind for those purposes. That's why I have what I have. I only hear it when I remember that I have it. For instance, right now I hear it. Oh, geez. So yours is lingering. So Underhill, yours went away, or the ringing went away after an extended period of time. Yeah, there's a range near here I go to from time to time. Nice. I own a few of them, exactly the ones I want to own and no more. Does that include the 1911 Underhill? That's seems to be a lot of people. That and a Luger are the two ones that I hear the most about, like, oh, cool to own, but not necessarily the best firearms. But I've thought about wanting to, like, I've thought about a 1911, but that wouldn't be for defense either. That would just be owning it to own it because it's cool and it's, you see it in a lot of movies and stuff. But I think I'm looking at what? There's a Walther, I think, and then, Glock. And I've heard both people swear by each one. For a time I was trying to find the best value. I ended up getting a compound bow because there's a gal that lives out here that was learning to shoot compound. And I was like, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind learning. So got a cheap compound bow to hit the range. It's quieter, less kickback, a little more muscular involved, but overall a nice compromise. A few ARs and G19. G19. Is that the Glock? G19. Okay, yep, Glock. Okay. And you like it? Yeah, I think that was one I was looking at getting. Is that? Oh, it's actually called a 9mm Luger? Huh. So you do own a Luger. Oh, it says Austria. Is Glock Austrian? Huh. I didn't even think about where it came from or originated. But yeah, something small like that, something practical, nothing super fancy, just aim down sight and lever action is pretty badass. The AK-47 is a lot of fun, though with no lever action. Yeah. I've never shot an AK-47 though, not a real one. When we were doing the gun training, such as it was for like the army portions of the reenactment stuff, we shot a multitude of guns, but all blanks. Sig Sauer, AK-47, M16. Because like we were doing a Vietnam thing, so like the M16 was relevant at that point, and a bunch of other like small ones. But again, they're all blanks. It's virtually meaningless. Like it's I don't know. But I mean that's all we need to do. We were never going to shoot live rounds, so it didn't matter. But I've never actually shot a real AK-47. 3 ARs, a 9, 5.56, and 4.58. Good gravy, Underhill. That's a nice collection there. And Lagmeister, I think you have a similar collection. I wouldn't mind having a 1911. Rounds are expensive. Are they really? Are they specialized for the 1911? But yeah, I can imagine. And a G19. Okay, there we go. YouTube laggy. Well, YouTube also censory. I mean, it looks like you're able to go. I'm not saying that they would decidedly censor that, but we've had people trying to communicate very normal, rational things, and YouTube going, no. I highly recommend the G19 or similar. Okay. If you report, I suggest a high point. Well, 9mm Luger is another name for 9x19 or 9mm. Okay. If you aren't prepared to spend at least $1,000 on the thing and set up, don't get one. Yep. That's still cool, even if they are just blanks. They're expensive to feed too. The Glocks are? Or the other, the 1911 and the 5.56 4.58? 5.56. Oh! Damn, that's a serious one right there. That looks M16-ish. These are, wow. Ooh. I don't know if I can show these, but there's a Ruger AR 5.56 MPR rifle with scope and everything. It looks pretty wicked. The ARP 5.56 or ARP, I guess, 5.56. Nice. Yeah, my yeah, I definitely need to get something for personal use, like I said, home protection before I look into something like that. But I think my brother-in-law was telling me like there's an AR-15 or something that it's so smooth. There's virtually no kickback to it, but it's a really, really good, sweet firing action, if you will. Which honestly, I know it sounds wussy, but yeah, I'd prefer a gun that doesn't kick like a mule. I don't need to feel the power. I just need to, hit what I'm aiming at. Glocks are cheap. All gun food is expensive. Yeah, that was my everyday carry rounds cost $3. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. That's far worse than I thought they would have came down after a while. That's ridiculous. Holy cow. And that was the thing. So I think I shot my first and only time going to a gun range when I finally got enough of the ammo that I felt good. I think I went through 200 rounds that day. And it was like, again, $400 or something. And I was like, I'm too poor to afford to go to the range. This is one of the most expensive hobbies you can have. Now, I know that the people that, make their own bullets or repackage their own bullets or something. I'm nowhere near that level. And I'm just saying that much, like you blow through that in an hour or less. That I couldn't. No, that wasn't sustainable for me, which sucks because, but I did get fake bullets. They're like have the same size and weight, so that you can practice the motion. Loading, fire, fire, fire. The shells actually eject, and then you practice loading, so you can practice everything, and that way you don't get the dry fire issue. Where you have to worry about the pin being stuck. I've been able to practice the motions and everything, but the actual shooting, calibrating, all that kind of stuff, I've only got to do it once because it's just so expensive. Check out budsgunshop.com. They got everything. You can get 9 rounds as cheap as 10 cents. Oh, damn. I don't blow through $3 carts at range for sure. Oh, okay. So those are your business, not I'm shooting at targets type ammo. Which, that's fair because that's in archery, it's the same thing. You use the, I don't know what they're like, $5, $10 arrows for target shooting. But for people that use it for hunting or whatever, those are like your $20 or $30 arrows with your $75 arrowhead that would make, green arrow go, whoa, that's awesome. But for the mag that is always on me, I spring for the 6-hour ammo. Okay, gotcha. And that's smart. That's you want, it's there for one reason. What is it? They say you don't pull it unless you're prepared to use it or you need to use it. So if you need to fire it, you want the best, the best thing going, because more than likely your life depends on it. So yeah, you wouldn't skins on that. That's not a place where you cut corners. That's still though. And in theory, you're not, like I said, you're not going to go. Hopefully, you'll never have to spend that. You'll never have to buy replacement for it. Hopefully, not a single shot has to be fired in that capacity. But if you do, I guarantee you're not going to be going, nah, damn it, I could have saved $4 on that whole ordeal if I just gone with the cheaper ammo. Damn it. Well, my spare mag is 150 grain, flat nose, polymer coated rounds. All right, we're getting a little more specific than I don't know what all of that means. I'm trying to think. So I understand grain does have a lot to do with boom. Obviously it's more powder, but I don't know where 150 is on the scale of things. Is that pretty high? Pretty oomphy? Last I looked, they had a high point for 0.38 for 125, made in America, lifetime warranty, 45 for 150. Really? I have never. They work fine. They're just big and blocky. 150 is on the high end of 9. Yeah. People trash them all the time. Okay. Thank you, Lagmeister. I will check into that. The what is it called? High point. I will say, that's the cheapest. The one I was looking at, I think it was a Walther Aura Glock. Okay. They don't look, yeah, okay. A little more body to them, a little more bulk to them than a 9mm. But if my thing is, if it's reliable, if it does what it's supposed to do when it needs to do it, I don't care about brand. Well, if it does what it does the way it's supposed to do it and doesn't hurt me. But yeah, I think the one I was looking at was like 600 or something. But like you're saying, you got to get, there's a lot of upgrades you can get, better sights, magazine size, grips, all those, the trigger. There's a lot of things you can upgrade, and then, ancillary things, gun case, spare magazines, all that kind of stuff. Like you were saying, probably put you up at about 1,000, at least at the gun I was looking at. The fact that there are much, much cheaper guns, that's very interesting. I wouldn't even think you could get a good gun for under 200. Rounds have purposes. The flat nose are for sheer stopping power, big animals or the like. Other rounds I carry are V-Crown man stoppers. I hope I never have to use it. And so none of those are because I'm pretty sure it would be inherent in the name. The hollow point, which as I understand are just kind of cruel. And they're not even, I don't think they have stopping power, right? They ricochet around your body. So pretty much it's going to wreck you, so obviously it's going to do its job, but it's not, like you said, in theory, your mostly goal is I want to stop you, not, Yeah, the V crown are, oh, they are. Okay, okay. They open up when they hit something and fragment. Okay, gotcha. And they do stop. For reference, I spent $600 for a 9mm and accessories. If you got a high point, you could get away with about $200 to $250. Wow. Hollow point rounds are very common in the US. Okay. Am I thinking of something different? Or is that just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Because isn't that... I mean, that's... like, if I'm not mistaken, there's standard issue? Like police force and everything? Or do they use something different? My G19 set up with the optics, the MOS version today is like a $1,300. Jeez Louise. Well, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. For home defense, you want hollow points. For practical, just regular rounds. Okay. I bought it when I had a good job. Oh, understood. Yep. Nope. I'm in the same boat, Underhill. There's a lot that I bought in the past I couldn't buy now because, yeah, I had a good job, was making good money. I'm like, all right, I can afford this, literally afford this. I can pay my bills for the month. I can save money, and I can afford to, I probably had to take about a couple months to get that much, but yeah. Not the case for either one of us at this moment. That's for darn sure. So yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons I'm waiting. I'm like, that's at the moment, quote unquote, a luxury. But maybe in the meantime, I could get a high point, get something that is suitable or adequate for the job. I knew I could afford it, so over a year I bought all 4 guns I wanted, and that was that. Yeah, hey, and that's why I'm with a lot of things. I'm not a collector for the sake of collecting. I get what I want out of it, like the it's obviously not the same. It's much more adult, the guns, but like the little these guys, there's a whole line of them. But as a child, I only owned Batman, Superman, Robin. The other ones I think were from, and then the Flash. So those are the ones that I bought. Like I wasn't trying to collect the entire line. I bought what I wanted, like you're saying, and stopped. But granted, action figures, a little less harder, a little less easy to justify. But again, that was back when I was making money and I just wanted the nostalgia. I was trying to deck out the nostalgia nook. So I bought some used but in good condition figures, and they brought back all those good memories. When times were simple. Had 2 AKs back in the day. I can't afford to buy 2 today. Oh man, like you parted with them, eh? Man, how did you get those? Are those harder? I mean, they're imports, right? I mean, that's the thing. Is there an American company that makes AK-47s? I mean, I imagine you got to get them from Russia, right, or from somewhere that's not necessarily here. And then the ammo for them, what I mean, do they take standard ammo? I'm thinking of them like as a foreign car. Like you buy an import that's not like a Toyota or Honda, and you're spending a crap to like a freaking Volkswagen or Porsche or what, any of those cars. You're spending a premium because they have to import all the parts and their performance parts, and a lot of American AKs. Okay, surprised but not surprised, or yeah. I may have overestimated, but good optics cost half as much as the thing they go on. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's what I was looking at. Like it was like either the laser sight or just like you said, yeah, the high end optics. And yeah, it was, like a $250 for one of those things. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of a big deal, being able to hit what you're aiming at, and the sights go a long way for that. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense. But it also makes a lot of sense. By that, I mean cents as in dollars. $500 in Nevada. One was Russian, one was Chinese. Chinese one was garbage. Now they're around $1,200. Jeez Louise. No, 7.62 is very common. The Russian one was absolutely wonderful. Extremely accurate. It's a Swamp Fox Justice optic and a TLR 8A laser sight. I'm curious. Okay. Yep. Okay. This is going to sound really lame, but I use that sight in Call of Duty, or one that looks a lot like it. I don't know how the real thing functions, but I recognize that sight from that. And then the TLRA. Okay. Wait, so that's under the am I do I have the right thing? It's looks like it goes under the barrel, attaches on the bottom, which I think is cool. Like that's anything that kind of where is it? So, I mean, it's not the greatest drawing in the world, but I did this. I was pretty happy with how it turned out. I used a gun roughly as an inspiration. Where are you? Where are you? All right, it's going to do that. Yeah, so it was a character I was writing for a book, but yeah, so I just use it as a reference, but put the under I don't even know if that's accurate. I don't know if the laser comes out because it doesn't look like it's a laser. It looks like it's an actual light, but yeah, that was kind of a fun little thing, just kind of looking at and got a video. I mean, I technically like in the video, the barrel actually curves up. Like on the recoil, like you see it when it pulls back, the barrel actually pulls, but I was like, that kind of looks a little weird. So, yeah, but that was me trying to make a somewhat cool looking gun. Fun fact, using only, brightness, that was brightness and like contrast. Like the whole thing was filled in with just, making certain parts lighter and darker, which is really all it is, but it was the basic outline drawn and then just made the whole thing like a light gray and then just shadowed and removed shadows and added shadows. Let's see. I like the good old iron sights. I've been considering going back to irons on the G. I do like the strobe lights though, but I can't bring myself to spend the money on one. Under barrel, yeah, okay. Oh, and then there's strobes. What I really want now that I can't afford is a good night vision. Oh, nice. Picatinny rails, that's what they're called. Oh, okay, Picatinny. I have a thermal handheld monocular, but that's it. Yeah, they have everything. Thermal scopes, still $2,000. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the hard thing is like, again, the purpose of a function of a gun, you don't want, like, you want it to be the best it can be because it really, in theory, that is your life that's on the line. Like, and the better it is, the better the trigger is, the better the sight is, the better everything is, the higher your likelihood, at least, I mean, it doesn't guarantee it, but the higher the likelihood that gives you the best shot, for what you need to do. So you never really want to say, well, that's too much. I mean, obviously, if you're broke like us, or you're not making the money, you don't want to be like, well, I have to have this. I must have the night vision. But at the same time, you're like, there's probably nothing more I could justify, or there's nothing I could justify as easily as investing in something that is potentially going to save my life or is going to be used in the defense of my life. 100% right. You want the most reliable gun you can handle well. Yeah. Don't want to cut corners on that. Man. Well, I'm going to have to, oh my gosh, now it's 10:30. Oh, all right, gentlemen. Yep. Cause I'm going to have to, I got an editing project tomorrow morning. And then we got the shooting. Oh, geez, I got to get the Christmas. Don't worry, there's no music involved. It's just an overlay. The Christmas stuff set up for the stream tomorrow. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to duck out for the evening, but it's been a pleasure speaking with you. I Lagmeister, I think I knew you carried. I didn't know you, Underhill, that you did as well. So hopefully this is a conversation we can delve into again, because I find it fascinating and educational as somebody who is still in the market and still looking at that sort of thing. And I mean, hey, there's nothing more Christmassy than firearms, right? If that's one thing we learned from Die Hard, it's that firearms, gunfire, gunplay, and Christmas, they go hand in hand, like egg and nog, like missile and toe, and like, I should have just left it with mistletoe, but until next time. All right. Talk to y'all soon.